a second chance. When Eren finally reached the basement, what he found in there was not the freedom he had longed for, as the harsh reality of the world outside the walls weighs down on him. But what if he had been given a chance to go back in time and do it all over again and prevent the tragedies from repeating themselves? Chapter 1: The Offer. Eren sat still as the ceremony began. A solemn expression on her face, Historia walked over to the man holding 9 medallions, one for each of the survivors of Shiganshina. As she started to place the medallions around their necks one by one, Eren found his thoughts wandering. What was it we found in that basement? Was it hope? Or was it just despair? Our enemy is tremendously powerful. If nothing changes for the better soon, that calamity will only repeat itself. I'd give up my life in a heartbeat if I was certain that in doing so I could make a difference. But he looked up as she stopped in front of him. I'm not about to sacrifice Historias. I can't tell anyone about this. So what should I do? He leaned forward and kissed her hand. The second his lips made contact with her hand, everything changed. It was a strange feeling that Eren was never able to properly describe. On the one hand, he was still kneeling in front of Historia, his lips pressed against her hand. On the other hand, he was also somewhere else, somewhere very different. As far as he could see, there was sand stretching into the distance in all directions. Above him the sky was a dark blue, and there were many streaks of light crisscrossing all across the sky. What is this? He lowered his gaze and saw that there were several small streams of water on the ground, and the patterns they made seemed to mirror the lights in the sky perfectly. Directly in front of him the stream was slightly bigger, and he could see his own reflection in the water. There was a strange quality about it, something unearthly, unsettling. It flowed from left to right, but the water seemed much calmer and flatter than it should have. But what quickly grabbed his attention was that he was not alone. Sitting on the other side of the stream directly across from him was a little girl on her knees. She was wearing rags and her head was bowed low. She was pointing silently at the stream. While Eren was tempted to ask her who she was and where they were, he decided to do as she had prompted and took a closer look at the stream. As he looked carefully at the water in front of him, he saw a blurry image of himself kneeling in front of Historia. Wait, is that? In one sense, he was sitting in this strange place, staring down into the water. In another sense, he was still back in the room with Historia, time seemingly frozen. It was like when someone is physically in one place, but is imagining themselves being somewhere else. The only difference was that here, Eren couldn't tell which one was real and which one was imaginary. He looked a little to the left in the stream and saw more blurry images. In one, he saw himself arguing with Flock before the ceremony. His eyes widened. He then looked a little to the right in the stream and saw another blurry image, one of he and his friends dispersing after the ceremony was over. Eren looked away from the streams and returned his gaze to the sky. I see, this must be what the owl described as paths. And this stream that must be my own memories. He frowned. So what should I do? I suppose I could look into the future and see if I can learn anything useful. But there's likely going to be more pain and bloodshed down that way. I'm not sure I want to know about that. He looked to his left. I guess I could look into the past, but that wouldn't really be that useful, would it? He froze as he suddenly remembered one of the last things the owl had said to his father. If you want to save everyone, if you want to save Mikasa and Armin, you must complete your mission. Mikasa? Armin? Who are they? No idea. I wonder whose memories are these? Wait, if it's possible for memories from the future to be seen by those in the past, then could it be possible to deliberately send those memories back? Eren abruptly stood up. He glanced at the other side of the stream and was surprised to see that the girl was gone. That stranger, who was she? He began to walk to the left, and as he walked he saw the stream begin to break apart into other, smaller streams, flowing in different directions, some overlapping. He peered carefully at one pair of streams that split off. In one he saw an image of Armin emerging from the carcass of a titan. In the other, he saw an image of Owen emerging from the carcass of a titan. I see it. This must be where Levi made his decision. In this stream, the one that I was in, Levi chose to save Armain. But in other streams, Levi chose to save Owen instead. He looked up, gazing at the stream that seemed to represent his memories as it faded into the horizon. So if these different streams exist, that must mean that the past isn't fixed, it can be changed. And if that's the case, he began to jog alongside the stream, making sure to follow the correct one and ignore the ones that branched off from it. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he had a feeling that something was waiting for him at the end of the stream. After running for what felt like hours, he finally did come to something that appeared to be waiting for him. It was a massive hole. The water from the stream flowed up out from it like a reverse waterfall, creating an unnatural and unsettling effect. As Eren peered down the hole, he could see water flowing up from the hole, but he couldn't see the bottom, only a darkness deep below the ground. He frowned. I wonder, is this what I think it is? If it is, then maybe I can change things for the better. But it looks like if I jump down, there's no going back. He paused for a moment. A part of him was still kneeling in front of Historia, his lips pressed against her hand. He was sure if he concentrated hard enough, he would leave this strange place and be back in the real world. But as he thought of all those who had died because of him, he felt his resolve harden, and after only a moment of hesitation, he leaped down into the hole. The darkness rushed up to meet him, and he passed out before he reached the bottom. The 9 Titans all have their distinct qualities, including the attack Titan that dwells within me that is even able to peer into the memories of future successors. In other words, it has the ability to foresee the future. Eren abruptly felt himself on solid ground again. He opened his eyes and found himself looking at a row of people dressed in military cadet uniforms. He glanced back and forth and realized that there were several rows of people, one of which he was standing in. What the? Who the hell are you? I mean, Owlet of Shiganshina district, sir. Eren was startled by the sudden voices and looked around for their source. Before long he spotted Shoddy's and Armain, the latter shaking slightly as he was interrogated by the former. Eren's eyes widened. Did it really? And why did you join the military? To aid in humanity's victory, sir. That's wonderful. We can feed you to the Titans. Eren had to fight the urge to grin and dance around. He didn't know how, he didn't know why, but it had worked. Somehow, he had been sent back in time, all the way back to his first day of cadet training. Not quite as far back as he would have liked, but still far enough back to make a difference. Eren looked around and spotted a number of familiar faces. Near Amin was Mikasa, and while she had never been emotive, she did look noticeably less sullen than she had appeared after the Battle of Shiganshina. There was Jean, who was about to get yelled at by Shoddy's, and next to him was Marker. Eren's breath caught in his throat. That's right. All of them, all the people who died their tragic, often pointless deaths, many of which were my fault, they've all been undone. They are alive again. I'm not the only one who's been given a second chance. Eren's gaze hardened. And I will not waste this chance. After spotting Marker, Eren inexplicably found his eyes drawn to other previously deceased comrades. He saw Mina, Mylius, and Nick all standing not too far apart. Eren lowered his eyes. It's my fault they died. I was so stupid. Whatever happens this time, I won't let anyone else die because I was reckless. Eren then noticed Thomas. Hopefully that abnormal won't get to you this time. Hannah and Franz, maybe things will work out for them this time. And Samuel, what happened to him last time? I don't remember. And then Eren spotted them, Reyna, Bertolt, and Annie. Eren clenched his teeth, but tried not to show any outward discomfort. So, if everyone else is back, then so are they. I guess I should have expected that. Still, this time around I'm not completely in the dark like I was last time. They are in for quite the surprise. Eren had to withhold a snicker as he saw that, once again, Sasha had the potato. A few yards away, Eren noticed Connie, who was up next to be interrogated by Shoddy's. Remembering what happened last time, Eren briefly caught Connie's eye and subtly raised his right hand. When Shoddy's called on him, Connie caught himself and saluted in the correct manner. After hearing Connie's reason for joining the military, Shoddy's looked like he was about to make a scathing comment, but abruptly stopped when he heard a munch and immediately noticed Sasha eating the potato. All at once everyone stilled, astonished at the brazen act. Shoddy's began walking toward her. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Sasha didn't seem to realize he was talking to her and took another bite. "Hey you. I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you? You are officially on my shit list." Sasha hastily swallowed and snapped into a salute. "Sasha Browse from Dorper village on the south side of Wall Row, sir." Shoddy's towered over her. "What is that you're holding?" "A steamed potato, sir. I found it in the kitchen looking good enough to eat, and so I couldn't help myself." Shoddy's looked incredulous. "So you stole it? But why eat it here?" Sasha responded. "Potatoes are best eaten warm, and I thought it would be a shame to let it get cold, sir." "But why? Why would you choose to eat it now?" At this point Eren was nearly cracking a rib trying to not laugh. The first time around the situation had seemed extremely serious, with everyone shocked and afraid about what Shoddy's would do, and it was only later that the incident seemed funny. But after everything he had been through and the far more serious and traumatic events he had endured, Eren suddenly found this moment to be completely comical. Afraid that he would burst out laughing if Sasha gave the same response as last time, Eren decided to intervene. "Sir." Everyone's eyes swiveled over to Eren, who had raised his voice and snapped into a salute. "She says she's from Dorper." Dorper is a small hunting village in the mountains. Such places have gone through food shortages lately, sir. Shoddy's rounded on him, and Eren felt relieved, knowing he wouldn't be tempted to laugh with the instructor right in front of him. Shoddy's narrowed his eyes. "And just who the hell are you?" "Eren Yeager, from Shiganshina district, sir." "And why did you join?" "To eradicate the Titans from the earth," Eren said quietly but firmly. Shoddy's looked mildly impressed. "A noble purpose, but ultimately futile if you stick up for losers like Browse." Shoddy's began to walk away, but Eren wasn't going to let that stand. "Sir." Shoddy's glanced back at him. Eren continued. "With all due respect, there are no losers in the 104th squad." Eren felt everyone around him straighten up slightly, and he could have sworn he saw a pleased glint in Shoddy's eye. "Well, you've certainly got faith in your fellow cadets. And since you're so eager to show it, you and Browse have a choice. Either run laps until you collapse, or miss out on chow." Sasha whimpered upon hearing the second option, and Eren grinned. "Looks like we'll be running those laps, sir." Shortly after the opening ceremony concluded, Eren and Sasha began their laps. There was a time where Eren would have found the laps an irritating waste of time, but now he felt grateful as they gave him a chance to think. "So, this is really happening. I've gone back in time. I have no idea how or why, and something tells me I never will. But that's not really important. I need to think carefully about what I'm going to do this time." Eren glanced at the ground thoughtfully as he ran. Annie, Bertolt, and Reyna will most likely follow a similar course of action as last time. Their goal is to find the founding Titan. To do this, they plan to join the military police and then destroy Wall Rose and use the ensuing chaos and their new positions to track down the royal family. Eren grimaced. The only reason they didn't go all the way through destroying Wall Rose last time was because of me. So, how do I stop them? I can't confront them right away. While I have much better control over my Titan powers now, there's still 3 of them, and they've all had training I haven't. If I took them by surprise, I might be able to eliminate or capture them in an instant, but that's too risky. As powerful as I am, I can't do it alone." Eren glanced at Sasha, who was beginning to pant slightly, then shifted his gaze forward again. "I know I can count on Mikasa and Armain. But how do I tell them what I know? I can't tell them I came from the future. They'd think I was crazy, and even if they didn't think that, I don't want to burden them with the knowledge of that future and all those who had to die." Eren thought back to the memories he had of his father talking with Eren Kruger, and all at once an idea came to him. "That's it. I can just say the knowledge I have comes from the memories I inherited from my father and Kruder. It's not a complete lie, and they'd have no way of knowing otherwise. Eren hesitated. Still, should I share what I know yet? Probably not. I'll have to share what I know eventually, but I don't want to weigh Mikasa and Armin down with it just yet. I know I can trust Erwin and the other scouts, so I'll bide my time until I can join and then confide in them. Eren brushed a few drops of sweat off his forehead that were trying to get into his eyes. Still, how do I stop Annie, Bertolt, and Reyna from destroying trust again? I guess I could accidentally transform during training. That would get their attention, and they'd halt their plans to destroy Wall Rose. But no, that's too risky. I don't want them to know about me, and there's no guarantees the government will let me live this time. Eren frowned. But how do I stop them from destroying trust without revealing myself? And what should I do in the meantime? I think I'll avoid any major plans for now and just go along with the training again. Reyna and the others shouldn't make their move until after graduation, so I'll keep a low profile until then. I'll have plenty of time to think of a plan before that time arrives. Eren glanced back at Sasha, his eyes softening. Besides, last time around I was so focused and consumed by my goal of destroying all the Titans that I didn't really pay that close attention to those around me. This time, I'll try to be a better comrade and a better friend, especially to those who died last time because of me. Sasha noticed Eren staring at her and looked at him uncertainly. What? Is there something on my face? Eren shifted his gaze ahead again. No. Just thinking. I see. After a few moments of jogging in silence, Sasha glanced at him again. Why did you defend me like that? Eren tilted his head thoughtfully. Well, there's a few reasons. For one, we are training to be soldiers, and soldiers have to look out for each other. It's life or death out there, and if we don't work together as a cohesive unit and help each other, we'll just end up as Titan fodder. Sasha nodded. I see. That makes sense. And what was the other reason? Eren smirked. I was trying hard to not laugh, but if you'd kept talking I'm pretty sure I would have lost it, so I interfered before it could come to that, potato girl. Sasha blushed. Oh, shut up. Don't call me that. Eren chuckled. Well, you better get used to it. I'm sure others will have come up with that same nickname after what happened. Sasha shook her head in exasperation. Ah. What's the big deal? It was a really good potato. Eren's smile faded. So, why did you join? Sasha grimaced. Well, if I'm completely honest, I'm kind of hoping to get into the military police and into the interior, where it's safe and there's plenty of food. Sasha glanced at him. I bet you think that's pretty pathetic, huh? Eren shook his head. Not necessarily. There's nothing wrong with valuing your own life. Sasha blinked in surprise. Eren looked at her seriously. But if we don't stop the Titans, it's only a matter of time before there's no place left that's safe. Sasha looked away, her expression grim. After they'd completed another lap, Sasha looked back at Eren. And why did you join? Were you serious about wanting to eradicate the Titans? Eren nodded. Yes. I know I can't do it on my own, but that's why I'm here, to hone my skills and to find other people with the same goal. Sasha looked ahead thoughtfully, and Eren withdrew inward again, his mind buzzing with plans. After almost 6 hours of running laps, Sasha finally collapsed in exhaustion. Eren decided that one of them collapsing was good enough and carried her over to her barracks. Oh my goodness. Are you okay? Eren looked up and saw Historia walking toward him carrying a canteen of water and a loaf of bread. Eren smiled. I'm fine. And I'm pretty sure Sasha is fine too, just a bit exhausted. Historia smiled tentatively. Well, that's good. I brought her some food and water. Were you dropping her off at the barracks? What's going on here? Eren and Historia turned around to see Wymir walking toward them. Eren glanced back and forth between Wimir and Historia. What to do about these two? Wimir seemed most concerned about Historia's well-being, so as long as I can convince Historia to join our side, Wimir should follow her. Still, I have to be careful. I need to remember her name is Krista. Krista. If I slip up and say her real name, that would lead to a lot of awkward questions, and I don't want to have to try to talk my way out of that. Wimir looked at Historia dismissively. What's all this? You snuck out some bread and water for Potato Girl and this guy. Is this your idea of trying to be nice? Wimir smirked. Or were you trying to get on his good side? Already scouting out for a boyfriend? Historia blushed. It's not like that. They've just been running for hours, so I thought I'd bring them something. Eren smiled tiredly. I appreciate it, but I can probably grab something at the mess hall. Sasha could probably use those though, once she wakes up. Wimir sighed. Well, since we are all being such nice people, I'll take Potato Girl off your hands, since you aren't allowed in the girls' barracks. Historia stepped forward. Oh yes, I'll help too. Eren handed Sasha over to Wimir and Historia, who draped each one of her arms over their shoulders. Eren held out his hand. Thanks for that. My name is Eren Yeager, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your names earlier. Wimir shook his hand first. The name's Wimir. Eren raised an eyebrow. Wimir, huh? That's an interesting name. Eren was tempted to say more, but restrained himself. Don't push it too much. Historia held out her hand next. My name's Krista Lance. It's nice to meet you. Eren shook her hand. Yes, it's very nice to meet you too. Eren studied her carefully. The moment his skin made contact with hers, she froze and her eyes widened. By touching her, I should have made the memories of her sister she had lost return to her, just like I did last time. Hopefully that will help her to realize that she isn't alone and will value herself more as a result. I'm not sure if returning those memories is a good idea or not, but she has a right to them, so what the hell? Wimir arched an eyebrow. Krista. You okay? Historia snapped out of her daze. Oh, I'm fine. See you later, Eren. Eren nodded, then headed back toward the mess hall. As she and Wimir helped Sasha to a barracks, Historia's mind was reeling. She saw images play out in her head. Countless memories where she thought she had been all alone, suddenly had someone else present. Years' worth of loneliness and isolation suddenly seemed to disappear as her recollections were altered. What are these memories? All alone, I thought I was alone. But I wasn't. She, Frida, my big sister, she was there all alone. She cared about me. But why did I not remember until now? Why did I forget? And why did these memories suddenly come back? What is happening? Oi, Krista. Historia looked up at Wimir. Huh? Wimir looked at her uncertainly. You've been staring off into space for 2 minutes. Something on your mind? Wimir smirked. Was it that Yeager guy? Are you already crushing on him? He is pretty cute, I suppose. Historia blushed. No, I wasn't thinking about that. Wimir grinned. Oh, so are you not into guys? Then which girl were you crushing on? Historia's blush intensified. No, I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just thinking. What about? Historia glanced away. Nothing. Wimir looked skeptical. Right. Well, does nothing have a name? Historia shook her head. It's not something I want to talk about. Wimir held up her hands. All right, I'll stop teasing. For now. Do you think Eren has feelings for that girl? Almin looked at Mikasa, feeling startled. They'd sat down for dinner a little while ago, and Mikasa had been rather quiet, which was not unusual for her. But this was the first time Almin had heard this sort of question from her. Almin swallowed. What do you mean? Mikasa glanced down at her plate. Well, he isn't usually so protective of strangers, yet he quickly came to her defense. It just seemed rather out of the blue for him. Armin had to concede that Eren's behavior was unusual. After the training for the day was over, he and a few of the other cadets had watched as Eren and Sasha ran their laps, and Armin was surprised by how easygoing Eren seemed. Not to mention that even after several hours he didn't seem tired, or at least was doing a good job of hiding it. Armin chuckled nervously. I wouldn't read too much into it, Mikasa. Eren just met her, and I doubt he has any room for feelings of affection with all of that vengeance inside of him. Mikasa looked off to the side. You're probably right. A few minutes later, Eren burst into the mess hall, and it looked like it was taking every ounce of will he had to force himself to walk like he hadn't been running for the past 6 hours. The other cadets began to murmur amongst themselves when they saw Eren, but Eren didn't seem to pay any mind to them. His face brightened up when he spotted Armin and Mikasa and made a beeline for their table. Hey guys. He nodded at Mikasa appreciatively as she passed him a bowl of stew and a loaf of bread. Thanks, Mikasa, I'm freaking starving. Mikasa looked at him carefully. I thought you were supposed to run until you collapsed. Eren shrugged as he tore into the bread. Sasha did, and I figured that was good enough. I helped her back to her barracks until Wimia and H-. Eren froze and hastily amended his statement. Wimia and Krista took her off my hands, so I came back here. Armin frowned. So why did you stick up for her? You've been acting a little odd since the opening ceremony. Eren swallowed a mouthful of bread before answering. Well, Armin, we are soldiers now, and a soldier is only good as the other members of his unit. If we don't have each other's backs, we'll wind up dead when we face the Titans. Armin looked puzzled. I see. That's a rather mature view. Eren's reasons made sense to him, but Armin was still rather bewildered that Eren had thought something through like that. Maybe he was finally growing up. Eren smirked. Besides, I'm sure Sasha would have said something even stupider if I'd let things go on. So you're not infatuated with her? Mikasa said, a statement rather than a question. Eren snorted. What? Nah, Browse isn't really my type. I mean, sure, she's pretty enough I suppose, but so are you, Mikasa, and I've been hanging around you for years. Armin was stunned by the casual compliment coming out of Eren's mouth, and he could have sworn that, for a brief second, Mikasa had actually blushed. Eren shrugged. Besides, I came here to hone my Titan-killing skills, not flirting with girls. Armin noticed Mikasa's posture relax slightly and began to wonder if her question hadn't been as out of the blue as he initially thought. Hey. The three of them looked up to see two of the other cadets approaching their table. Connie and Marco, Armin recalled. Marco looked at them curiously. Didn't you say you were from Shiganshina? Eren nodded. Yeah, that's right. All three of us are. Connie leaned forward excitedly. So you were there on that day, right? Eren looked down gravely. Yeah, we were. Before long a larger number of cadets had made their way over. Mikasa slipped away to a less crowded table, and Armin cursed himself for not doing the same. He knew this many people pestering Eren about the day his mother died would almost certainly lead to a massive blow-up, and he didn't want to be anywhere near it. Eren looked up mildly annoyed. Yeah, I told you, I saw the colossal titan. The other cadets began to murmur amongst themselves. Thomas leaned forward. So, how tall was he? Eren took a sip of water. Tall enough to peek over the wall. Really? I heard he stepped over the wall completely. Yeah, that's what I heard too. Eren shook his head. Nah, he was big, but not that big. I doubt we'll ever see a titan as large as that. Mina looked eager. What about the armored titan? Eren shrugged. That's what they call it, but it didn't look that different from a normal titan to me. Then, what are the normal titans like? Eren paused and swirled his spoon around the stew thoughtfully. Marco held up a hand. Maybe we should cut it out with the questions. I'm sure there are some things he'd rather not talk about. Connie winced. Oh man. Sorry about that, we were just... Eren smiled softly. No, it's okay. I'd probably do the same in your position. Eren looked at them all seriously. The normal Titans are, well, if I said horrifying or terrifying, that wouldn't even begin to come close to describing what they were like. They are the single most fear-inducing thing I can think of. To be perfectly honest, I don't want to ever see one again. Armin looked at the gathered cadets, and he could see a lot of them had taken Eren's words to heart, and Armin began to worry that many of them would drop out. But before he could voice his concern, Eren continued. However, I know that in order to take back what we lost, I'll have no choice but to face them again. And that's why I came here. To learn the necessary skills I need to fight the Titans and to be able to overcome my fears. If we don't fight back, it's only a matter of time before the Titans finish us off for good, and I won't let that happen. The fear began to bleed out of the cadets' eyes to be replaced with confidence, and Armin was impressed. Well, it seems Eren has quite the gift for inspirational speeches. And I thought I was just impressed by him because I was his friend. Eren grinned. I'm going to join the scouts, and once we drive the Titans out, we'll finally be free. Eren placed his hand on Armin's shoulder. And when that happens, we'll explore the whole world, won't we, Armin? Armin nodded. Right. Oi, are you freaking nuts? The crowd parted to reveal a brown-haired young man, whose name Armin remembered was Jane. Eren looked at Jane. Maybe a little. Why? Are you planning to run from the Titans and join the military police? Jane smirked. Yeah, that's right. I say it how it is, unlike some people who talk like they've got balls of steel right after pretty much admitting that they piss their pants whenever they see a Titan. Eren feigned obliviousness. Oh, was that a shot at me? Well, to each their own. But I'd like to see how you'd react to seeing your mother devoured by a Titan right in front of you. A big macho man like you would probably run in and kill it with your bare hands, right? The flippant way Eren spoke about his mother's death sent Armin's mind reeling, and he could see that Mikasa had, for her, a gobsmacked look on her face. The other cadets fidgeted and murmured uncomfortably, while Jean appeared to be speechless. Eren slowly stood up and walked over to where Jean sat. I suggest that you take the time to learn about someone first before you start insulting their ideals or beliefs, or else you'll end up sticking your foot in your big stupid mouth. What was that? Jean flared up and stood up at once. Armin heard Eren chuckle softly before responding. You're a funny guy, Jane. I meant no disrespect or to say that you're doing the wrong thing, and I apologize if I came across that way. Eren held out his hand. Jean looked down at it uncertainly before reluctantly clasping it. Yeah. I'm sorry as well. Armin was about to follow Eren when he saw Mikasa brush past Jane, whose face became even more bewildered than it had during his confrontation with Eren. He watched in amusement as Jean followed her to the door before the brown-haired young man called to her. Hey. Mikasa turned back toward him, and Jean seemed to fumble over his words. I've just never seen someone like you. You look different from the rest of us. You have very pretty black hair. Mikasa looked at him disinterestedly. Thanks. She then walked away and headed out to find Eren. Jean snapped out of his daze after a few seconds and rushed out onto the porch. Armin followed him and found him staring after Mikasa, who had just caught up with Eren. Mikasa frowned at Eren. You okay? Eren sighed. I'm fine. It's all right. You tend to do stupid things whenever anyone brings up that day. Mikasa replied quietly. I just wanted to make sure. Eren smiled at her softly. Well, I can't get mad at you for watching my back. Sorry, I snapped. Mikasa looked surprised at Eren's answer. Meanwhile, Armin could almost see the cogs turning in Jean's head as his face melted into a look of bitter disappointment. As Connie walked out onto the porch, humming contentedly, Jean reached out and wiped his hand on the back of Connie's shirt. Hey. Connie whirled around. What the hell did you wipe on my shirt? Jean looked at Connie dead-eyed. My faith in humanity. Armin was barely able to duck past them and away from the porch before he burst out laughing. Before long he managed to catch up to his two friends, still letting out a snort here and there. Eren glanced back at him. "What's got you in such a good mood?" Armin managed to stifle his mirth and shrugged. "I don't know, I've just got a good feeling about the next 3 years." Eren nodded and faced forward. "Me too, Armin, me too." They walked in silence for a little while, listening to the chatter of other cadets as they made their way to the barracks. Without warning, Eren reached up and began playing with a few loose strands of Mikasa's hair, much to her and Armin's surprise. "It's getting pretty long now, isn't it?" Eren remarked. Mikasa looked ever so slightly self-conscious. "Do you think I should cut it? It might get in the way of the 3D maneuver gear." Eren chuckled. "Like that scarf won't. It'll be all right. I like your hair just fine as it is. If it actually does get caught, you can always cut it then, right?" Mikasa nodded slowly. "Right." She stopped walking once they reached one of the wooden buildings. "My barracks are here. Good night, you two. Be sure to get lots of rest for tomorrow." Armin nodded. "Okay. I have a feeling we'll need all the energy we can get tomorrow." After they parted ways, Eren and Armin found their way to their bunks, which were across from each other on the bottom. Once it was quiet and everyone had appeared to drift off to sleep, Armin spoke up. "Eren, are you awake?" He had to wait a few seconds before Eren responded. "Yeah." "What's up? You've been acting a little off today." "It's nothing bad, it's actually kind of refreshing to see you not explode at every slight." "But why now?" Armin strained to see Eren in the dim lighting. After a moment of silence, Eren responded. "All this fanfare about training has got me thinking. Thinking about some things I'd rather not think about, but thinking all the same. We are going to be spending the next 3 years with these people. During that time, I have no doubt that we'll be forging some bonds and friendships that aren't easily broken." Eren shifted slightly. "And at the end of it all, we'll be fighting Titans. And Titans kill. That's what they do. It isn't a question of if someone is going to die, but who is going to die. Like Mom." Armin swallowed. "Then why not shun all the bonding if you think it would hurt too much?" Eren shook his head. "That would be stupid. You can't have happiness without at least the risk of sadness. I swore I would kill all of the Titans, but I'm just one person. Realistically, I'll never be able to do it all on my own. I need to trust in the strength of others, just as they'll need to trust in the strength of me, and it's through that trust that we'll fight back and reclaim what we lost. I don't like the idea that some people will have to die to make that goal a reality, but I know it's inevitable. I just want to work as hard as I can to minimize the number of people who won't come back." Eren sighed. "I don't know if I'm making any sense right now." Armin shook his head. "No, it does make sense. Although, I have to say, I'm a little surprised that you've thought this through as thoroughly as you have." Eren shrugged. "Hopefully I'm starting to outgrow some of my bad habits." Eren rolled over. "Good night, Armin." "Good night." Armin settled down, but his mind was buzzing with thoughts for a long time, both puzzled with Eren's sudden change in attitude and anticipating the training to come, and sleep took a while to come. Chapter 2: New Beginnings. Early the next morning, the cadets were lined up for the aptitude test on the stationary gear. It was another test to see how fit each person was to become a soldier, and also served to weed out those who couldn't make the cut. Mikasa found herself among the first group of people to try their hand at the aptitude test. It took a minute or two, but before long she had found her balance and was now observing the others. She noticed Armin a few yards away managing to find his balance, shaky as it was, and made sure to give him a smile of encouragement. She also spotted some of the other cadets holding themselves up quite nicely as well, including Potato Girl and the guy with the hair fetish. Or, as Eren told her to call them, Sasha and Jane. Speaking of Eren, she looked over and saw Eren stepping into the harness. He was slowly raised up into the air and abruptly flipped upside down. She gasped in shock, and several other people turned their heads in surprise. While some people had trouble keeping balance, no one else had flipped like that so suddenly. But as soon as he flipped upside down, Eren shifted his weight and flipped the right way again. Except instead of just calmly hanging there, he kept shaking, as if there was something trying to make him flip over again and he was attempting to prevent it. Shotties walked over. "Stop shaking, Jaeger." Eren grimaced. "I'm trying, but if something seems off about this gear." Shotties frowned and gestured at the cadet standing next to the machine to lower him down. Wagner switched gear with Jaeger. After switching gear, Eren was able to hang steady just fine. Shotties eyed the gear critically. "It seems your equipment was defective. That's why you couldn't stay still before. Still, I have to say, being able to stay upright with defective gear is quite impressive, especially for a new trainee." The cadets began murmuring amongst themselves. Mikasa's eyes widened. How was he able to do that? Shotties glared at Eren. "Don't expect any points for this, Jaeger. Now that you've shown your aptitude, we'll be expecting even more from you. Take this gear to the supply depot for repairs." Eren saluted. "Sir." Shortly afterwards, Mikasa was let down, and the next batch of trainees came up for their aptitude test. She glanced over at Eren as he headed toward the supply depot and saw that he looked annoyed. She blinked in confusion. He passed the aptitude test and did really well. Why would he be annoyed? Did he not like all the attention? Armin trotted up to her. "Nicely done, Mikasa." Mikasa smiled. "And you?" Armin glanced ahead. "So, what's up with Eren?" Mikasa frowned. "I was going to ask you the same thing. He's been acting a bit off ever since yesterday." Armin nodded. "Yeah. I was really surprised when he stuck up for that potato girl. And when they were asking him about that day, I thought he would blow up, but he took it rather well." Mikasa nodded. As she replayed the scene in her head, the more it sank. Eren should have gotten more fired up about the day his mother died. At the very least, he should have gotten angry after those remarks from Jane. But instead, he was much more restrained. She began to feel slightly nervous. Is Eren finally growing up? Does he not need me to look after him anymore? Armin continued. "When I asked him about it last night, he said that training made him think about the bigger picture and how we need to work together as soldiers if we are going to drive the Titans out. He even admitted that no matter how good he is or how hard he trains, he'll never be able to do it all by himself and that he'll need to put his trust in his fellow comrades." Mikasa looked at Armin sharply. "Really? He said that?" Armin shrugged. "I know, I was surprised." Mikasa tilted her head. "Not to mention he seems to have gained a perfect sense of balance out of nowhere." They were silent for a few minutes. Armin chuckled softly. "We are probably reading too much into it. Eren's still the same person, he just seems to have matured a bit at last." Mikasa nodded. "Right. Still, he seems to have done it rather fast." Mikasa glanced at Armin with a sly smile. "So, I noticed you staring at that bored-looking girl over there." Armin blushed. "Was it that obvious?" Mikasa chuckled softly. "I only noticed because I've known you for so long. I suppose you could do worse." Armin shook his head. "Oh, come on. It's not like I'm going to go over there and try to woo her or anything." Mikasa had to stifle a giggle. "Woo? Armin, you need to stop reading those old romance novels." Armin looked away, flustered. "Oh, shut up." Mikasa looked ahead and saw Eren returning from the supply depot. "That's odd. He figured out where it was that quickly. I have a pretty good sense of direction, and I'm still figuring out the layout of this place." Maybe he just got lucky." Mikasa glanced back at Armin and saw that he was once again staring at the bored-looking blonde girl. This fact did not go unnoticed by Eren. Already scouting for the future Mrs. Arlott. Armin looked sharply at Eren. Not you too. Eren chuckled. It's just a thought. She is rather pretty. Eren glanced at the girl, then back at Armin. Hey, why don't you go introduce yourself to her? Armin looked at Eren in shock. What? I can't do that. Eren smirked. Why not? I can't just walk up to a stranger out of nowhere and say, "Hi, my name is Armin, what's yours?" Isn't that what you did with me? I was 4. And now you're 12. That's 3 times the experience. Armin shook his head. Your logic astounds me sometimes, Eren. Mikasa spoke up. Well, look at it this way. If you talk to her, you could become acquaintances, which over time could develop into something more. And if she wants nothing to do with you, then that will be the end of it. Not much to lose and plenty to gain. Eren nodded at her gratefully, and she could see that Armin was considering her advice. After a moment, Armin's face became serious. You're right, Mikasa. Hey, what about me? As I said, you're right, Mikasa. I'll go over and give it a try. Eren grinned. Good luck. As Armin walked toward the bald girl to introduce himself, Mikasa found herself staring at Eren. Something's different about him. I wonder what's going on in his head. Annie glanced around the training grounds, feeling bored. She'd managed to pass the test with the stationary gear no problem, and now had some time to kill while the rest of the trainees went through. She'd noticed Reyna chatting with some of the other cadets and had to resist the urge to roll her eyes. They weren't here to make friends. Reyna was just setting himself up for disappointment if he got attached to these people. She hoped Bertolt would keep an eye on him. As for her, she intended to keep to herself as much as she could. The only thing she cared about was completing the mission and making it back home alive. Anything else was just a pointless distraction. Hi. Annie turned around to see one of the other trainees standing a few feet away. The moment she looked at him, his face became flushed, which surprised her, as it wasn't that warm out. He nervously rubbed the back of his neck. My name is Armin. I didn't catch yours before. Annie sized him up. He seemed friendly, if a bit shy, but didn't seem like the type who would cut it as a soldier. Annie. She answered shortly. Armin smiled nervously. Annie, huh? That's a nice name. Annie interrupted him. Why are you talking to me? Armin winced slightly. Am I bothering you? Annie shook her head. No. I'm just wondering why you decided to talk to me. Armin's face became slightly serious. Well, we are both training to be soldiers, and I thought it would be a good idea to get to know the other people here better, since we'll be depending on each other out in the field. Annie's eyes widened momentarily. I see. I suppose there is some sense in that. She shook her head. But, given what happened 2 years ago, I don't see any point in getting too attached to anyone here. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. She didn't want to be rude, but she wanted to send a clear message to those around her and keep interactions to a minimum. Unfortunately, that message didn't seem to be getting across. Only a few minutes later. Hey. Annie turned around and saw another one of the trainees standing before her. He nodded at her. Lenhart, right? Annie tilted her head. Yes. Jaeger, right. She remembered him from yesterday. After that stupid girl had been caught with the potato, for whatever reason this guy had stood up for her. Another person who was trying to bond with their fellow cadets. Great. Eren raised his fists. Hey. Spar with me. Annie looked at him incredulously. Are you serious? Eren shifted his stance. Do I look like I'm joking? Annie sighed. Fine. She walked over, and within a matter of seconds he was on the ground. Annie glanced at him dismissively before beginning to walk away. Not bad. Annie turned around and was surprised to see that he was already back on his feet. Perhaps he was tougher than she thought. He gestured at her. Again. Annie felt herself beginning to feel annoyed. Why? There's no point to any of this. Eren frowned. Is that what you said to Armin? Annie blinked. Who? You mean that guy from earlier? He a friend of yours? Eren nodded. Yeah. Annie shook her head. I just told it like it is. Eren looked skeptical. Is that so? Do you really believe that though? Annie scowled. What do you mean? Eren gestured out at the training grounds. Do you really think that if these people die, their deaths will hurt less just because you didn't get to know them? Annie's eyes widened. Without warning, Eren lunged at her, and she barely moved out of the way in time. Eren continued. Some of these people will die facing the Titans. I know that's an unavoidable reality. But trying to look away from that fact doesn't make it go away. Annie kicked his leg out from underneath him and sent him to the ground again. Maybe. But if I don't let myself get attached. Eren glanced up at her. You really think you have a choice in the matter? Eren swiped his leg and sent Annie sprawling to the ground as well, much to her surprise. He looked at her seriously. Whether you like it or not, we're going to get to know each other during training. You can try to be aloof in a futile attempt to numb the future pain, but that seems foolish to me. Annie hastily stood back up, glaring at him. And what would you suggest instead? Eren stood back up as well. Relax. Enjoy your time here. Get to know the others. Have some fun. Annie scoffed. I didn't come here for fun. Eren shrugged. Neither did I. But that doesn't mean I intend to be serious all the time. He looked at her darkly. When my mother was eaten by a Titan right in front of me, it was without a doubt the most horrific moment of my life. But the reason it was so horrific was because I loved her and because I cherished the good times that I had with her. In other words, the pain only came because of the happier moments that preceded it. Annie was stunned into silence. Part of her felt sympathetic for his loss, but a bigger part felt guilt. It was my fault of our fault. She quickly tried to suppress the feeling, but something about Eren's gaze made it more difficult. Eren tapped the side of his head. I may not have much life experience just yet, but I do know this. In life you have to take the good and the bad. You can't have joy without sadness. Cherish those around you while you can, because you never know when that opportunity may be lost forever. With that, Eren walked away, leaving Annie by herself with her thoughts. Chapter 3: Distress. Armin looked up from his notebook and surveyed the landscape around them. Apart from a few forests and rock formations dotted here and there, the dry wilderness stretched outwards in every direction, with no signs of civilization in sight. Directly in front of him was Marco, riding his horse at a slow but steady pace. Beside him were Eren and Mina. Behind them was Sasha, Connie, and Krista, with Jean at the rear of the group. Marco and Eren seemed to be the only ones who were staying focused, while the others were showing various signs of fatigue and boredom. Armin faced forward again and wrote a few notes down. It was hard to believe that a year had already passed since they had started their training. It was a fairly short period of time, but so much had happened. Armin was relieved to find that he was able to keep up with the others when it came to the physical demands of training to become a soldier. He was still better in the classroom, and he knew he would always be one of the weaker members, but he was grateful that he wasn't a burden, at least not so far. Eren's attitude had shifted ever since the opening ceremony, and while he and Mikasa were slightly perturbed by the change, they had to admit that they liked his new attitude much better. Eren no longer spoke about killing all the Titans and driving them out. In fact, he hardly ever talked about Titans at all anymore. Instead, he focused much more on getting to know their fellow cadets. It was thanks to him that Armin was well acquainted with Marco, Connie, and Sasha, among others, and Eren had even gotten Mikasa to become less reserved and become friends with some of the other female cadets, such as Mina and Krista. There was also Annie. Armin had been discouraged after their first exchange, but Eren had said that he would talk to her. Something Eren had said to her must have gotten through, because while she still kept to herself most of the time, she stopped being quite so aloof. Armin had tried tentatively talking to her again, and she gradually began to reciprocate. She never sought him out for conversation, but at the same time she never seemed like she wanted him to leave her alone. After several months, she even admitted that she enjoyed his company, and Armin could have sworn that he saw a slight blush on her cheeks, though it was gone so quickly that he could never say for sure. When it came to Mikasa, Armin had figured out that she had romantic feelings for Eren. He'd suspected that this was the case, but hadn't been sure until recently. He'd figured Eren would be too dense to notice, and so Mikasa would be doomed to an unrequited love until she came out and stated it. Or so he'd thought. But perhaps he had been mistaken. In addition to Eren's new friendliness toward the other cadets and the disappearance of his obsession with the Titans, another change in his personality was how he treated Mikasa. Before, he would snap and get mad whenever she tried to have his back or watched over him, saying he wasn't a little kid. But now, he not only didn't get mad, he seemed to appreciate the attention she gave him and was much more tactful in how he talked to her and about her. Armin wasn't sure exactly what was going on in Eren's head. He didn't know if his friend had realized Mikasa's feelings for him, or if it was just another sign that he was finally growing up, but either way it was another change that he appreciated. Another person who Armin had noticed had feelings for Mikasa was Jane. Armin felt pity for the young man, as Mikasa's heart clearly belonged to Eren, and so Jane's crush was doomed from the very beginning. Still, this fact, along with their differing views and goals, caused a friendly rivalry to develop between Eren and Jane. Eren would make fun of Jane for flaying to the interior, while Jane would mock Eren for being so eager to be Titan Char. About a week after training started, during one of these arguments, Eren had retorted by saying that he would give himself 10 or 11 years before he got eaten by a Titan. After that, it became a running joke that Eren would often bring up during their arguments, usually brought up whenever Jin said that he would die on his first mission outside the walls. Mikasa didn't think the joke was very funny, but the rest of the cadets found it amusing and were impressed how Eren could nonchalantly joke about his possible death in 10 or 11 years' time. Eren's confidence made him someone just about everyone liked, and he along with Reina were the favorites of the 104th Corps. But it wasn't just their attitude and confidence that made Eren and Reina popular, it was also their skill. During training, they were consistently among the top best cadets, many times being the best with only Mikasa surpassing them. Their dedication served as an inspiration for the other cadets, causing many of them to try harder. Even Jane, who was only trying to get into the military police, seemed impressed by Eren, though of course he would never admit it. Armin glanced back at Eren. Today, however, Eren didn't seem like his normal self. He was much quieter and more reserved than normal, as if something was bothering him. Armin shook his head. Perhaps it was just the mundanity of the exercise they were on. Part of the 104th Cadet Corps had been split into two groups. The first group was made up of Armin, Marco, Eren, Mina, Sasha, Connie, Krista, and Jane, with Marco as the leader and Armin as the record keeper. The second group was made up of Mikasa, Thomas, Reina, Bertolt, Annie, Daz, Nic, and Wimia, with Thomas as the leader and Mikasa as the record keeper. They were to make a round trip across a distance that extended for 40 kilometers, with one group traveling along the western end and the other group traveling along the eastern end. They would reach a forest at the end, meet up and exchange information, and then loop back and return to the training grounds. The point of the exercise was to see how they were able to sustain themselves in the absence of a crisis. So far most of the cadets just seemed bored, though they did maintain a consistent pace and listened to Marco when he gave them instructions. Armin glanced off to the side and saw a lizard walking parallel to them in a spot with more vegetation. Jean noticed it as well. "Hey, that lizard has been following us for a while now." Sasha's eyes lit up. "They're delicious, you know." Jean glanced back at her. "Oh, really?" Sasha nodded. "Yeah. My family and I used to eat them. They taste like chicken." Jean smirked. "All right then." Jean spurred his horse forward. Marco protested. "Wait." Jean called back. If hunting for food is part of the exercise, then what's better than catching that lizard? Historia cried. Don't do that. Jean pulled out his blades, aimed carefully, and struck the lizard through the back, killing it instantly. Jean grinned. Gotcha. Connie smiled. Nice. Sasha cheered. Woo. We'll be eating good tonight. Armin smiled at their antics and glanced back to see what Eren's reaction was. To his surprise, Eren still looked rather somber and didn't appear to be paying full attention to what was going on around him. Jean put the dead lizard with their supplies, and before long they were on their way again. As they continued their journey, Armin couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. What was up with Eren? That night they made camp. The lizard turned out to be big enough to feed all of them, and with Sasha's help they were able to have a decent meal around a hearty campfire. Armin didn't talk much, instead just taking the time to enjoy the others' company. Marco was talking to Jean about being a good leader, which Jean seemed to take seriously. Armin knew that they were best friends, and while they both wanted to get into the military police, they wanted to do so for different reasons. Jean mainly wanted to have a decent life and get away from the Titans, while Marco wanted to fix the corruption in the interior and serve the king. Armin was glad that some of Marco's ideas seemed to be rubbing off on Jean, though part of that could have been his desire to prove Eren wrong and show he wasn't just running away from the Titans. Armin glanced at Krista, who looked a little uncomfortable. Armin could tell why. Shortly after training had begun, she and Wimia had become practically inseparable, with one rarely turning up without the other. But for this assignment, they had been assigned to different groups, which took them out of their comfort zone a little. Armin smiled softly. He was sure Mikasa was going through the same thing. She rarely left her inside, and so being away from him even for this short exercise must be taking at least a little of a toll on her. Speaking of Eren, Armin glanced over and saw that Eren still had the same somber look on his face that he'd had all day and was staring absently into the fire. Armin scooted over next to him. Hey Eren. Eren turned toward him. Armin looked at him uncertainly. Are you okay? You've been unusually quiet today. Eren smiled. Oh, I'm fine. But Armin could tell that the smile was forced. You sure? Eren nodded. Yeah. Armin frowned. Okay then. Before long they put out the fire and got settled in for the night. Armin's mind was active for a while, but eventually he drifted off to sleep. What the hell? Connie's yell woke Armin up like a slap to the face. Armin lurched upright and froze. They were surrounded on all sides by a group of men wearing bags on their heads and pointing guns at them. The others were now all awake and looking up at the strange men in confusion and fear. After a moment of silence, one of the men spoke. Don't move. Gather their 3D deer. Eren responded, his voice surprisingly calm. And what will you do with them? The man glanced at him, his eyes just barely visible through the holes in the bag. There are some people who will pay handsomely for them. You can't beat the Titans anyway, so what's wrong with selling some useless equipment? Eren shook his head. I disagree with your analysis of the situation, but equipment can be replaced, while lives cannot. So I'll cooperate, so long as you don't threaten the lives of my friends. The man chuckled grimly. Oh, don't worry. As long as you behave, we won't kill you. The thieves gathered the 3DMG and placed them in a wagon they had nearby. Armin tried to swallow back the fear he felt and analyze the situation. Their horses were gone. It appeared that the thieves had cut them loose and scared them off. They outnumbered the thieves slightly, but they had no weapons, so trying anything rash would be a bad idea. Still, Armin was puzzled. Eren had seemed like something was bothering him all day, but when things suddenly became really bad, Eren acted fairly calm. He didn't understand. Before long the thieves had gathered all the gear and were pulling Krista toward the wagon. She looked frightened, but didn't oppose them, their guns keeping her from acting out. The man who appeared to be in charge looked back at the trainees. Now, just to make sure you don't follow us, we'll be taking her as a hostage. We'll release her once we're away, but if you come after us, she'll pay the price. Eren stepped forward. No. Everyone looked at Eren as if he was crazy. The man looked at him incredulously. Excuse me. Eren's face became serious. I'm not going to let you take her. If you must take someone, take me instead. Historia's eyes widened. Armin gasped. Eren. The man scowled. Insolent brat. Fine. But if you cause us any trouble, you're dead, understand? Eren nodded. I understand. Armin looked at his friend in disbelief. Eren. Eren smiled back at him. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Just keep your head held up high, and I know you'll see things through. The thieves bound Eren and placed him inside the wagon. A moment later, they were gone, and the members of the 104th were standing still in the now quiet and empty forest. Connie grimaced. Damn it. Jean scowled. I guess that bastard wasn't just all talk. Shit. Krista whispered. He sacrificed himself for me. Why? Sasha looked at Marco uncertainly. What do we do now? Marco sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. Should we go after them? Or should we go back to the training grounds and report what's happened? Mina shook her head. I'm not sure. What do you think I mean? Mina looked at him when he didn't answer. Armin looked thoughtful. Something about En's parting words. I think he was trying to tell me something without giving away his true intentions to the Fags. But what? What was he trying to tell me? Armin leaned against a nearby tree and looked up at the sky. When he did so, for a second he saw a glint of light within the branches. Armin blinked. What? He tilted his head back and forth. As he looked at the branch from different angles, the glint would appear and disappear depending on where he was looking from. Armin's eyes widened, and without warning he began to climb the tree. Marco exclaimed. Whoa. Jean looked baffled. Armin, what are you doing? Sasha called up. Be careful. Armin reached the branch where he had seen the glint of light and found a large pile of leaves sitting there. As he brushed a few aside, he realized that the leaves were covering up a large black blanket that had been draped over the top of the branch. Armin pulled the blanket off, and everyone gasped as they saw what the blanket had been hiding. Connie looked at it in disbelief. Is that? Armin nodded. Eren's 3D gear. It's almost like he knew something was going to happen, so he stashed it up here just in case. Jean folded his arms. Damn it. Now the bastard is clairvoyant too. Sasha looked at him uncertainly. What's clairvoyant mean? Jean sighed. Armin handed the gear down to Marco and then descended from the tree. Armin looked at them all with determination. Guys, I think we should go after the Fays. It's possible we might be able to take our gear back from them, but at the very least we need to make sure that Eren is okay. Jean, since you're the best with the gear, you should take it. Jean nodded. Right. So, what's our first move? Sasha spoke up. Well, the first thing we should do is find a high point where we can get a good view of the area. The thieves bustled around the campsite, gathering supplies and loading them onto wagons. The man in charge raised his voice. Hurry. As soon as we load everything up, we'll head out. Marcus nodded. The sooner they finished this job, the better. The prisoner next to him spoke up. Hey, is it all right if I take a leak over there? The boy, whose name was Eren apparently, was pointing at some bushes growing right next to the rocky formation that overlooked their camp. Marcus sighed. Fine. But no sudden moves, you got it. Eren nodded. They walked over to the rocky wall, and Eren relieved himself while Marcus kept an eye on him, feeling bored. When he was done, Eren glanced at Marcus. So, what's your end goal? Marcus frowned. Huh? Eren gestured at the wagons. You sell the equipment, get some money from it, and then what? Sooner or later the Titans are going to break through Wall Rose. The only way of stopping their advance is to fight, and to fight we need that gear. Marcus shook his head. I told you, kid, you can't beat the Titans. Eren shrugged. Maybe we can. Maybe we can't. But shouldn't we at least try to fight for our survival? Are you really content with doing nothing and leaving your fate in the hands of others? Marcus tightened his grip on his gun. I control my own fate. Eren shook his head. When the Titans get through the wall, you don't. What will you do when there's no place left that's safe? Marcus scowled. I'll worry about that when the day comes. Eren sighed. I see. So you're nothing more than a coward, unwilling to fight, but fine with dragging others down with you. You pathetic. Marcus glared at him. Shut your mouth, you little shit. To prove his point, Marcus smacked Eren's head with the barrel of his gun. The young man collapsed to the ground with a grunt of pain. Marcus looked at him in disgust. You talk big, but you just a kid. What the hell do you know? Eren looked up at him. His cheek was swollen and there was a cut on his upper lip. I don't know much. But I do know one thing. Sparks began to emanate from Eren's body. Eren looked at him darkly. I am going to take back Wall Maria. And I will destroy anyone who gets in my way. Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief and horror as Eren's entire body began to glow, and the last thing he felt was an intense heat enveloping his entire body. After about an hour of hiking, the group of trainees reached the top of the closest mountain, which gave them a better view of the surrounding area. Jean called out. There. He pointed toward a column of smoke that was a few miles away, near a rocky formation within the forest. Armin peered at it. Smoke. That must be where their camp is. Marco stepped forward. Let's head over there. Jean nodded. Right. A few minutes after they began to descend the mountain, however, an audible boom came from the direction of the thieves' camp. All of them looked up sharply. Connie frowned. What the hell was that? The next second, part of the rocky formation began to collapse. Armin looked at it carefully. An avalanche. He froze. Oh no. Eren. The others reacted in alarm. Jean readied his gear. I'll go on ahead, scout out the situation. You guys follow behind, okay? Marco nodded. Why, yeah. Jean slid down the side of the mountain and used his gear to begin speeding through the forest. Shit. It's bad enough he had to play hero, now he's going to get himself killed doing it, even before he's faced a Titan. As he got near to the campsite, Jean began to slow down in case he ran into any of the thieves. He paused when he noticed someone stumbling down the forest path toward him. He perched on a branch and readied his blades in case it was an enemy. As the person got closer, however, Jean could see that it was not an enemy. It was... Jean swooped down. Eren. Are you okay? Eren nodded, looking slightly unsteady on his feet. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Jean looked at him uncertainly. What happened? Eren shook his head. I'm not sure. There was some kind of an explosion and then the rock wall collapsed. Most of the thieves were killed. I guess I got lucky. Jean grimaced. While he wouldn't say he was glad that the thieves were dead, he wasn't sorry either. What about our gear? Eren shrugged. I don't know. Some of it got crushed, but there may be some parts that are salvageable. Eren inspected Jean carefully. I see you found my hidden gear. Jean glanced at the gear. Yeah. How did you know? Eren frowned. I just had a bad feeling. I thought it was best to. Without warning, a gunshot ripped through the night. The bullet burst through Eren's chest and whizzed past Jean's face. Eren collapsed while Jean stumbled backwards in shock. Eren. The last surviving thief stepped out of the shadows and pointed his gun at Jean. Don't move. Hand over your gear. I'm not getting out of this mess empty-handed. Give it to me now. Jean raised his hands in the air. Okay. Jean could see that the thief looked extremely jumpy and panicked, and hastily began to undo his gear and toss it to the ground. The thief yelled, "And hurry!" The thief looked around nervously. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not staying around here any longer than necessary. Not when there's a... Suddenly, the thief stopped speaking. Jean looked up and was stunned by what he saw. Eren had somehow gotten back up, snuck up behind the thief, pushed the gun down with one hand, and wrapped his other hand around the thief's neck. In one fluid motion, Eren pulled back his arm and broke the man's neck. The thief collapsed to the ground, dead, his gun thudding against the ground. But what stood out most to Jane was Eren's eyes. They were wild, feral, looking like they burned with some primordial anger that had been hidden for a long time, only to suddenly come to life at this moment. Holy shit. Jean thought frantically. Before long, though, the fire in Eren's eyes faded, and he simply looked tired. His head drooped and he fell to the ground again. Jean rushed forward. Eren. Eren chuckled weakly. Guess that was pretty stupid of me. But it wouldn't be the first time, and I doubt it'll. Eren's words faded into silence. Jean glanced at the thief's corpse for a second before carefully picking Eren up and heading back to find the others. About an hour later, Jean had found the others again, and they set up another fire to warm themselves, tend to Eren, and calm down. Mina stepped back after bandaging Eren's wound. He looks like he'll be okay. The bullet went right through him and seems to have missed any vital organs. Jean looked at Eren's sleeping form in disbelief. He's insane. He risked his life for us, and after getting shot, the maniac still managed to get back up and... Marco interjected. He was just trying to protect us. It's not like he murdered him in cold blood. Jean grimaced. Yeah, I know. Doesn't make me feel any better though. You weren't there when it happened. Connie shivered. Still, it's freaky how he was able to do all that. It's like he's done this before. Connie glanced across the fire. Hey Armin, has he ever done anything like this before? Armin remained silent, which immediately got everyone's attention. Connie's eyes widened. You mean he has? Jean and Marco looked surprised, while Krista looked slightly horrified. Sasha gasped. What happened? Armin shifted uncomfortably. I suppose you guys have a right to know, given what happened tonight, but promise me you won't tell anyone else, okay? The others agreed, and Armin reluctantly began his story. About a year before the breach, Eren was accompanying his dad, who's a doctor, to do a house visit to Mikasa's family. Armin frowned darkly. When they got there, though, it turned out that Mikasa's parents had been murdered by sex traffickers and they'd abducted Mikasa. The others gasped in shock at this revelation. Armin found himself unable to look at them and focused on finishing the story as quickly as possible. Eren's father told him to wait while he went to get the police, but Eren didn't listen. Instead, he tracked them down to an old cabin in the woods where they were hiding out, and he killed them. There was total silence for a minute or two apart from the crackle of the fire. Connie glanced at the ground. Dan. Jean scowled. TCH. I guess he's always been a suicidal bastard. Krista looked at Armin sadly. How old was he when this happened? Armin hesitated. 9. Krista's eyes widened. Sasha frowned thoughtfully. And is that why Mikasa is so devoted to him? Armin nodded. Yeah, at least, that's part of it. Marco sighed. I knew that his mother had been eaten by a titan, but this... Krista stared into the fire. He did it to protect us. That's what really matters. Connie grimaced. Oh no. Still. Jean muttered to himself. How am I supposed to compete with that? Mina giggled slightly, and soon everyone joined in at Jane's expense, causing him to turn red. While Jean didn't appreciate the embarrassing moment, he had to admit it helped to lighten the mood a little. Eren began to stir. But instead of waking up, he began to murmur feverishly, like he was having a disturbing dream. Armin went over to him. "Eren, are you all right? Say something." Eren mumbled. "Must protect of them and must protect a Historia." Most of the cadets were simply puzzled by Eren's words, but Krista froze, her face lit up with shock and horror. Sasha looked at Eren uncertainly. "He's saying he needs to protect us." Marco frowned. "Well, he already did that. But who is Historia?" The others seemed confused, and Krista hastily tried to feign confusion along with them. But while the rest of the cadets were able to get back to sleep before long, with Marco keeping watch this time, Krista found her mind churning, both pleased and terrified at Eren's words at the same time. The following morning Eren woke up and seemed to be back to his usual self. After getting some breakfast, they headed back to the thieves' former campsite to see if there was anything salvageable. When they arrived, they found that the other group had already arrived. Thomas looked relieved. "So, you guys are okay?" Mikasa noticed Eren's bandages and rushed over to him. "Eren." She looked at him anxiously. "What happened?" Armin relayed what had happened the previous night, though he left out the part where Eren had killed the thief. Mikasa looked at them all in concern. "My God. You're all okay?" Jean rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, we are fine. Eren should be okay too, assuming he doesn't do something else stupid." Eren grinned sheepishly. Mikasa shook her head. "Eren. You reckless idiot." Eren chuckled. "Sorry I worried you again. Still, I have about 10 years before a Titan eats me, so there's no way I could have died here." Mikasa frowned, but the others laughed at Eren's comment. Rena stepped forward. "Glad to see you're still in one piece. Some of the gear is still good, so we better take it back with us so other thieves don't come along and finish what these guys tried to start." Thomas nodded. "Good idea." The two groups dispersed and began surveying the ruined campsite to find any remaining supplies that they could. Armin looked at the collapsed rock wall and large stones strewn throughout the area with a frown. I wonder what caused the avalanche anyway." Seeing Krista was by herself, Wimmy jogged up to her. Wimmy placed a hand on her shoulder. "You all right?" Krista closed her eyes. "Yes sir, well no." Wimmy tensed up. "What's wrong?" Krista hesitated. "Well." Wimmy tightened her grip on Krista's shoulder. "Spit it out." Krista swallowed nervously. "They were going to take me as a hostage in order to ensure the others' cooperation until they were away, but Eren insisted on going in my place." Wimmy whistled. "Damn. Looks like I've got some competition." She frowned. "But that's a good thing, isn't it?" Krista shook her head. "Yes, but after we brought him back to the camp, he started talking in his sleep, and he said that he needed to protect us, that he needed to protect me, but he used my real name." Wimmy's eyes widened. Krista looked up at Wimmy anxiously. "And how does he know my real name?" "I haven't told anyone, not even you." "So how?" Wimmy grimaced darkly. "I think we are going to have a little chat with Eren once we get back to base." After all the excitement, the return journey back seemed rather boring, but boring was an improvement, so the cadets appreciated it more than they had the previous day. When they arrived back, Armin headed to Shoddy's office to deliver his and Mikasa's report. While Shoddy's read over his report, Armin found himself thinking back to the campsite. It definitely looked like an avalanche or a rock slide, whatever you want to call it. But it's strange. What caused it in the first place? And how did it kill all of the thieves? Surely more than one should have made it out in time, especially since Eren did. And a lot of the stones were directly on top of the thieves' corpses, almost as if they were placed there on purpose. Eren's story seems to make sense, but at the same time it feels like we are missing something. Shoddy's looked up. "Arlet." Armin hastily saluted. "Sir." Shoddy's looked at him carefully. Both teams seemed to have handled themselves well considering the circumstances. Armin nodded. Thank you, sir. Shoddy's hesitated. The explosion that happened right before the avalanche, tell me, did it sound at all similar to thunder to you? Almin blinked. Yes, I suppose it did sound somewhat like thunder. Why? Shoddy's leaned back. It's nothing. I was just curious. Almin frowned. Okay. Almin suspected that Shoddy's also knew there was something else going on. What it was, though, Almin couldn't say for sure. The following day, Eren was heading back to the Dawns when he was intercepted by Wimia and Krista. Wimia frowned darkly. Hey Jaeger. We need to talk. Eren looked at her warily. What about? Wimia pointed her thumb at Krista. While you were out the other night, apparently you were talking in your sleep. And Krista says that you said something that you shouldn't know. Eren looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Comprehension dawned on him as he took in Krista's nervous face. Oh. Eren tried to smile reassuringly at Krista. I won't tell anyone. I doubt anyone there realized who I was talking about. Wimia scowled. That's not the point. How do you know? Eren winced and started to walk away, but Wimia was not going to let that stand. She grabbed him by the collar, pinned him to a nearby wall, and brought a knife to his throat. Krista gasped. Wimia. Wimia stared into Eren's eyes. Answer me. How do you know? Eren looked away. My father. Wimia blinked. What? Eren returned her gaze. My father told me. Wimia frowned. And how did your father know? Who is he? Eren shook his head slightly. We all have secrets we would rather not share with others. He looked at her seriously. Don't we, Lady Wimia? Wimia stumbled back, her eyes wide in disbelief. How? Eren grimaced. So, I guess my hunch was right. Krista looked at them both in confusion, feeling more nervous than before. She'd never seen Wimia looking frightened before, and it scared her. Eren looked at Wimia carefully. As with a secret, I won't divulge yours either. You have my word. Wimia whispered. Who are you? Eren glanced away. I'm a friend of humanity. That's all you need to know. Eren began to walk away, and this time Wimia didn't try to stop him. Krista protested. Wait. Eren stopped. Krista hesitantly continued. Please tell me, how do you know my real name? And why did you protect me? Eren looked back at her. My father told me. As for why I protected you, it's because I intend to do everything I can to keep my comrades out of harm's way. Krista looked at him anxiously. But she didn't say the others' names. What's different about me? Eren turned around to face them again. Do you really want to know? That information could place you in grave danger. And you, Wimia. Wimia folded her arms. We can handle ourselves. Eren smiled wryly. Yes, I suppose you can. After checking to make sure there was no one else around, Eren looked at Krista seriously. Your bloodline is the true royal family. Chapter 4, Something in the Air. Wimia and Historia sat under the shade of the tree, Historia leaning against Wimia's shoulder while Wimia gently stroked her hair. It was late in the evening, and it would soon be time for them to head back to the barracks, or else face the consequences of breaking curfew. But for now, they simply enjoyed the quiet moment. Wimia glanced up at the branches, the leaves swaying slightly in the wind. It was hard to believe that there were only a few months left before graduation. The past 3 years had flown by, and yet so much had happened. After being friends for about a year, Wimia and Historia had slowly shifted into being something more. They weren't sure what to call it, they just greatly enjoyed each other's company. And one person who had indirectly helped them grow closer was Eren Jaeger. Wimia didn't interact with him directly much anymore, but she still remembered the conversation they'd had after that fateful exercise gone wrong. Eren looked at Krista seriously. Your bloodline is the true royal family. Krista's eyes widened. What? But that means... Eren nodded. You have a claim to the throne. Krista looked utterly shocked at this revelation. So that's why. Wimir frowned. Krista, could you give me and Eren a moment to speak privately? Krista still looked dazed and nodded absently. Oh. Okay. Wimir also was shocked by this unexpected news about a friend, but did a better job of hiding it. She wanted at least a few answers out of Eren. After Krista left, Wimir looked at Eren carefully. You say that your father told you all this? Eren averted his gaze. Yes. He came from the same place you came from. Wimir's eyes widened. I see. Where is he now? Eren grimaced. He's dead. Wimir lowered her gaze and stared at the ground near Eren's feet. She was silent for a moment before speaking again. That wasn't really an avalanche, was it? Eren shook his head slowly. No. Wimir once again fell into silence. Eren walked up to her and met her gaze. As I said, I'll protect your secret, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would do the same for me. Wimir swallowed nervously. Right. Eren looked at her seriously. In the meantime, would you do me a favor? Keep an eye on her. Make sure she's safe. Wimir nodded. Can do. Eren let out a small smile. Thanks. Eren then walked away, leaving Wimir alone with her buzzing thoughts. Wimir didn't know exactly what was going on, and something about Eren intimidated her, making her reluctant to press him for more answers. But she got the sense that he was someone she could trust. In the meantime, Wimir was more than happy to look after Krista. Or rather, Historia. A few weeks after their conversation with Eren, Historia had confessed her real name to Wimir and talked about her past. Wimir had been very supportive, and the two grew even closer. Which led them to where they were now, sitting under the shade of the tree next to each other, their fingers interlaced as they enjoyed the cool evening air. Historia shifted slightly, glancing up at Wimir. Something wrong? Wimir shook her head. No. Just thinking. Wimir stroked Historia's hair. You nervous about tomorrow's test? Historia shrugged. A little. You? Wimir smirked. Not really. Just stay focused and you'll do fine, princess. Historia blushed at the nickname Wimir had given her, but still smiled. Seeing her smile made it all worth it. Wimir wasn't sure when she was going to tell Historia about her past. She knew she would have to come clean at some point, it was only fair. In the end she decided that she would tell the truth about her past when Eren revealed himself. She didn't know when he would make his move, but with graduation approaching it couldn't be too much longer. Wimir glanced back up at the sky and continued to stroke Historia's hair, savoring the peaceful moment. Armin walked next to Annie through the trees. It was Sunday morning, and they had a few hours of freedom. Most of the 104th members were very talkative and outgoing, while neither of them were as comfortable in group settings, and Sir tended to prefer spending time alone. At least, until they started spending more time together, such as this morning in the forest next to the training grounds. Only a few more months until graduation. Armin had difficulty wrapping his mind around the idea. On one hand, it was exciting, as they would be able to go out and use what they had learned to good use. On the other hand, he'd become accustomed to life as a trainee, and moving forward into unfamiliar territory was a little scary. Armin could tell that Annie was also nervous, as she became more and more reserved as graduation got closer and closer, only ever letting her guard down around him. Most of the cadets seemed to have the same mixture of excitement and nervousness about graduation. The only ones who didn't were Mikasa, Eren, and Reina. After the exercise where the thieves had appeared, the story about how Eren had risked his neck for his friends had spread like wildfire among the rest of the cadets, and his reputation only improved. Both he and Reina became like big brother figures to the rest of the 104th, the strong leaders they could count on in times of trouble. Armin had pondered about the incident, as some details still didn't seem to add up. Eren's actions seemed too deliberate, almost as if he had planned it. But then, how could he have possibly known about the thieves ahead of time? While he felt like he was missing something and that there was something Eren wasn't sharing, he ultimately decided to put it aside for now. As time passed, there seemed to be something in the air, something that brought people together, and not just as comrades and friends. The first people to pair up were Franz and Hannah, who, after much teasing, finally fessed up that they were together. Armin didn't know them very well, but he was happy for them and hoped that they had a good future ahead of them, something which was hard to come by as a soldier. The next ones to pair up were actually Eren and Mikasa. It had caught Armin off guard, as one day Mikasa was suddenly in an unusually good mood, and she kept glancing at Eren throughout the day, even more than normal. That evening, Eren had told him that he had known about Mikasa's feelings for a while now and wasn't sure what he should do. But after the incident with the thieves, he realized how lucky he was to still be alive and decided that he was going to make the most of the time that he had. There would likely be struggles and hardships in the coming years, so it was best to enjoy the happier moments now while he still could. Plus, he wanted Mikasa to be happy, and so opened up to her feelings, determined to make the most of the here and now. As one of the more popular cadets, Eren's relationship with Mikasa gained a fair amount of gossip and attention, though nobody teased them about it when they were present. In Eren's case it was because they respected him enough to let him be, and in Mikasa's case it was because they knew how tough she was and consequently didn't want to get on her bad side. Armin was happy for them, but he still felt something was slightly off about Eren. He knew that Eren loved Mikasa, but did it go as deep as Mikasa's love for him? Was he with her because he truly felt the same way, or was it just because he wanted to make her happy? Perhaps it was a little of both. Armin wasn't sure, but he hoped things worked out for them. After what they had been through, surely they of all people deserved it. Eren and Mikasa's relationship had obviously not thrilled Jane, who was still trying to get over his unrequited affections for the young woman, but after Eren had saved his life during the exercise, he didn't resent Eren too much, though the two of them still got into friendly arguments almost every day. A few months after Eren and Mikasa got together, Armin noticed Wimia and Krista beginning to spend more time together as well, and he suspected that their relationship could be beyond just friendship. He wasn't sure, though, so he didn't tell anyone. And of course, he and Annie had a thing going as well. They kept it to themselves and they didn't know what to call it, but after enough time had passed, Armin noticed a shift in Annie's attitude. At first she talked with him just to humor him. Then she talked with him because she actually wanted to. At some point, Annie began initiating the conversations instead of him, and eventually it became an unspoken habit for them to go walking in the woods during the few moments of free time they were allowed. Sometimes they talked, and sometimes they just remained silent and enjoyed each other's company. Today, Armin was talking about the ocean. He was surprised that Annie had heard about it and wanted to share what he knew to her. Armin looked at her excitedly. It apparently covers a lot of the world's surface. And it's full of salt, so much that no one could ever take it all. Annie looked thoughtful. I've also heard that the air near the ocean is so clear and the breezes are really nice as well. There's probably also different kinds of plants and animals both near and in the ocean. Armin looked interested. Really? That sounds neat. I hope someday we get to see it. Annie frowned. Yeah. Armin glanced back at her uncertainly. Annie. Annie had closed her eyes and several tears were streaming down her face. Armin looked at her sadly. Annie, I know that you're... Annie shook her head. No. I'm not a good person. I wish I was a but. Armin gently touched her arm, and all at once Annie kissed him. Armin pulled her in close and felt her tears on his face. This was also part of their routine. Around everyone else, Annie was as stoic as could be. But here, around him, she finally let her guard down. Her kisses were sweet and passionate, but she still cried every time. Armin didn't understand. Annie kept saying that she wasn't a good person, and no matter how Armin tried to persuade her otherwise, she still maintained her stance. Armin knew part of why she thought she was a bad person. One day, after getting him to swear that he would never tell anyone else, she had confessed about how she had abandoned her friend Marcel in order to save herself. She didn't go into detail, but Armin could understand why she felt horrible about it. There was something else, though, something she hadn't told him yet. He desperately wanted to know her and to reassure her that no matter what mistakes she had made in the past, she was still a good person at heart. But he was willing to wait and offer her what comfort he could in the meantime. Annie leaned against him, her lips still pressed against his, and he gently rubbed her back, her tears still falling onto his cheeks. Aside from a few torches lit here and there, the training grounds were completely dark. At a glance it looked like everyone had turned in for the night. But there were two people who were still awake and sitting near the edge of the woods, their fingers interlaced and staring up at the stars. They knew if they were caught, they would be in trouble, but they were pretty sure they wouldn't be. Mikasa glanced at Eren, smiling softly. The past 3 years had brought many changes, some emotional and some physical. Eren was no longer a boy, but a young man, and Mikasa found that she couldn't stare at him for too long without starting to feel warm all over. Tonight, though, she noticed his gaze looked troubled. Something had been bothering him lately, and while she had ignored it at first, she decided to see if there was something wrong. She squeezed his hand. "Eren, you okay? You've been rather quiet lately." Eren looked at her, his face sullen. "Graduation is only a few months away. And after that I will be in the Scouts, facing the Titans again." Mikasa looked at him carefully. "Are you having second thoughts?" Eren shook his head. "No. But when Mama died, that hurt. A lot. And I know that more people will have to die in order for us to take back Walmaria. And some of them might even be the people we've gotten to know here." Eren began to look distraught. "But I don't want to go through that again. It was bad enough at the first time." To her surprise, Mikasa realized Eren was crying, something she hadn't seen him do in years. Eren whispered, "In my dreams I see them dead all the time with Mom, at least it's in the past, it's done. But with the others I want to protect them, but I don't know if I can, and the thought that my dreams might become reality, that I'll fail them again, Mikasa embraced him and held him in her arms. "You can't expect to protect them all. You're only one person." Eren sniffed. "I know. And yet it feels like I should." Mikasa pulled back and looked at Eren, her calm eyes staring back at his watery ones. "I can't promise that everything will be okay. But I can promise this. I will do everything in my power to protect them. And you're not alone." Eren smiled, and the next second leaned forward so that their lips met. No matter how often they did it, it still sent a thrill down her spine. She cupped his face in her hands, savoring the moment. Their kisses started calm, but before long Eren was lying on the ground and Mikasa was on top of him, her kisses becoming more eager. While her lips were still wrapped around his, she reached down and began to unbutton his uniform. She finished unbuttoning the uniform, exposing Eren's chest, before pulling back and looking at him uncertainly. She tried to go beyond kissing before, but during all of her previous attempts Eren would always stop her, saying he wasn't ready yet. But this time, he wasn't saying anything. She gently touched his stomach, as if to ask permission. Eren's eyes gleamed, and he gave a barely perceptible nod. Suddenly feeling like there were butterflies in her stomach, she reached up and began unbuttoning her own uniform. A moment later, Eren began to help her, and they kissed again, their breathing becoming more and more heated. A few nights later, a very different meetup occurred farther away from the main grounds. Reyna, Bertolt, and Annie were sitting on a series of tree stumps, looking rather serious. Reyna looked at Annie. "So, how did it go?" Annie sighed. "Not too good. I ended up crawling around in the inner city sewers. There was this man in a black coat who was different from the others. He's skilled. I almost got caught. He might have seen my face." She closed her eyes. "Even if I make it into the military police, with him being there, there's a limit to what I can do." Reyna frowned. "A limit, huh?" Annie looked at Rayna uncertainly. Let's take the intel we've gathered until now and go back to Mali. It's already been more than 5 years since we got here. Whatever information we have, they'll welcome it. Rayna looked at us seriously. You really believe that? Annie didn't respond. With these results after 5 years, Mali's definitely going to be disappointed. Annie glanced away. Then what? What do we do? Rayna stood up. We destroy Walrose. Annie and Bertolt looked slightly shocked, but waited for him to elaborate. Rayna continued. Whether or not there's a promise of pacifism, it makes no difference to our plan to locate the founding Titan. When us trainees are gathered at Trust, the Survey Court will be out on a scouting mission. The inside of the walls will fall into total chaos, and us trainees will also be forced to fight. We'll hide like that, and even if our bodies can't be found, there's no way people will think we are still alive. Rayna held his hands up. After that, we'll mix in with the refugees and enter the inner capital. Depending on the situation, we can carry on being soldiers too. Even if we don't make it into the top 10, we can still become local military police. The key is to be in a position where it's easy to follow the king's movements. Annie grimaced. Many of your friends will die, though. They might all die. Rayna knocked down in front of her. How many times do I have to tell you? They are not my friends. Unlike us, they are Eldian devils. However, it doesn't hurt to gain their trust. Annie scoffed. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? I've watched you interacting with them. You've never been a good liar, and despite what you claim, I think deep down you know these people aren't really devils. If you wanted to keep on believing that they were nothing but devils, then you shouldn't have formed bonds with so many of them. It'll only make things harder for you. Rayna narrowed his eyes. What about you and Amin? Annie froze. What? Don't think I don't know about that. You criticize me for getting friendly with the other trainees, but you go and do the same thing. Annie opened her mouth, but closed it again without saying anything. Rayna's face darkened. At least I know where my loyalties are. Are you sympathizing with these devils? Is that why you're opposed to destroying Walrose? Annie scowled. No. I know my place. If you think destroying Walrose is what needs to be done in order for us to complete our mission and go home, then so be it. Rayna nodded. Good. Rayna's face softened. I'm sorry for putting so much pressure on you lately. He slowly stood back up. Let's leave it for tonight. We'll discuss things again tomorrow. Suddenly, they heard a twig snap a few feet away. Bertolt whirled around. What? The sound had come from a nearby patch of bushes. Rayna's heart began to race. Oh no. Is someone? The three of them slowly crept toward the bushes, and a dark furry creature ran out, causing them to jump. It chattered at them indignantly before disappearing into the darkness. Rayna let out a sigh of relief. It was just a raccoon. Annie found herself laughing slightly. The scare over, the three of them began to make their way back to the barracks. Bertolt spoke up. You know, I keep having the same dream. Within the bushes, Eren let out the sigh of relief he'd been holding in. Shit. Damn it. That was too close, too damn close. I can't risk doing this again. Still, I know what their plans are now, so I don't need to. So, it was Rayna who suggested it. And while Annie seemed a little hesitant, she still went along with it. A little disappointing. I was hoping her bond with Amin might be enough to make her reconsider things, but I guess not. Although, she probably wouldn't voice her doubts to Rayna and Bertolt. Still, given what happened last time around, I'd better just assume that she's going to go along with Rayna's plans. If she backstabs him, that'd be nice, but I won't count on it. Now then, I need to seriously think about this. What am I going to do in Trust? Eren's thoughts kept him awake for the rest of the night, and they kept him awake for most of the following night as well. And just when he'd finally managed to fall back asleep, Ah. Eren bolted upright, and he wasn't the only one. Reyna looked out the window anxiously. That sounded like Armin, didn't it? Eren glanced over at the bed opposite him and saw that Armin wasn't there. Before long, they and several other cadets rushed outside to see what was going on. They found Armin laying face down on the ground, barely moving. Eren looked at his friend anxiously. Armin. What happened? Armin looked like he was trying to hold back tears. I was coming back from the bathroom when someone chunked me, knocked me down, and... He winced in pain. It feels like they broke my leg. The gathered cadets murmured in shock. Connie looked bewildered. Who would do something like that? Reyna bent down next to Armin. Here, I'll take you over to the infirmary. Thanks. While Reyna carried Armin over to the infirmary, Eren stared after them thoughtfully. By lunchtime, everyone knew about the incident. They had been unable to find the culprit, though Shoddies had assured them that they would be in a whole world of trouble if he ever found out who did it. After visiting Armin in the infirmary, Eren and Mikasa had found to their relief that it was a clean break, and so it was unlikely there would be any complications. Unfortunately, it would take several months for it to heal completely. Sasha munched on her sandwich thoughtfully. Seriously, though, who would do something like that? Mikasa's eyes darkened. If I ever find out, I'll make them pay. Marco held up his hands. Well, it wasn't me. I would never want to get on your bad side. Jean frowned. But who could have done it? And why? Eren shrugged absently. I don't know. Eren noticed a few tables away that Reyna was staring pointedly at Annie, who was staring out the window as if to avoid eye contact with anyone. Eren raised his voice slightly. On the bright side, if the Titans attack at graduation, Armin won't have to be on the front lines. Annie's cheeks flushed slightly, and Eren grinned internally as his suspicion was confirmed. Jean scowled. Yeah, but we would, so they'd better not. You might be eager to die, but not all of us are. Eren smirked. Nah, I've still got 8 years before a Titan will eat me. So even if they do attack at graduation, I'm sure I'll be fine. Mikasa frowned, but the others laughed at his jerk. Eren smiled, trying to brush aside troublesome thoughts of the future, and enjoyed this moment with his friends. Chapter 5, Point of No Return. Do you have heart? All the cadets saluted. Sir. The military officer continued. As of this moment, you have 3 options open to you. Choose wisely. He spread his hands out. The garrison regiment, whose job is to reinforce the walls. The scouting regiment, who venture out into Titan territory to reclaim what was once ours. And the military police, maintaining law and order in the interior under the direction of His Majesty. He gestured toward the front row. Those cadets eligible for the military police have already been named. The rest of you take a look at them. This is the top of your class. It was the graduation ceremony, and all of the 104th Cadet members from the Southern Division were gathered. The top 10 graduates stood at the front. From left to right, highest to lowest, the top 10 were Mikasa Ackerman, Eren Yeager, Reyna Braun, Annie Lenhardt, Bertolt Hoover, Jean Kirstein, Marco Bott, Sasha Browse, Connie Springer, and Wimir. Armin wasn't at all surprised that Mikasa and Eren had made it into the top 10, though he was a little surprised that they had both ranked so highly. He'd known ahead of time that he wouldn't be in the top 10, and that was fine. Eren and Mikasa were planning to join the scouts, and so Armin would be able to join with them. He just hoped he wouldn't be a burden. Armin leaned against the crutches he was using to stay upright. His leg was most of the way healed, but he still needed the crutches to get around. He felt rather self-conscious about it, as all the other cadets could remain standing just fine, but he knew there was no help in it. To his relief, the ceremony concluded a few minutes later. There was a party afterwards for the cadets to celebrate, and Armin planned to stay for a little while before turning in, as he didn't like being out and about with the crutches more than he had to be. At the party, most of the graduates were grouped together with their friends, enjoying the more luxurious food and drinks that had been provided for the occasion. As usual, though, Annie was off by herself in one of the room's corners. Armin made his way over to her, going as fast as his crutches would allow. He beamed at her. "Congratulations on making it into the top 10. Annie nodded stiffly. "Thanks." While she was more open when they were alone, she reverted back to her cold exterior whenever there were other people around. Although, as Armin thought about it, she'd been becoming more and more withdrawn the closer graduation became. He felt slightly uneasy. Did she not like him anymore? What was going on in her head? He smiled uncertainly. "So, which branch are you joining?" Annie lowered her eyes. "The MPs." "Oh. So you're still set on that, huh?" Annie nodded. "Yes." She looked at him gravely. "What about you? Are you still planning to join the Scouts?" Armin nodded. "Yeah. Eren and Mikasa are joining the Scouts, so that's where I'll go as well." Annie frowned. "Are you sure? I know you can't join the MPs, but you could still join the garrison. That'd be a lot safer, and you'd still be helping humanity." Armin shook his head. "No. I want to see the outside world. I can't do that by staying cooped up inside these walls. Besides, I want to stay with my friends." He grinned. "Although, if I had made it into the top 10, you can be sure I'd consider joining the MPs if it meant staying with you." Annie sighed. "Yeah." She jerked her head. "How's the lead?" Armin grimaced. "Almost healed. The doctors say it needs a week or two more before I try putting any weight on it." Annie's face softened. "That's good." Armin opened his mouth to say something else, but paused as he noticed several graduates gathering around Eren. Annie folded her arms and watched the scene curiously, and Armin found himself watching as well. NIC looked at Eren incredulously. "You still planning to join the Scouts even after you got into the top 10? Eren nodded. "I made up my mind a long time ago. I didn't become a soldier to run from the Titans, I became a soldier to take back what's ours." Thomas winced. "We can't beat them." He was louder than he meant to be, and the whole room quieted down as they waited for Eren's response. Eren bowed his head. "Maybe we can. Maybe we can't. But we won't know unless we try." He looked at them all seriously. "Do you really think the Titans will stop with Wall Maria? Unless we push back their advance, it's only a matter of time before Wall Rose and Wall Sinner fall as well. And I'd sooner die than allow that to happen. Too many people have already died sacrificing their lives for the sake of humanity. It's up to us to ensure that their sacrifices weren't in vain." His expression became fierce. "They gave up their lives so that we might have the chance to one day see the world beyond the walls and experience true freedom. I may not live to see that true freedom, but I'm determined to fight so that someday someone can." Several graduates clapped and cheered. Mikasa stared at him fondly from across the room, while Jean scowled and walked away. Annie shook her head. "Well, he's certainly still got a knack for inspirational speeches." Armin nodded uneasily. "Yeah." As Armin recalled, Eren had also become more and more withdrawn the closer graduation became. The last time he'd become like this had been right before the exercise when they'd been ambushed by the thieves. Armin glanced at Annie, then back at Eren. Perhaps they both sensed some big change that was coming, and coming soon. Armin just wished he knew what this change would be. The following morning, several of the graduates were stationed on the wall surrounding Trask district, tasked with cleaning the cannons and keeping watch. As Connie cleaned one of the cannons, he felt Eren's incredulous gaze on him. "You joining the Scouts? But I thought you were set on joining the MPs." Thomas smirked. "He was, but I think your little speech last night changed his mind." Connie glared at him. "Shut up, I've decided it myself." Thomas laughed. "Sure." Mina smiled. "I think a lot of people have decided to join the Scouts. I'll admit, I'm a little terrified, but as you said, we'll have to face the Titans sooner or later." Eren looked at them uncertainly. "Okay. Just be sure you've thought it through. Connie was surprised. Eren had been the one trying to convince them to join the scouts, and now he seemed nervous that they had decided to join. Connie grimaced. Although he's seen the Titans firsthand, unlike us, he has a better idea of what he's getting into than we do. Still, as Eren said, we have to do something. I'm just glad he's here to help. Sasha walked over, one hand inside her jacket. Guys, look what I found. She held out a slab of meat. Connie's eyes widened. Sasha, are you insane? Do you want to get locked up in solitary confinement? Sasha laughed off their exclamations. It'll be fine. As soon as we retake the land, we'll have more land to grow food and raise livestock. Thomas sighed. I'd like some of the meat. Me too. Minna chirped. Connie scowled. Well, I suppose. Eren smiled. We can have it later. We have work to do. Eren walked away from the group, and Connie noticed that he looked tense and the smile from before had looked forced. He seems nervous. I wonder why. Is it because we are joining the scouts, or is there something else bothering him? Connie shrugged and went back to cleaning the inside of the cannon. It happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second, he could see the grassy lands of Wall Maria stretching out into the horizon, the sky nice and clear. The next second, his view was obstructed by a massive head, lacking any skin, red muscles showing, its eyes cold and calculating. Connie froze as it took him a few seconds to process that he was looking at the infamous colossal titan, and it was only a few feet away. He yelled in shock. What? The next second, a cloud of steam blew everyone off the wall. Connie hissed in pain as the hot air hit him, and he flailed in the air before the years of training kicked in and he used his gear to grapple onto the wall. After steadying himself, he was able to see that most of the other graduates had also managed to grapple themselves onto the wall. 2, however, had not. Connie looked in horror at the 2 unconscious graduates who were plummeting to their death. Eren. Thomas. Sasha, who was near where Thomas had been, released her gear, ran down the wall, and attempted to snag Thomas's leg with her hook in order to save him. The hook grazed his calf, but did not penetrate, and the young man continued to fall, the wire dangling uselessly above him. Sasha screamed. No. Connie yelled. Damn it. He looked over, trying to see if Eren was okay. He looked around frantically. Where's Eren? I don't see him. Don't tell me he's... Then he spotted the ruined gate, with debris strewn all across the ground and dust billowing out. Connie felt himself shaking slightly. They are going to get in. Again. It's happening again. And Eren's dead. Why? Then, he remembered what Eren had said the previous night, and he tried to steel himself. He was right. It's up to us. I don't like that this has been thrust on me, but I'm not going to let his death be for nothing. Connie pulled his blades out and raised his voice to get the others' attention. Guys. The colossal titan is right in front of us. We have to take it down now. Follow me. Connie began to soar up the wall, and after a few seconds Sasha and Minna followed him as well. As they got near the top, they saw the colossal titan raising its arm up. Connie yelled. Evade. They jumped off the wall and grappled onto the colossal titan's body. The next second, the colossal titans unswept across the wall, knocking down all of the cannons. Connie watched the cannons fall in dismay. And has spent so much time scrubbing it too. He brushed away the absurd thought and rallied the others to go for the night. But before they could get too close, the colossal titan let out a cloud of stain. Minna shrieked. Ah. Sasha coughed. Shit, it's hot. The next second, the steam vanished and the colossal titan was nowhere to be seen. After grappling back onto the wall, they looked around in shock. Connie shouted. What the hell? How did that huge bastard just vanish into thin air? Disheartened, they climbed back onto the wall. A garrison soldier ran up to them. All of you. Operation Colossal Titan response is in effect. I expect you to take part. Report to HQ. If you got close to the damn thing, we need details." The graduates all saluted. "Sir." As they made their way to HQ, Connie glanced back at the ruined gate. "This is bad. Another breach. How are we going to make it through this? We need a miracle." Meanwhile, on another section of wall further away from the gate, several of the other graduates witnessed the colossal titan appear and disappear. Jean's eyes were wide in disbelief. "No way." Marco covered his mouth. "Dear God." Mikasa looked at the wall directly above the ruined gate anxiously. That's where Eren was. A garrison soldier ran up to them, his gear in hand. "All of you, report to HQ. Operation Colossal Titan response is underway. We need all the hands we can get." They all saluted. "Sir." As they ran along the wall to reach the elevators, Mikasa briefly considered disobeying orders to make sure Eren was safe. After some reflection, though, she shook her head. "No. I have to have faith that he's okay and just focus on protecting the people around me right now." Marco frowned grimly. "Looks like Eren was right." Jean grimaced. "Damn it. Couldn't they have held off until we made it to the interior?" Marco looked at him seriously. "If they break through Wall Rose, what's going to stop them from breaking through Wall Sinner too?" Jean winced. No. It's just..." Krista looked at her friend with a frown. "Wimia, what's with you? Aren't you worried?" Mikasa glanced at the two female graduates and saw to her surprise that Wimia, unlike the others, showed no signs of panic or worry at all. She didn't look happy, but she was still calm, like this was just another day. Wimia smiled softly. "Maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but I think we'll be okay. This isn't like 5 years ago. We are prepared. At the very least, we'll give them one hell of a fight before we let them through." Jean scowled. "You almost sound like Eren." Wimia's smile faded. "Yeah." Wimia glanced at Krista fondly. "Just make sure you stay by my side, princess." Krista blushed at the nickname, but smiled back at her friend appreciatively. Mikasa looked at Wimia carefully. Does she know something we don't? She's far too calm considering the circumstances. She looked back, unable to keep the worry off her face. "Eren, please be safe." Eren sped alongside Wall Rose, gliding only a few yards above the ground, going as fast as his gear would allow. He'd put a hood on to try to minimize the chances of anyone recognizing him should they happen to spot him. He'd spent months analyzing possible strategies and in the end decided to go with one of the simplest. As much as he wanted to take on the other shifters head-on, his first priority was to protect everyone inside the walls. In order to do that, he needed to seal the breach as quickly as possible. After confirming that they would follow the same course of action as last time, Eren planned to let Bertolt break the wall. As he expected, he was one of the cadets cleaning the cannons near the front gate, and so was in the perfect position to wait for Bertolt to appear. He'd calculated approximately when Bertolt would make his move, and when the time neared he made sure to stand near the interior edge of the wall, away from the rest of the cadets. When the Colossal appeared and blasted everyone off the wall, Eren feigned having been knocked unconscious and allowed himself to plummet toward the ground as quickly as possible. Just before he hit the bottom and died, he used his gear to pull up and begin speeding alongside the wall. It was a risky move that he wouldn't have dared to try if he hadn't gone through training twice. And now he was speeding toward the boulder. While the garrison advance team had ultimately been unsuccessful at halting the Titans' advance, they had slowed it down, and the Titans hadn't entered the city immediately. So Eren's plan was to reach the boulder, transform into a Titan, pick it up, and plug the hole like he had last time, only much earlier. There were risks to the plan. There was the chance that either the garrison or the other shifters would attack him while he was carrying the boulder toward the wall. But he'd calculated that both of these were unlikely to happen. The other shifters had been very cautious last time around and had allowed the operation to take back Tras to take place without interfering. And back then, they'd had time to react to the appearance of his Titan and plan accordingly. This time, there would be almost no time for them to come up with a plan before he plugged the wall, and since they wouldn't know his identity this time, they would probably be even more cautious. Eren almost wished he could see the looks on their faces when he appeared, but of course that was impossible, so he didn't dwell on it, amusing as the idea was. As for the garrison, he was fairly certain that they would deduce what his intentions were as soon as he picked up the boulder and started walking toward the gate. Hopefully they would then prioritize keeping the normal Titans from entering the city at all costs. It wasn't a perfect plan. Something could still go wrong, and some soldiers would still have to die. But he felt that this was the course of action that best minimized the risks and loss of life, and so decided to go for it. As the boulder came into sight, Eren thought back to all the people who had died the first time around, many of whom had died because of him. His face hardened. Not this time. This time it's our turn to surprise you. Eren propelled himself forward, arced through the air toward the boulder, and bit his hand. Suddenly, an explosion of light occurred in the southeast of the city. Mikasa, Krista, Wimia, Jane, Marco, and the other graduates paused and looked over to see what had caused it. Jean squinted. What the hell was that? As they tried to get a better look, they suddenly froze. Mikasa gasped. That's a Titan. Though it was too far away for them to see clearly, they could tell that it was approximately 15 meters tall, its body rippling with muscles. Marco looked alarmed. Inside the city. How? Krista peered at it carefully. It's not attacking anyone. It's carrying that boulder on its back. Marco looked at her in shock. What? Sure enough, as they looked more closely, they could see that the Titan was paying no attention to any of the humans around it. Instead, a huge boulder was resting on its shoulders, and it was slowly walking through the city with its heavy load. Jean's eyes were wide in disbelief. What the hell? Wimia's eyes were wide as well, though she was less shocked than the others. So, that must be Eren good luck. Near the gate, the captain of the garrison advance team was watching the Titan, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. That Titan, it's carrying the boulder. And it's headed this way. He looked down at the gate, then back at the Titan. Could the Titan really be? The captain raised his voice. Listen up, soldiers. Our first priority is to prevent any Titans from entering the city. Stop them at any cost. One of his subordinates protested. But what about that Titan? The captain shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like that Titan is going to try to seal the breach with that boulder. If that's the case, we must ensure it succeeds. If it becomes hostile, we can deal with that later. But we must stop their advance. Charge! Several soldiers in the advance team let out war cries and charged at the incoming Titans, using the remaining cannons to stagger the Titans and then swooping down with their gear to finish them off. The garrison captain looked at his remaining subordinates. I want your teams to keep an eye on that thing. If it attempts to attack any civilians, bring it down. But if it doesn't, keep your distance. Do not engage unless necessary. Sir. Despite their best efforts, the Titans kept coming, and before long the garrison advance team was almost completely wiped out. But just as the Titans reached the net blocking the outer wall, the captain looked into the interior and was relieved to see the road Titan was already at the ruined gate. With an almighty roar, the Titan flung the boulder off its shoulders and sealed the breach. The captain felt his knees weaken in relief, but forced himself to remain standing. He observed the Titan in awe. It looks like the physical manifestation of humanity's rage. He caught a glimpse of its eyes and saw how expressive they were compared to the normal Titans. Is it intelligent? The Titan turned around and faced the city. It let out another roar, this time projecting across the city. The captain tensed, worried that it had finally turned hostile. The teams near the Titan had already gotten their blades out, ready if the Titan decided to attack. To his relief, though, the Titan kneeled down instead. A cloud of steam engulfed its body, and a few seconds later the steam faded away. The Titan was nowhere to be seen. The garrison soldiers were shocked at the Titan's sudden disappearance. The captain felt pretty shocked himself. But as he took in the sight of the sealed gateway, he decided that it didn't really matter. They had won. With no civilian deaths and minimal military casualties, this day belonged to humanity. He raised his voice. Operation successful. Pull back. The surviving advance team members pulled back, and all the people present, military and civilian, began to cheer. Chapter 6, Aftermath. Levi soared fluidly through the air and in one quick motion sliced out the nape of the Titan, causing it to fall. Levi landed gracefully on a nearby building and surveyed the nearby streets of the abandoned city. He remarked, "One on the right, two on the left." A moment later, several members of his squad leaped onto the roof next to him. Petra stepped forward. "Captain, the reinforcements are here." Levi nodded. "Good. Petra, tend to our comrade below. You two, take out the Titan to your right. The pair on the left belongs to me." Levi leaped into the air again and with little effort dispatched the two Titans. As he landed on the roof, he looked at his blood-soaked hand in distaste. "Hey. Disgusting." After wiping his hand off with a cloth, he went down to where Petra was on the street below. One of their comrades had been in the Titan's mouth, and Petra had pulled him out after Levi had killed it. Petra looked up as Levi approached. "Captain, it looks like his ribs are broken, but he might be able to pull through. If you'd showed up a second later." The soldier gasped. "Thank you, Captain Levi." Levi knelt down next to him. "At ease, soldier." He motioned at Petra. "Get him to the wagons." Petra nodded and lifted his body up. Hearing the sound of several horses trotting down the street, Levi turned around to see Commander Owen and several other officers coming near. Owen spoke. "Levi, we are pulling out." Petra looked at him uncertainly. "Commander?" Levi frowned. "What do you mean? You damn know well that we can push further. My men didn't digest for us to turn back." Owen shook his head. "There's a swarm of Titans moving north. They are bearing down on the city." Petra gasped and Levi grimaced. Owen looked north grimly. "It looks just like 5 years ago. Something tells me this is going to be bad. For all we know, the wall has already been reduced to rubble." He glanced back at them. "If that's the case, we're needed back there. If trust has fallen, we must defend Wall Rose at all costs. Organize a retreat." Levi and Petra snapped into a salute. "Sir." Levi scowled. "Damn it." A few hours later, the scouts were riding back the way they had come, discouraged that the expedition was over before it had even really begun. The sun had made its way across the sky over the course of the day and wasn't too far away from setting. Levi found his squad riding near Hand's squad, and while he found her annoying, she did bring up some good points on occasion. Levi glanced at her. "Do you really think this will be a repeat of 5 years ago?" Hanji frowned thoughtfully. "It's hard to say. We didn't know much about Titan movement outside of the walls before War Maria fell, but if there's a bunch of them heading toward the city, that's a bad sign. The Titans tend to gravitate toward the outer districts, as that's where there's a large concentration of people. But usually when they can't get through the wall, most of them get bored and wander away, never too far, but just roam out here in Titan territory. If a bunch of them are heading for the city, that's a strong indication that there's been a breach that will allow them to get in." Levi glanced northward. "And the only Titans capable of such a breach?" Hanji nodded. "Are the Colossal and Armored. If they've appeared again, this is bad." Levi's grip on the reins tightened. "Well, if they have showed up, we'll at least give them some hell before we go down." Hanji put a hand to her chin. "Still, it's puzzling. Why did they wait 5 years to try again? Surely 2 or 3 would have been sufficient if their plan was to wait for enough Titans to make it through the breach in War Maria. Although, that raises the question, what are their motivations? The Colossal and the Armored, unlike the normal Titans, they act with purpose, with intelligence. Do they share the same goal of destroying humanity as the rest of the Titans and are just smart enough to make it a reality? Or are they after something else? Levi shook his head. Who cares? All that matters is they are a threat that needs to be eliminated. And if I get the chance, I'm more than willing to take the bastards down. His face darkened. At least humans have reasons for their violent acts. But Titans, they don't gain anything from all this destruction, and yet they keep going, taking lives without a thought. It's sickening. Hanji nodded grimly. It is unfortunate. If only there was some way we could reason with them. Levi scoffed. Get real. Like that could ever happen. The only good Titan is a dead Titan. Hanji wagged a finger at him. You don't know that. Until 5 years ago, if I told you there were Titans 60 meters tall out there, you would think I was nuts, yet it exists. Levi rolled his eyes. Yeah. One exists, and as far as we know, that's the only one like it. Hanji smiled. You never know. Petra called out. Captain, the walls are in sight. Levi faced forward and sure enough could see the walls in the distance. He glanced to his left and right. It's strange. We haven't run into very many Titans on the way back. Which means they are all probably at the city. This could get ugly. As they neared the city, the formation pulled closer together. As the walls of Trust came into clear view, everyone's expressions became grim. Levi scowled. Shit. Looks like Owen was right. The gate's been destroyed. And there's a whole horde of Titans right in front of it. Hanj frowned. Wait. Something's off. The Titans are just standing there. Why aren't they entering the city? Levi looked again and could see that Hanj was right. A bunch of the Titans were standing near the front gate, but none were moving forward. A few were standing right where the gate should have been, pawing at some kind of grey barrier. Levi blinked. Wait a minute. It looks like something's blocking the hole from the other side. Hanj looked impressed. Well, I guess the garrison somehow came up with a plan to plug the hole in case of a breach. Levi frowned. But how? Owen raised his voice. Soldiers, prepare for battle. The scouts charged head-on at the horde of Titans, a few of them starting to acknowledge their presence. Just before the scouts reached the Titans, the garrison fired a large volley of cannon fire into the horde of Titans, staggering and knocking down a large number of them. After this, the Titans were attacked on both sides, the garrison elites coming at them from the front, the scouts from the rear. Together the two forces outnumbered the Titans, and they were able to mop up the Titans with minimal casualties. Before long the evening was quiet once again, and the scouts were rising up the wall on the elevators the garrison had prepared for them. Owen, Levi, and Hanj were on one of the first elevators, and as they stepped onto the wall, they spotted a familiar face. Commander Pixar smiled at them. Glad to see you all are still in one piece. Owen nodded. Likewise. Owen gestured at the outer gate. What happened here? I take it the colossal Titan appeared again, and it looks like the garrison engineers figured out a way to plug the breach quickly. Pixar laughed. I wish that were the case, but as you can see that's just not possible. Pixar gestured toward the interior side of the gate, and Owen, Levi, and Hanj looked down to see what he was referring to. Levi blinked. Whoa. Hanj gaped in amazement. Wasn't that boulder in the southeast section of the town? Pixar nodded. Yes. Owen looked at him, puzzled. How did you manage to move it so quickly? Pixar stroked his mustache. We didn't. Levi frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Pixar chuckled. Well, truth be told, all the excitement was over by the time I arrived. There wasn't much left for me to do, aside from preparing for your return, of course. Pixar's face became serious. This morning, about an hour after you all had left, the colossal Titan appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the outer gate, much like it had done 5 years ago. This time, it also took out the wall-mounted cannons. Several of the newest graduates who had been cleaning the cannons rallied and tried to attack the colossal titan. However, it let out a cloud of steam, pushing them away, and disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Hanch gasped. How? What did it look like? How hot was the steam? How did? Pixis held up a hand. As I said, I wasn't here when it happened. If you want details, you'll have to talk to those who directly observed it. Levi scowled. Hanch, just shut up until he's finished. Pixis continued. As soon as the colossal appeared, the garrison immediately got to work, blocking the gate with the iron nets we'd constructed, bringing over new cannons to replace the ones the colossal had destroyed, and of course evacuating the civilians. Pixis glanced out at Trust. However, about 10 minutes after the colossal titan disappeared, another titan appeared out of nowhere, inside the city. The scouts reacted with shock and alarm. Levi's eyes widened. What? Hanch almost looked excited. Another titan. What did it look like? Owen looked at Pixis carefully. Did it attack the city? Pixis shook his head. It was a 15-meter class, though much more muscular and fierce-looking than any normal titan. And no, it didn't attack the city, quite the opposite. It appeared in the southeast section of the city, right where that boulder was. After it appeared, it completely ignored all the civilians around it and immediately picked up the boulder. It then carried it over to the gate and sealed the breach. Thanks to the efforts of the advanced team, not a single titan was able to enter the city before the breach was sealed. After it had plugged up the hole, the titan turned around, roared out at the city, and then disappeared, just like the colossal titan. There was a moment of silence while they processed this information. Naturally, Hanch was the one to break the silence. A new breed of titan. And this one seems to actually be on humanity's side. Levi was trying to keep the amazement off his face. Unbelievable. Owen looked thoughtful. This new titan, did it show aggression towards any humans? Pixis shook his head. No. Like I said, it ignored the civilians, and there were a few with more curiosity than sense who followed it, and it almost seemed to be trying to avoid stepping on them. Right before it disappeared, it let out a loud roar, but it didn't seem to be directed at anyone in particular. Hanch wiggled in excitement. I have to find the eyewitnesses. I have so many questions. This is fucking fantastic. She took off running. Her subordinate Moblet began chasing after her. Hanch, wait. Levi felt a twinge of amusement as Moblet ran after her, which faded after he looked back down at the boulder. Well, I'll be. Humanity's first victory, and it's achieved with the help of our worst enemy. Owen frowned. Perhaps. Still, there's a lot about this that doesn't make any sense. Pixis nodded. I agree. Perhaps we could discuss it more tomorrow. I'm sure you all must be tired from your excursion. Owen agreed. Right. As they dispersed and went down the elevators into the city, Levi found his thoughts churning. Damn Four Eyes. Turns out she's right. Looks like not all of the Titans are evil monsters. But that just raises even more questions. What the hell are they? What do they want? Wimia looked around the room, feeling amused. After the unexpected victory against the Titans, there were several celebrations going on throughout Trust, and many of the graduates were attending one near the inner gate. A few tables away, Wimia could see Eren, Mikasa, and Armane. Eren's head was bandaged, and Armane and Mikasa were fretting over him, Mikasa more than Armane. Eren had been wounded by the colossal Titan stain, and just barely managed to use his gear to pull up before he fell to his death. However, as he was pulling up, he hit a nearby building, banging his head, and was knocked unconscious. By the time he came to, all of the excitement was over. Or at least, that's what he told everyone, and most people seemed to buy his story. But Wimia was fairly certain that he was leaving out a few key details. She decided not to say anything, though. After all, Eren had just saved the city, and he'd kept his word and not revealed either her secret or Historia's secret to anyone else. A moment later, Historia came up to Wimia. She smiled. Here, I got us some more drinks. Wimmy accepted the mug gratefully. Thanks. Historia looked at Wimmy shyly. I was going to check to make sure En's okay. I mean, we do owe him. Wimmy shrugged. Knock yourself out. Historia walked over to Ern, Mikasa and Armin and began chatting with them. Wimmy thought about joining her when she noticed Jean sitting by himself at the table next to hers. Unlike everyone else, he didn't look too happy or excited. Deciding to see what was bothering him, she slid over next to him. He looked at her in surprise. Wimmy smirked. So, crazy day, and right in your hometown, huh? Jean shrugged and took a sip from his drink. Wimmy's smile faded. Something wrong? Jean looked down seriously. It's just that new titan with eyes they looked, I don't know how to say it. Fierce? Intense? Wimmy suggested. Jean nodded. Yeah. While it didn't attack anyone, it looked angry. Not at us, but at the other titans. Wimmy laced her fingers behind her head. So what's your point? Jean grimaced. It's just I've seen that look only once before. It was in Eren's eyes right before he killed the thief 2 years ago. In both cases, the eyes burned with a primal anger. And it just made me wonder. Wimmy spoke. What? Are you suggesting that Eren is the titan that carried the boulder? She abruptly burst out laughing and slapped him on the back. Boy, you sure are full of some crazy ideas. What are you going to do next? Say I'm a titan in disguise or something? Jean chuckled reluctantly. Yeah, I guess it was a pretty stupid thought. As if Eren could turn into a titan or something. Wimmy shook her head. It's ridiculous. I'd expect something like that from Connie or maybe Sasha. But I thought you... Jean held up his hands. Okay, you've made your point. His expression became serious. It just seems odd though. Where did that titan come from? And why did it help us? Wimmy shrugged and took another sip from her drink. I'm sure we'll find out in due time. Jean glanced away uneasily. Yeah. Jean got up and walked away, still looking troubled. Seeing his friend was by himself, Marco walked over to him and initiated a conversation. Near the center of the room, Connie was surrounded by a bunch of the other graduates. Mildly curious, Wimmy started to listen in. At first I was frozen in fear, but then I remembered En's speech from last night. I tried to pull myself together and called for the others to help me in trying to take down the Colossal. Hannah looked amazed. Well, that's incredible. NIC asked. Who else helped you? Sasha raised her hand. I did. Mina smiled. So did I. Connie nodded. Everyone else was frozen in fear. I can't say I blame them. He lowered his eyes. Well, everyone except Eren and Thomas. Eren managed to save himself in the nick of time, but Thomas didn't make it. The cheerful atmosphere deflated a little as they considered the lives that had been lost. Franz looked at the ground sadly. It's weird. This is clearly a victory for humanity, yet someone still had to die. Hannah wrapped her arm around his and gave him a comforting squeeze. In the background, Wimmy heard the front door burst open, but the chatter inside the room was loud enough that no one else seemed to notice. NIC nodded grimly. Yeah, I heard the garrison advanced team was almost completely wiped out while trying to prevent the Titans from entering the city. Connie sighed. Yeah. When you think about it, we didn't do much. Sure, we tried to take down the Colossal, but we failed, and all the real work was done by the garrison and that road titan. Without warning, a woman with glasses rushed forward, getting right in Connie's face, causing him and everyone around him to step back. Hange looked at Connie with excitement. Did you just say the road titan? So you're one of the graduates who saw the Colossal Titan up close. And you also saw the new titan that sealed the breach. Connie nodded slowly, slightly unnerved by her enthusiasm. Ah, yeah. Han shrieked in excitement, causing everyone nearby to flinch at the sudden noise. I have so many questions. What did it look like? How fast did it move? What differences and similarities did you note between it and a normal Titan? How did... Connie held up a hand. Whoa, slow down. Also, are you talking about the Colossal or the new Titan? Wimmy chuckled to herself as Connie was interrogated by the Titan-obsessed scout. As she glanced around the room, though, she noted several graduates who were not present. That's strange. Where are Annie, Bertolt, and Rainer? While most of the graduates were in high spirits, 3 of them were not. Instead of joining the celebrations taking place in the buildings below, they had convened on one of the rooftops where they would not be overheard. Annie was still in shock. She'd expected something to go wrong, something unexpected to occur. That was why she had injured Armin, so that he would be safely away from the front lines when they attacked Trust, and she wouldn't have to be responsible for his death, or at least directly responsible. But another Titan appearing and completely ruining their plan right after it had been set in motion was the last thing she had been expecting. The image of the Titan was burned into her memory. A primal ender seemed to emanate from it, and the fire in its eyes was so intense it frightened her a little. While most of the people were unsure why the Titan had roared at the city after it had sealed the breach, Annie had a feeling that it was directed at them. It was a warning to back off or face the consequences. After several moments of silence, Bertolt tentatively spoke. Do you think that could have been Marcel's Titan? Rainer shook his head. No. The largest jaw Titan known was about 7 meters, while that Titan was 15 meters. No, this is a different Titan. Annie swallowed nervously. You don't think it's the founding Titan, do you? Rainer shook his head slowly. No. If the founding Titan had acted, it could have just forced all of the normal Titans to leave or made them die. This Titan had to manually pick up the boulder and use it to seal the breach. He lightly punched the nearby wall, his expression anxious. Shit. Annie asked quietly. What's our next move? Rainer sighed. I don't know. This complicates things, to say the least. All this time, there was another Titan lurking inside the walls besides us and the founder. Annie thought back to the many conversations she'd had with Armin. A few had been about Eren and how Armin thought some details about Eren's story regarding the thieves didn't add up. She hadn't really given it much thought before, but looking back, it wouldn't be that hard for a Titan to kill a group of people and then make it look like an avalanche was the cause of death. Could Eren be? Rainer looked at her uncertainly. Annie. Annie froze momentarily before shaking her head. Just thinking. I doubt it's Eren. Sure, he's tough, but where would he even get that power? His family is dead, and even if his family had the power, they probably would have used it to defend Shiganshina after Bertolt destroyed the outer gate. But they didn't. Besides, surely he would share something like that with his best friend. She dismissed the idea. It's possible, but unlikely. She cleared her throat. This new Titan must be the attack Titan, the power that's been missing for the past 100 years. Rainer nodded. Yeah. Now the real question is, has this power been within the walls all this time, or did the power holder infiltrate the walls like we did? Annie frowned. If it's the former, why didn't they stop the attack on Wall Maria 5 years ago? Rainer leaned against the wall with a sigh. It's possible they weren't expecting it. Or maybe they weren't there until it was too late. Bertolt looked down gravely. We don't know. We have no way of knowing who it is. Rainer folded his arms. I wouldn't say that, but you do have a point. Whoever this was, they must have been preparing for us to attack Wall Rose for years now. It's most likely someone who lives in Trust, or possibly someone who was a part of the military. Annie grimaced. So, what do we do now? Rainer tilted his head thoughtfully. Obviously, we can't risk trying to break down Wall Rose again. Not without knowing who this new Titan is and what they are capable of. He stood back up. You two joined the military police. Try to investigate and learn what you can about where the founding Titan is. Meanwhile, I'll join the scouts." Bertolt looked at him uncertainly. "Why?" Rainer explained. "When they go on one of their missions beyond the walls, I'll take that opportunity to slip away and head back to Shiganshina. From there, I'll try to get in contact with Mali to ask for help." Annie and Bertolt looked at Rainer in surprise. Rainer frowned grimly. "With the military here and the attack Titan lurking around somewhere, there's only so much the three of us can do. But if Zeke and Peak joined us, we'd be able to accomplish more and have more backup if our cover is blown. Besides, it's been 5 years. They should get an update on what's going on in the walls." Annie nodded. "All right. Sounds like a plan. But be careful." Rainer smiled half-heartedly. "Don't worry. That will be." A little while later, they all dispersed. Rainer went one way, while Annie found herself walking beside Bertolt back to the barracks. Bertolt glanced at the building where the other graduates were celebrating. He spoke quietly. "It's strange. We failed, and yet I almost feel relieved." Annie finished. Bertolt paused. Annie glanced back at him. "I know what you mean." Bertolt gave a small nod and brushed past her, and Annie could tell he was trying to hold back tears. It was strange. Their plan had failed, and more obstacles had appeared in their way. Yet Annie took a small amount of comfort in the knowledge that, at least for now, they weren't even bigger mass murderers than they already were. She slowly made her way back to the female barracks, a solitary tear trailing down her cheek. The following day, Pixis and Owen met on top of the wall again, directly above the outer gate. Pixis smiled brightly at the scout's leader. "Morning, Commando Owen. Would you like a drink?" Owen shook his head. "No thanks." They looked down at the boulder. A number of garrison soldiers and construction workers were working around the boulder to reinforce it and keep people from getting too close. A few yards away, several wall cultists were in a heated argument, with the presence of the garrison soldiers possible being the only thing preventing it from escalating into violence. Pixis smirked. "Here, look at them down there. Some are saying the new Titan was a blessing from the goddesses of the walls, rewarding the faithful of Trust by saving their home from the invading Titans. Others think the new Titan is a demon who dared to set foot inside the walls and desecrate the walls, and is a sign of the end times unless we repent." Owen looked down at the religious zealots indifferently. "Neither explanation seems very likely to me." Pixis shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. "No, nor to me. While the Titans seem to appear and disappear from nothing, obviously they came from somewhere." He glanced at Owen. "I looked through the reports from all the garrison soldiers who were here during the attack. One of them mentioned that they briefly saw a strange soldier wearing a cloak that concealed their face zooming alongside the outer wall with ODM gear. And this happened moments after the colossal Titan disappeared." Owen glanced at the east end of the city. "I had my people interview some of the citizens who witnessed the road Titan carrying the boulder. 2 of them mentioned that they saw someone speeding along the wall just a few yards above the ground, also using ODM gear. And this was a few moments before the road Titan appeared." Pixis smiled grimly. "So you've come to the same conclusion?" Owen met his gaze. "Yes. Either there are humans who are capable of transforming into Titans, or there are Titans capable of disguising themselves as human. And these beings, whatever they are, they have infiltrated our military." He glanced behind them, catching a glimpse of the lands beyond Wall Rose. 5 years ago, everything was chaos. If a few people who weren't from the walls had all slipped into Wall Rose along with the other refugees, would anyone be able to tell the difference? Pixis shook his head. "No. So, anyone who was a part of the military before Wall Maria fell should be in the clear, but unfortunately that doesn't narrow it down very much." Owen faced forward again. "This new Titan, we don't know what its motives are, whether it's trying to protect humanity, or whether it's simply opposing the other Titans. Either way, though, we have a common enemy. And if we could work together..." Pixar stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Having the Titan on our side would certainly be a great boon to humanity. But how do you propose we would draw them out of hiding? Owen smiled knowingly. I have a few ideas. Chapter 7, Half-Truths. It was the night of the ceremony of choosing. Apart from the flickering torches scattered throughout the area, the only other source of light was the stars above them. Eren faced the stage, feeling oddly calm. While he hadn't actually been present the first time around, he was fairly sure that his friends and comrades looked less fearful than they had when they joined the scouts before. The Battle of Trast may have given them valuable experience when it came to facing the Titans, but losing that experience seemed a small price to pay when Eren considered all the people who still lived and who would otherwise have perished if he hadn't intervened. Eren glanced around. Mikasa was standing right next to him. Nearby Amin was quietly conversing with Annie. Eren had a feeling that Annie was trying one last time to convince Amin to join the garrison. Eren smiled sadly. It was a shame. It was clear that Annie did care about Amin, but not enough to change sides. If only there was some way around further conflict. Several officers of the Survey Corps stepped up to the side of the stage, and one man Eren recognized right away walked up to the center, getting the attention of all the gathered graduates. Owen raised his voice. Greetings. I am Owen Smith, commander of the Survey Corps, also known as the Scouting Regiment. Tonight you all decide which branch of the military you will join. I am here to ask you to join the Scouts. To be blunt, we need all the recruits we can get. Over the past 4 years, 60% of our forces have perished in our expeditions beyond Wall Rose. That's a horrifying figure. In addition, the recent attack on Trast has rendered the battalion route we've been establishing for the past 4 years completely useless to us. However, the recent attack also gave us a new hope, namely, the Road Titan. The graduates murmured at the mention of their unlikely savior. This is so weird. Eren thought. I saw him die, and yet here he is, perfectly fine. I know that's to be expected since I've gone back in time, but it's still strange. He grimaced. I just hope he doesn't have to die this time around as well. Owen continued. For the past 100 years, we've learned very little about the true nature of our enemy, but over time we've discovered more and more. 5 years ago, we learned that there are Titans that possess intelligence and that seek to destroy humanity and have the strength to do so. I am of course referring to the Colossal and Armored Titans. However, last week we learned that there are intelligent Titans who are not enemies of humanity. Such a thing would have been completely inconceivable not that long ago, but countless eyewitnesses can attest to the existence of the Road Titan and its heroic actions that prevented the Titan assault before it could even begin. What this Titan's motives are, however, is still unknown. We don't know if it is trying to protect humanity or if it is simply opposing the other Titans. Either way, it could prove to be an invaluable ally. Out of the corner of his eye, Eren noticed Amin perk up, as if the commander's words made him consider something. The other graduates once again began to murmur among themselves. Eren had to hold back a smile. Yeah, that Titan would be a good ally. And soon you'll have him. Owen spoke up again once the murmurings had subsided. Therefore, the number one priority of the Scouts right now is to try to find this Titan. While its intentions differ from the other intelligent Titans, we believe its nature and capabilities to be similar. However, at this point there is still much we don't know about the Titans, and so we need all the help we can get in tracking this Road Titan down. If you wish to join us, to dedicate your hearts and give your lives for humanity, then remain here. Those of you who wish to join a different branch are dismissed. While some were mildly curious about the Road Titan, most of the graduates had little interest in joining the Scouts, and the 60% mortality rate Owen had admitted to didn't help matters. As expected, most of the people began to leave. Owen subtly watched to see who would leave and who would stay. His eyes widened. Wait, Jean and Marco are leaving. That's right. It was Marco's death and his first-hand experience against the Titans that pushed Jean into joining the Scouts. But neither of those things happened this time, so naturally he's following his original plan. Oh well. He glanced over to where Rayner and Bertolt had been standing and froze. Hold on, Rayner's still here, but where's Bertolt? Don't tell me both Annie and Bertolt are joining the MPs this time. Damn it. I knew some things would be different, but still, this is unfortunate. I'll have to rethink some of my plans. He looked around. Now, who was staying in Mikasa and Armain, obviously. There's Connie and Sasha. Wimia and Historia are still here. And this time Amina, NIC, and Myles. Thomas still died, but at least these three have a chance to live a full life. Owen looked at the dozen or so that were left carefully. If you were ordered to die, could you do it? Eren spoke up. Yes. Death is coming for me soon anyways. The others looked at him in shock. While he had joked about being killed by Titans countless times throughout training, this was the first time that he had said it with this level of conviction. Mikasa looked slightly concerned. Eren. Owen smiled softly. I see. Of course, let us hope it doesn't come to that. He looked at them all seriously. Those of you who remain, I would like to welcome you to the Scout Regiment. This is a genuine salute. Together we give our hearts. Owen saluted, and everyone else responded with their own salute. Sir. Owen glanced at Rayner. Well, for most of us it's a genuine salute. Owen lowered his arm. Those of you standing here, you have worked through your fears, and for that each one of you has my respect. He began to walk off the stage. Your training begins tomorrow. Be up bright and early. Sir. With that, the ceremony came to a close, and everyone began to disperse. Eren remained where he was there. He spoke quietly. You guys go on without me. Mikasa looked at him in concern. Eren. Eren avoided their gaze. There's something I want to ask Commander Owen about. Armin frowned uncertainly. What is it? Eren smiled half-heartedly. I'll tell you later. It's nothing important. Biggest lie of the century. Armin hesitated. Okay. Mikasa and Armin reluctantly left, with Mikasa hovering near Armin to make sure he stayed standing. While his leg was most of the way healed and he no longer needed crutches, Armin's leg still wasn't quite back to normal. After making sure that everyone, in particular Rayner, was gone, Eren walked over to where Owen and several of the scouts were standing. Eren felt a slight chill in his stomach as he noticed Petra, feeling a mixture of happiness and regret as he recalled what had happened the last time he saw her. He tried to avoid showing any of these emotions on his face, though. Owen glanced at him. Is there something you need? Eren saluted, trying to suppress the nervousness he suddenly felt. Yes, sir. There's something I need to talk to you about. Privately. Where no one else can overhear us. The other scouts looked at him curiously while Owen was scrutinizing him. Owen nodded. Very well. A little while later, they had gone up one of the elevators near the edge of Trust and were on top of the wall. Owen glanced down into the city. This should be fairly private. It's highly unlikely anyone will be able to eavesdrop on us up here. Owen looked at him seriously. So, what was it you wanted to discuss with me? Owen swallowed, trying to make his face appear blank. Earlier, you asked us if we were prepared to give our lives for humanity. I'd like to ask you the same thing. Are you willing to risk your life in order to protect the people of the walls? Are you prepared to do what is necessary for our survival, even if it means facing unknown dangers, or even rebelling against the government? Owen was silent for a moment. I am prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure mankind's future. If rebelling against the government is necessary to achieve this, then so be it. Very well. Eren gazed off into the distance. The following conversation never happened. If anyone asks, you will tell them that I told you how I witnessed my mother's death during the initial breach 5 years ago and was asking about your experiences as a scout in order to strengthen my resolve. Owen considered this for a moment before nodding. Fine. So, what was it you wanted to tell me? Eren let out a deep breath. Here goes. I was the Titan that carried the boulder that day. Owen's eyes widened, but he managed to keep his expression relatively neutral. I see. Are you human or a Titan? Eren shook his head. I am a human with the power of the Titans. There are 9 people like me in this world, and they are the key to what is happening right now. Eren paused before beginning his story. Centuries ago, the power of the Titans was under the control of a nation known as the Eldian Empire. They used this power to maintain control and order, and often used it to ruthlessly crush their enemies. Eventually, the Eldians began fighting amongst themselves, and this was their downfall. The Malians, one of the races that had been subjugated by the Eldians, saw the chance to overthrow their oppressors, and with the help of a sympathetic Eldian family in possession of one of the Titan powers, the Malians successfully destroyed the Eldian Empire. Owen remained silent, which Eren was grateful for. The Malians gained control of 7 of the Titan powers. Of the remaining 2, 1 was lost. The other belonged to the King of Eldia. This power was known as the Founding Titan, and it is by far the most powerful and the most dangerous. With this power, the wielder can create and control Titans at will. After the Empire collapsed, the king moved as many Eldians as he could off the main continent and onto the nearby island of Paradis. He then used his Titan power to create millions of colossal Titans and used them to construct 3 massive walls: Maria, Rose, and Cena. Owen looked at him sharply. Wait. Are you sane? Eren glanced at the wall beneath their feet. Yes. Inside the walls, these Titans lie dormant even to this day. Owen glanced down, looking slightly nervous for the first time. Eren continued. After building the walls, the king turned Paradis into a hermit kingdom, cut off from the rest of the world. In order to guarantee a temporary peace for the people inside the walls, the king left behind a warning to the rest of the world. He said that if his peace was ever disturbed, he would unleash the Wall Titans and use them to trample the earth. Owen spoke quietly. So, we are not the last of humanity. Eren shook his head. No. Far from it. And these other nations, they see us as a threat because of the king's warning 100 years ago. Yes. Owen looked thoughtful. So that's why they attacked Wall Maria. But why would they risk angering the king's descendants if it could mean the destruction of the world? Eren continued. There are a few reasons. First of all, they believe that Paradis is a ticking time bomb and that it's only a matter of time before the Wall Titans are released. Consequently, they want to eliminate this threat. The other reason is they want to recover the Founding Titan. While Mali has managed to stay a world superpower because of the power of the Titans, the world is changing. It won't be long before conventional weapons will surpass the power of the Titans. In order to maintain their position in the world, they need to take back the Founding Titan. Owen frowned. I see. But why haven't the king's descendants done anything? If the Founding Titan can control other Titans, they could have used this power to make the Titans leave Wall Maria or prevented them from entering in the first place. Why did they do nothing? Eren grimaced. Because of a vow the king made 100 years ago. While he threatened to trample the world, this was never his true intention. It was merely an empty threat meant to buy himself a temporary peace. Before inheriting the Founding Titan, the king lamented the cruel history of the Eldian Empire and all the people that had been slain by the Titans. After inheriting the Founding Titan, the king set into motion the events that led to the destruction of the Eldian Empire and gave power to the Malians, who had been oppressed by his people for so long. He then created this world kingdom and made a vow renouncing war. The Founding Titan's true power can only be used by one of royal blood. But because of the vow the king made, all of his descendants who inherit the power of the Founding Titan cannot use it, as they are bound by his will. The king knew that sooner or later the walls would be attacked, and he planned to allow everyone inside the walls to die in order to atone for all the bloodshed the Eldian Empire had caused in the past. Owen's face became grave as he processed what Eren was saying and the implications. After a moment, he asked, "Did the king erase the people's memories?" Eren nodded. Yes. In order to guarantee peace within the walls and to keep the people in the dark, he stole away their memories of the outside world and led them to believe that they were the last of humanity in a world that had been overrun by titans. Owen smiled bitterly. So, my father was right. Owen glanced at Eren uncertainly. But how do you know all of this? And where did you get your power? Eren lowered his eyes. My father. He looked down at his right hand. I was born and raised within the walls, but my father came from outside the walls using the Lost Titan power, the power of the Attack Titan. Shortly after Wall Maria fell, I inherited his Titan, along with his memories. Owen looked curious. Who was your father? Eren responded. My father, Grishiaga, was born and raised in one of the internment zones in Mali that is designated for Eldians. While Malians were once oppressed by the Eldian Empire, the situation has reversed, and the Malians now brutally oppress the Eldians, only keeping them around for their Titan abilities. Owen blinked. Titan abilities? Eren nodded grimly. Yes. Only Eldians can become Titans and possess the power of the Titans. Yes. Titans, all of them, they were once human. Owen's eyes widened and he glanced away. So all this time? Eren bowed his head. When my father was very young, his sister was murdered by Malian officers. But because she was an Eldian, there was no justice for his sister's killers. Years later, he joined a rebel group known as the Eldian Restorationists with the goal of bringing back the Eldian Empire. A key part of their plan involved trying to invade the walls before Mali could in order to take back the founding Titan. He looked at Owen seriously. You see, the rest of the world doesn't know that the king erased our memories. They view us as dangerous devils who are a threat to the entire world. Owen frowned. So, was it the Eldian Restorationists who attacked Wall Maria? Eren shook his head. No. Before they could put their plan into motion, they were betrayed. They were given the worst sentence an Eldian criminal could be given. They were brought to the edge of Paradis Island and turned into Titans, doomed to forever wander the lands outside the walls in a kind of purgatory. However, before my father was turned into a Titan, a double agent named the Owl killed all of the Malian officers. He did this by using the power of the Attack Titan. He then told my father to sneak into the walls and take back the founding Titan before Mali did. My father then inherited the Attack Titan and snuck into the walls. Eren's gaze became melancholy. There, he met my mother, got married, and had me. All the while he investigated, trying to find where the founding Titan was. Owen looked thoughtful. But if the founding Titan is being held by the royal family, then shouldn't the king or one of his family members hold the power? Eren shook his head. No. The current king is a fraud, a figurehead to hide the identity of the true ruler of the walls. The one who holds the power of the founding Titan is a man named Rod Reis. Owen looked at Eren sharply. The noble? Eren nodded. After Wall Maria was breached, my father confronted Rod Reis and pleaded with him to use his power to stop the invading Titans before the people of the walls were devoured. But Rod Reis, bound by the vow of pacifism, refused. My father then transformed into a Titan and tried to take it by force. He ultimately failed, and Rod Reis fled. But my father learned that while Rod Reis could transform into a Titan, he could not use the full power of the founding Titan because of the vow-renouncing war. If taken by surprise, the Attack Titan could easily subdue the founding Titan in its current state. Eren grimaced. After this, my father gave the Attack Titan to me and entrusted me with seeing his mission through. Owen looked puzzled. But why? How old were you when he gave you this power? Eren winced. 10. 10. Owen repeated. He couldn't have finished his mission himself. Eren sighed. No. When it comes to the power of the Titans, there's that's best described as a curse. The original Titan shifter, the progenitor Titan, died 13 years after she gained her power. No one's power can surpass hers, so everyone who inherits the power of the Titans will die 13 years after they inherit it. And my father's 13 years were almost up. Owen's eyes widened. But doesn't that mean? Eren looked down at his right hand again. I have about 8 years left. Owen was silent for a moment, a slight twinge of sympathy on his face. Owen found himself unable to meet his gaze. Owen asked, "Do you know anything about the Titans who attacked Wall Maria?" Eren frowned darkly. "Yes. In fact, I know who they are." Owen's eyes widened in astonishment. "You do?" Eren looked down. Raina Braun. Bertolt Hoover. Annie Lenhart. They say they came from a small isolated village in the south of Wall Maria, but this is a lie. They actually came from beyond the walls, just as my father did, and attacked Wall Maria because they were ordered to by Marley. Eren looked up at Owen. I'd suspected them for some time, but I became certain that it was them after I managed to eavesdrop on a conversation where they went over their plans to attack Wall Rose. Owen looked at him seriously. Do they know about you? Eren shook his head. Well, obviously after what I did, they know about my Titan, but no, I don't think they know my identity. Owen glanced away, his face flashing with conflicting emotions. This is a lot to take in. Eren smiled softly. I can imagine. My father didn't explain much before he gave me his power. A lot of this I've had to piece together over time. Owen met Eren's gaze. I appreciate that you felt you could entrust me with this knowledge. I'll be honest, after the attack on Trust, I'd begun to suspect that there were humans who could turn into Titans, and I was hoping that I could draw them out by indirectly asking for the help through that speech I gave. I never expected it to work right away, though. By coming to me, you've made my job a lot easier, and I can personally guarantee your safety, and I will keep your secret from all except a few of my most trusted subordinates. Eren nodded. Thank you. Even before I inherited my father's mission, I wanted to join the Scouts, because I wanted to see the world beyond the walls. Owen smiled. With your help, that could become a reality. Of course, I'll want to look into things and see if the facts match up with your story. Owen shrugged. I understand. I'll only ask that you refrain from going after the other Titan shifters just yet, as we'll need to be careful when it comes to their capture. Owen nodded. That's reasonable. I'm sure I'll think of more questions, but for now I'd just like you to answer one more. Can you prove that you have the power of the Titans, as you put it? Eren reached into his pocket. Yes. Eren pulled out a small knife and dug the blade across his palm. A few seconds later, the flesh stitched itself back together. Owen looked amazed. Steen. Just like. Eren nodded. A Titan. Owen reached out and clasped Eren's hand. Well. Welcome to the Scouts, Eren Yeager. Chapter 8, Planning. Levi shifted slightly, staring uncertainly at the door to Owen's office. He, along with Hanch, Mike, and Nanabar, had been unexpectedly summoned early in the morning. It was unusual for the commander to have a meeting without some sort of notice ahead of time, making Levi wonder if something had happened. After a moment, they heard Owen's voice through the door. Come in. The 4 scouts entered Owen's office and stood in front of him. Owen surveyed them carefully. Thank you all for coming. I have some tasks for you that take priority over everything else. Do not discuss these with anyone else. Levi frowned. What was this about? Owen glanced to the right. Nanabar. I'd like you to go through the records and find everything you can about the following graduates: Eren Yeager, Raina Braun, Bertolt Hoover, and Annie Lenhart. Nanabar looked slightly surprised, but nodded. Understood. Am I looking for anything in particular? As I said, I want everything we have about them. But of particular importance is their whereabouts before they joined the military. Nanabar looked at Owen uncertainly. May I ask why, sir? Owen's face remained neutral. I'll be more than happy to answer that question once you've completed your task. Nanabar nodded reluctantly. Understood. Owen shifted his gaze. Mike, I want you to go through the records from the interior and give me all the information you can about Rod Reese. Please be as discreet as you can. Mike nodded curtly. Right. Owen glanced at the remaining two officers. Hange and Levi. Take Moblet and the Levi squad, and tomorrow night I want you all to investigate the wall. Hange blinked. Investigate the wall? Levi frowned. What do you mean? Owen continued. Take the latest reinforced blades with you. Find a section of the wall that is deserted and go up near the top. Use the blades to carefully carve a hole in the wall, carefully observe what you see inside the wall, and when you're done, seal the hole back up. Levi raised an eyebrow. Why are we doing this? Owen looked at him calmly. I'll tell you everything once you finish your task. Levi scowled. Fine. Owen stood up. I want all of you to report back here in 2 days' time. All four of them saluted. Sir. As they left, Levi found himself pondering the commander's strange orders. I know Owen must have some sort of reason for what he's making us do. But what is it? And why isn't he sharing it with us? It was mid-morning, and the newest recruits were gathered in a classroom where they were being taught the ins and outs of the long-range scouting formation. As he already knew everything being presented, Eren found his mind wandering back to the conversation he'd had with Owen the previous night. That went fairly well. Things should go much smoother this time, since the other military factions aren't aware of my identity, and the scouts aren't going into things totally blind like last time. I'm not sure if lying and pretending I don't already have the founding Titan power was the wisest idea, but the only person in the world who would know that I'm lying is Road Race himself. And if everything goes smoothly, I'll be the one to take him down, and no one will be the wiser. He grimaced. I just hope Historia forgives me for what my father did to Frida. She did last time, but that's no guarantee. Things are different now, for better or worse. Eren glanced around the room. A few rows away he spotted Sasha and Connie trying to pay attention, and right next to them were Mina and Icy and Mylius, busy taking notes. Eren's gaze softened. No, definitely for the better. Eren, you okay? Eren glanced to his left. Yeah, I'm fine. Armin looked at him curiously. What did you talk about with Commander Owen last night? Eren shook his head. I'll tell you later. A promise? Armin looked at him uncertainly. Okay. Eren glanced back toward the front, and as he did he noticed Wimir and Historia sitting a few rows away. Several seats over, he could also see Reyna, who was writing everything the lecturer said down. Eren frowned and reluctantly pretended to take notes as well. When the class let out, Eren walked over and tapped Wimir on the shoulder. Wimir. A word. After walking over to an area where they wouldn't be overheard, Wimir looked at him seriously. What's up? Eren folded his arms. I told Commander Owen about my secret. But I didn't tell him about yours. Wimir stiffened. What about Historia's? Eren glanced away. I haven't told him yet. Wimir's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Eren met her gaze. Going forward, we are going to need her help. Because of her heritage. Eren nodded. Yeah. Wimir frowned. How do you even know if you can trust Owen? Eren shrugged. I'm not sure, but I feel that he is someone we can rely on. Eren looked at her seriously. I won't tell them about you. Whether you share your secret with anyone else is up to you. But soon, you're going to have to make a choice about which side you're on. Wimir tilted her head. And how do you know for sure that I'm not on the other side? Eren's face darkened. Because I know who is. Wimir's eyes widened. You mean you know who's? Eren nodded. I hope you don't disappoint me, Wimir. He walked away, leaving Wimir looking slightly dumbstruck. Petra watched as Wall Rose came into view, lit up by the dying evening light. She and her companions were riding on horseback, taking a route less traveled in order to avoid being spotted by other members of the military. Petra felt slightly puzzled. Why did Commander Owen want them to investigate the wall? Oliver grunted. Personally, I think this is a waste of time. ELD shook his head. No, that's not the right attitude to have. We've been given a job to do, so we'll do it. Petra frowned. Still, it is a bit strange. Why does he want us to examine the wall now? Gunther concurred. And why does he want us to keep it a secret from everyone else, even other scouts? Moblit scowled. If those wall cultist nutters found out we examined the wall, they'd throw a fit. So that's probably why it's a secret. As for why we're examining the wall, though, Hanch sighed. I'm sure Commander Owen has his reasons. I'm just disappointed we have to do it in the dead of night. It'll be too dark to see any of the Titans. Moblit rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. As usual, Captain Levi was fairly quiet, but Petra had a feeling he was wondering the same things that they were. By the time they arrived at the wall, it was dark, and they could barely see, the only light coming from the moon. Levi stepped down from his horse. All right. We are here. Moblit and Petra, you keep watch down here. Gunther, Oliver, ELD, you three keep an eye on things from on top of the wall. Hanjana will examine it. A moment later, Moblit and Petra had secured the horses and were keeping watch at the bottom of the wall. Gunther, Oliver, and ELD were on top of the wall and had lowered down several more cables to help Levi and Hanj as they opened up the wall. Levi pressed the reinforced blade against the wall and began to slide it across the smooth surface, straining from the effort. Hanj hummed absently from her harness, staring back into the interior. I wonder what's inside. Owen must have some idea, or he wouldn't have told us to do this, right? Levi felt his arms aching as he finished the first cut. Fucking hell. Hanj clapped her hands. Maybe there's buried treasure. Or long-lost artifacts from when the walls were first built. Levi clenched his teeth. Hanj, could you shut up and give me a hand? Hanj waved her hand absently. Nah, you look like you're doing just fine. Levi scowled, but didn't comment further. After some more work, Levi had managed to cut out a small, rectangular hole in the wall, and with Han's help carefully removed the chunk of wall and set it on a nearby board suspended by the subordinates on top of the wall. Levi looked at the black interior of the wall. Whatever is in here had better have been worth it. Pass me a torch. Hanj passed him a torch. Levi lit the torch and then peered inside the wall. After Levi remained silent for a minute or two, Hanj looked at him uncertainly. Sir? What's in there? Hanj. Hanj stiffened at the change in Levi's tone. His voice no longer sounded irritated. Instead, he sounded almost apprehensive. Hanj leaned over. What? As she peered into the hole, she saw what had caused Levi to freeze. Inside the wall, mostly concealed by shadows but slightly visible thanks to the torch, was a giant face, as still as a statue, but not quite as lifeless. Han's eyes widened. Is that? Levi nodded, his face slightly paler than normal. A Titan? Inside the wall. He raised his voice. Everyone. Get over here. You need to see this. After a minute or two, everyone had gotten a chance to peer inside for themselves. Moblit put a hand over his mouth. Dear God. Oliwo exclaimed. What the hell? Petra whispered. A Titan. As ELD and Gunther leaned in to get a look, the Titan's one visible eye moved slightly to gaze at them, causing them to freeze. Levi barked. Seal it. A few minutes later, the cover was back in place, and everyone was once again gathered at the base of the wall, reeling from what they'd just seen. Petra's eyes were wide in disbelief. Titans are the walls are full of Titans. So this whole time? Levi glanced at Hanj warily. How many? Hanj scratched her head. I'm not sure, but if I were to make a rough estimate, thousands. Hundreds of thousands. At least. Levi was unable to get much sleep that night, and before long found himself in Owen's office again, along with Hanj, Mike, and Nanabar. There were a few differences this time, though. The first change was that there was a round table that they were all sitting at, indicating that this meeting would be much longer than the previous one. The second change was that one of the newer recruits was sitting right next to Owen. Levi eyed the newcomer uncertainly. "Why is one of the newer recruits here?" Owen cleared his throat. "Have you all completed your assigned tasks?" Levi nodded shortly. "Yes." Owen nodded. "Very good. Nanabar, what did you find?" Nanabar looked over some papers she'd brought with her. "Regarding details about Rainer Braun, Annie Lenhardt, and Bertolt Hoover, there isn't much before they enlisted in the Cadet Corps. What records we do have indicate that they came from a small village in the southeast of Warmaria, in an area that was among the first to fall to the Titans after Shiganshina." Owen looked at her carefully. "Do we have anything to verify that that's where they actually came from?" Nanabar blinked in surprise. "Well, no. As far as we know, they were the only survivors from that village. But there are plenty of refugees with similar stories." "I see. Continue." Nanabar rifled through more of the papers. Above average performance during training. All three made it into the top 10 of their class. After graduating, Rainer Braun enlisted in the Survey Corps, while Annie Lenhardt and Bertolt Hoover joined the military police. And that's pretty much it. Owen nodded. "What about Eren Yeager?" The newest recruit sitting next to Owen stiffened slightly, and while the others didn't notice, Levi did. It made him wonder. Nanabar pulled out another file. "We have quite a bit more information about him. Originally from Shiganshina, he was present when the district was attacked by the Colossal and Armored Titans. His mother was among the first casualties to the Titan onslaught. Enlisted in the cadets 2 years after the breach." She hesitated, looking slightly uncomfortable. Owen tilted his head. "Something wrong?" Nanabar swallowed. "Well, I don't know if this is relevant, but she did say you wanted everything we had on them, and well." Owen gestured at her. "Go on." Nanabar glanced down. "About a year before the breach, there was an incident just outside of Shiganshina involving a ring of sex traffickers. They'd killed a Mr. and Mrs. Ackerman and abducted their daughter, Mikasa. Grisha Yeager and his son Eren Yeager discovered the bodies, and while Grisha went to fetch the local authorities, Eren went in search of the kidnappers. He found where they were hiding out, an old abandoned cabin in the woods, rescued Mikasa, and the two of them killed the 3 kidnappers. The newest recruit's posture was now rigid, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Levi. Levi eyed him uncertainly. "Could this kid be?" Hanj looked startled. "What?" Owen ignored Han's outburst. "How old were they when this happened?" Nanabar grimaced. 9. If he was shocked at this news, Owen didn't show it. "What else?" Nanabar flipped over a page. "Above average performance during training, well liked and respected by his fellow cadets, a model soldier by all appearances. 1 year into training, there was an incident where a gang of thieves robbed the 104th cadets at gunpoint, taking their ODM gear. When taking a hostage in order to prevent the cadets from following them, Eren volunteered. Most of the thieves were killed by an avalanche a few hours later. Eren and one of the thieves managed to survive, and when the thief threatened another cadet, Eugene Kostein, Eren killed him." Levi eyed the newest recruit, now all but convinced that he had to be Eren Yeager. "This is all a little fascinating, but why is the commander taking such an interest in him? Is there a connection between him and those Titans we found in the walls?" Nanabar continued. "There are reports indicating that Eren may be in a serious relationship with fellow cadet Mikasa Ackerman, the same person he rescued from the kidnappers before the breach, though if this is true it did not interfere with their training, as Mikasa Ackerman was ranked number 1 in her class and Eren Yeager was ranked just below her at number 2. Mike let out a huff. "Impressive." Nanabar nodded. After graduation, both Eren Yeager and Mikasa Ackerman enlisted in the Survey Corporation. "I believe that's everything." Owen seemed satisfied. "Very good." Levi spoke up. "If I may ask, who is this?" Owen answered. This is none other than Eren Yeager. While Levi was unsurprised, the others reacted with slight shock, and Levi noted that Eren looked slightly uncomfortable having everyone stare at him. Owen glanced at Eren. To the best of your knowledge, do the records match what really happened? Eren nodded slowly. Yes, they do, though they don't have certain important details. I see. Owen faced forward again. Mike, what did you find out about road race? Mike looked down at the single paper he'd brought. Well, at first glance he's just your typical noble. Owns a few estates in Wall Rose. Not much was available on him, to be perfectly honest. There are rumors that he does seem to have a lot of influence with the king and his advisors, but nothing definitive there. The only thing of note was what happened to his family 5 years ago. He was married and had 4 children. A few days after the breach, the estate he and his family were staying at was attacked and burned down by bandits. In the resulting chaos, his wife and all of his children were killed, and he just barely managed to escape with his life. They haven't been able to find any leads as to who was responsible for the attack. Owen looked thoughtful. Is there anyone else who can corroborate Rodriguez's story regarding the bandits? Mike frowned. Well, no. As I said, he was the only survivor. And last, but certainly not least, Levi and Hanch. What did you find in the wall? Hanch shifted uncomfortably. Well, after following your instructions, we opened up a hole in the wall and found a titan. Mike's eyes widened. What? Nanabar leaned forward. A titan? What do you mean? Hanch explained. Inside the wall there was an enormous titan, just slightly shorter than the colossal. Based on what we saw, it seems that the walls are made up of hundreds of thousands if not millions of these enormous titans and have been ever since they were first made 100 years ago. Nanabar and Mike were visibly shocked at this revelation. Levi noticed that Owen looked unsurprised by the news. You knew, didn't you? That's why you sent us to investigate the wall. You wanted to verify it for yourself. But where did you find that out? Owen let out a sigh, and to Levi's surprise the commander was smiling. I appreciate your patience, and I'm sorry that I didn't explain myself. But I wanted to avoid any confirmation bias from the information you obtained. I am more than willing to reveal things now. Owen looked at them all seriously. As you know, the appearance of the Road Titan was humanity's first victory against the Titans. As such, if we could find and recruit this Titan, it would greatly help us to move forward. I consulted with Commander Pixis, and he had come to the same conclusion that I had. Based on the events that took place that day, it seemed that there were humans capable of turning into Titans, and both the Road Titan and the Colossal Titan were 2 of these humans. Levi's eyes widened, and he could see that the others were also shocked at this information. First the Wall Titans, now this. Levi had thought there wasn't anything that could surprise him anymore, but clearly that wasn't true. Owen continued. With this in mind, I'd planned to deliver more speeches at recruitment events for the scouts, and hoped that, with the right wording, I might be able to coax this Titan out of hiding. I started this process at the choosing ceremony 2 nights ago, and as luck would have it, the Titan happened to be among the newest graduates. Owen gestured at Eren. Han's eyes widened. What fits you? Eren nodded. Levi and Mike looked mildly surprised, but managed to keep their shock from showing too much outwardly. Nanabar stammered. You're a Titan. But... Hanj leaned forward, her eyes ablaze. You can turn into a Titan. That's so amazing. Oh, please, let me see. Levi pulled her back. Hanj. Calm yourself. Mike looked at Owen carefully. So, was that what you were discussing on top of the wall that night? Owen nodded. Yes, among other things. However, he also ended up sharing a great deal of information, much of which has been kept from humanity for the past century, and which may finally allow us to break free from our cage within the walls. Understanding dawned on Nanabar. So that was why you had us investigate. You wanted us to check to see if what he said matched up with reality. Owen nodded with a smile. Yes. Of the things he found, none of it contradicts his story, and much of it corroborates it. Levi looked at Eren carefully. So, what is this story? Owen glanced at him. Eren. Eren took a deep breath and began his tale. He told the 4 scouts present about the basic history of the Eldian Empire and the creation of the walls. He told them of Mali, of the threat of the Wall Titans, and the 145th King's vow of pacifism. He detailed his father's journey and his own with the attack Titan. And he told them about Annie, Bertolt, and Rainer. When he was finished, the 4 scout veterans sat back, still processing everything they had just learned. Nanabal let out a breath. Dan. Mike shook his head. So this entire time our real enemy was not the Titans, but other humans. And all this time, Han's hands were trembling. Titans were humans. We've been. Eren looked at her sympathetically. You couldn't have known. Levi let out a bitter laugh. And this whole time, the damned government has been hell-bent on destroying us without most of the people in it even realizing it. Nanabal frowned and glanced at Eren. If you don't mind me asking, what made you decide to trust the scouts? Eren shrugged. Well, a few reasons. I've wanted to join the scouts ever since I was a kid. They seemed like the military faction that would be most open to this information and be willing to act on it. From what I've seen and heard of Commander Owen, he seems like someone that can be depended on. Eren glanced down. And while I may have the power of the Titans and I have more life experience than most people my age because of the memories I inherited from my father, in the end I'm still a human kid and I'm going to need help in order to make retaking Wall Maria and driving out our enemies a reality. Owen nodded in approval. Well said. Now, given what we know now, our tasks going forward are clear. First, we must capture the ones who broke down the wall, namely Rainer Braun, Bertolt Hoover, and Annie Lenhardt. Levi frowned. Shouldn't we just kill them? Eren shook his head. No. Capturing them alive would be best, because that way we could pass their Titan power onto someone else. Hanch gasped. Wait, you know how to do that? That's awesome. I'd love to get a Titan power. Eren grimaced. Well, the way to inherit a Titan power is to inject the person who will inherit the power with Titan spinal fluid, which will turn them into a Titan and then have them eat the person who currently possesses the Titan power. The others froze at this information, though Owen managed to keep his surprise hidden. Mike exclaimed. What? Nanaba's eyes widened. But wait, doesn't that mean? Holy shit. Levi muttered. Why the hell would your father do that to you? Eren sighed. I already told Commander Owen, but I guess I forgot to mention it here. There's a condition surrounding the Titan powers. Whoever inherits one will die 13 years after inheriting it. And my father's 13 years were almost up, which is why he had no choice but to pass it on to me. Mike blinked. But that means you only have about 8 years left. Hanch glanced away. I'm sorry, I was tactless. Eren shook his head. It's fine, you didn't know. Eren then forced a smile. Capturing Rainer should be fairly easy since he's joined the scouts. All we need to do is have all the newest recruits meet underground for some meeting or occasion. Then I can lure Rainer away and knock him out. Simple. Owen looked thoughtful. Bertolt and Annie will be more tricky since they are outside our jurisdiction, so we'll have to think carefully about our strategy there. Mike smirked. And after that, we just have to take on the government. No pressure. Owen shrugged. With Eren on our side, we already have a major advantage. And if we can get more of the Titan powers, that will make things easier for us should things turn violent. But ideally we need to find some way to overthrow the government with as little bloodshed as possible. Eren nodded. I agree. But the key is to take down Rod Race. The founding Titan has the power to manipulate the memories of the Eldian people. I don't think the power has been used since the 145th king's initial erasure, but if he feels sufficiently threatened, as would be the case if the government was overthrown, then Road Race could do it again. Levi frowned darkly. We definitely can't let that happen. Eren glanced at Owen. Once we come up with a plan to overthrow the government, we must execute it at around the same time that we take the founding Titan power from Rod Race. Based on the memories I inherited from my father when he fought Rod's Titan form, I should be able to defeat him and eat him, taking his Titan power from him. Owen looked at him uncertainly. But I thought you said that the power of the founding Titan could only be used by one of royal blood. And you aren't of royal blood, correct? Eren shook his head. No, I'm not. Owen frowned. So while that means you won't be bound by the first king's oath of pacifism, doesn't that also mean that you won't be able to use the founding Titan's power? Levi interjected. Even if he can't use it, getting it out of the hands of the royal family would be a victory all on its own. Eren nodded. I agree, but being able to use the power of the founding Titan would give us a big advantage over our enemies. Unfortunately, if my father's memories are correct, there should be a loophole. Hanj looked curious. A loophole? Eren explained. In order to get around the 145th King's vow-renouncing war, we need two things. First, we need someone in possession of the founding Titan who is not of royal blood, which in this case would be me. The second thing we would need is a Titan with royal blood. Mike frowned. But Road Race is the only member of the Reese family left. Everyone else was killed during the fight between your father and Rod 5 years ago. Eren smiled sadly. Not quite true. Rod is one living heir, the product of an affair he had with his maid. She was not treated kindly by the royal family and their associates. She enlisted in the Cadet Corps 3 years ago and is currently going by the fake name Crystal Lands. I befriended her during our years of training. She doesn't have any real connection with her father and at this point doesn't really know what's going on. But I think she would be sympathetic to our cause. Owen looked at Eren carefully. So you're saying that she should inherit one of the Titan powers we'll take from Reyna, Annie, and Bertolt? Eren nodded. Yes. Owen's eyes gleamed with excitement. And together, the two of you would be able to harness the full power of the founding Titan and control the Titans. Mike looked impressed. That would certainly make reclaiming Wall Maria a lot easier. Levi frowned. But if she inherits the power of the Titans, wouldn't that mean she will die in 13 years? Are you really okay with that? Eren grimaced. Not really, no. But unfortunately I think this is the best way of guaranteeing the safety of everyone within the walls. Of course I'll want us to actually talk to her before we start making any plans about her. Levi looked at him carefully. What if she says no? Do you think we should force her if necessary? Eren shook his head. No, I would never want to force her into this. If she refuses, that would be a setback, but there are some contingency plans I have in mind. Owen leaned forward. I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss in the coming weeks. But let's focus on one problem at a time. Our first step is to apprehend Reyna. It sounded like you had a plan, Eren. Would you mind going into detail? Chapter 9, Fallen Warrior. Reyna glanced around the underground banquet hall nervously. The food near the front of the room gave off a pleasing aroma, and the overall atmosphere was cheerful and happy. But being underground made Reyna nervous, as he wouldn't be able to transform if something were to go truly wrong. That wasn't too likely, however, and refusing to join the other new recruits for the unexpected feast would be more suspicious, so he pushed his uneasiness aside. After getting a plate of food, he walked over to one of the long tables in the center of the room. Before long he spotted some familiar faces. Connie waved at him. Hey Reyna. Reyna sat down next to him. Hello Connie. On Connie's other side, Sasha was already digging in with an elated expression on her face. The food's amazing. Across from her, N.I.C. scowled. Can't you ever think about anything other than your stomach? Mina smiled. She is right, though. The food is really good. Malleus tilted his head thoughtfully. It's strange though. They never really said what the occasion was, and I talked to some of the scout veterans and they said that this is the first time this kind of dinner has ever been held for newer recruits. Sasha shook her head. Who cares? It's free food. Connie looked down at his plate grimly. Yeah. And I suppose we should enjoy this while we can. Because eventually we'll have to participate in the expeditions outside of the wall. NIC took a sip of water. Although I haven't seen anything about that in the posted schedule. I know the attack on Trust kind of messed up their plans, but it's been more than a month now. Malleus frowned. Come to think of it, during the choosing ceremony Owen made a big deal out of trying to find the Road Titan, but I haven't heard anything about it since then, have you? Mina shook her head. No. Reyna shrugged. Perhaps they are working on it and are keeping the progress confidential until they can find some leads. NIC nodded. That makes sense. While the others chatted, Reyna found his thoughts wandering. Hopefully they don't find any leads. I just hope they resume their expedition soon. The sooner I can get in contact with Marley, the better. They may be disappointed by our progress, but they'll be grateful for the intel, and they can't just leave Annie and Bertolt where they are. Hopefully with Zeke's help, we'll be able to finish this mission. Reyna looked at the others sadly. If only you guys really were devils. That would make this so much easier. As much as I hate to admit it, Annie's right. If push came to shove, could I really? Reyna jumped as he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that Eren was right behind him. Eren raised an eyebrow. You okay? Reyna chuckled nervously. Yeah, you just startled me, that's all. Eren's face became serious. Reyna, can I speak to you about something? Reyna blinked. Sure. Eren led him away from the dining area and down one of the side hallways, and before long the chatter of the recruits faded to be replaced by silence, the only sound being their footsteps on the floor. Reyna looked at Eren uncertainly. What's up? Eren's face was neutral. I remember, when we first started training, you said that you wanted to return to your hometown no matter what. Reyna frowned. I don't remember saying that, but it's true. I do want to return home, no matter what. Eren nodded. And I want to return to my hometown, no matter what. It seems like we have similar goals. It'd be nice if we could help each other out. Eren extended his right hand. Reyna slowly accepted it, unsure of what Eren wanted. Reyna smiled as they shook hands. Yeah. That would be nice. Eren nodded and then abruptly pressed his left hand onto the back of Reyna's hand. Reyna winced as he felt a prick of pain, like he had just been stung by a hornet. Eren's gaze had become cold. It's such a shame that our goals aren't mutually compatible. Reyna pulled his hand away and saw that Eren had jabbed a needle into his hand. Reyna's eyes widened in shock. What are you? He tried to reach forward to pull the needle out, but all at once his vision began to blur. He stumbled, and suddenly he couldn't tell which way was up and which way was down, his senses no longer able to provide him with accurate information about his surroundings. He collapsed to the ground, his head swimming, and the last thing he heard before everything went black was Eren's voice somewhere above him. Sorry, Reyna. The first thing Reyna was aware of was pain. A dull throb that seemed to echo throughout his body. Something was wrong, very wrong. He slowly regained consciousness and forced his eyes open. He saw that he was inside of an isolated cell, with an iron door being the only way in and out. He tried to move, but found himself unable to. He glanced down and saw to his horror the source of his pain. His arms and legs were gone. Several iron bands were placed over the stumps, and a series of chains were the only things keeping him upright. The only clothing left on him was his pants, most of which appeared to have been removed along with his legs. Small clouds of steam were emanating from each of the stumps. Confused and terrified, Reyna let out an involuntary scream. A voice echoed from outside the iron door. Ah, he's finally awake. Go get Commander Owen and the others. Rayner jerked his head up. Commander Owen? What? A few minutes later, the iron door opened, and Owen stepped inside the cell with Levi and Hank right behind him. Rayner cried out, "What the hell is going on?" Owen looked at him seriously. "Surely you must have realized by now. We know that you were one of the Titans responsible for the attacks on Wall Maria and Trust." Owen glanced behind him. "And we know this because Eren is the Titan who stopped the attack on Trust." Rayner's eyes widened as he watched the last person enter the cell. Eren. Eren walked over and knelt down in front of Rayner so that he was on eye level with him. Hank coughed. "I'm guessing you're the Armored Titan. And Bertold's the Colossal. Which one is Annie?" Rayner looked at her in alarm. You've captured them too." Levi looked at him disdainfully. "No, not yet. But we will soon." Eren looked at him calmly. "Like I said, Rayner, I'm going to return home no matter what. And unfortunately for you, in order for me to make it back home, you can't." Rayner whispered. "How?" Eren closed his eyes. "My father came from outside the walls, and shortly after the breach gave me the power of the Attack Titan." Rayner's eyes widened. Eren tapped the side of his head. "I also inherited his memories. You may have fooled the others, and under other circumstances you may have fooled me as well, but your act, while impressive, wasn't enough to hide your true colors from me." Rayner slumped back, feeling none. "You knew. This whole time you knew, and yet..." Eren nodded. "Based on your reaction, I'm guessing my act was successful in fooling you." "That's good. Hopefully it was enough to fool Bertold and Annie as well." Eren's expression became serious. "In some ways I pity you, Rayner. Raised in an environment where you were taught to think less of yourself, and that we, the people on the island, were filthy devils. What else could you have done, not knowing any better? I probably would have done the same things if I had been in your position." Rayner gazed at Eren in disbelief, and the hopelessness of his situation became even more apparent. While he had been blindsided by Eren's true nature, it was clear that Eren had known of his true nature for a long time and had already come to terms with it. Rayner swallowed. The whole time, during training, you knew, or at least suspected, what I really was. But I never ever suspected him. How could I have not noticed anything? Eren's face darkened. At least, up until you broke through Wall Maria. After that, though, you saw for yourself that the people of the walls were not devils, but human, no different from the people you knew back home. And yet, you still planned to exterminate them all, even knowing, deep down, that the propaganda you'd been fed since birth was complete horseshit. Worse still, you befriended many of them, spent years alongside them, all the while plotting to destroy them. Rayner felt like a deep, dark hole was opening up inside him, and he didn't know where it ended. All the excuses, all the justifications he told Annie, Bertold, and himself over the years, all of it seemed feeble and pathetic in the face of Eren's justified anger. He wanted to flee, to get away, to avoid having to look at his sin straight on, but that was no longer an option. Eren smiled grimly. "Unfortunately for you, one of the people you befriended was me, someone who knows what's really going on and has the power to do something about it." Eren's smile became cold. "You and your friends are the reason my mother was eaten alive. But of course, I understand it wasn't personal, you were just following orders. So when we capture your friends and go to war against your homeland, I'm sure you can understand that it's not personal, we're just following orders, and, in our case, fighting for our survival." Rayner felt tears leaking out of his eyes. He had failed as a warrior. He was going to die, and there was nothing he could do to save himself or his friends. Eren continued. "Naturally, we cannot allow you to live. Nor can we allow Bertold to live, as you two are the ones who broke down the wall and could do it again if given the chance. But we may spare Annie if you tell us what we want to know." Rayner's eyes widened. "If you give me your word that you won't harm Annie, I'll tell you some of what I know." Eren shook his head. "No. You can speak and hope for a mercy that you do not deserve." I will not bargain with you. Rayner closed his eyes and bowed his head, feeling truly broken as he felt the eyes of his enemies on him, waiting for his response. A few days later, Eren was escorting Historia to Owen's office. Historia looked at him uncertainly. So, what is this meeting about? Eren shook his head. You'll see. When they arrived, Historia saw that in addition to Commander Owen, Levi, Hanch, Mike, and Nanaba were also present. Owen closed the door while Owen walked over to her. Owen shook her hand. Ah, good. You must be Krista Lance. It's a pleasure to meet you. Historia smiled. Likewise. After everyone had taken their seats around the table, Owen leaned forward. Sir, the reason you are here is because Eren believes you could be an important key to retaking Wall Maria. Historia frowned. What? How? Historia looked at Eren sharply. What did you tell them? Owen clasped his hands together. He told us a great many things. One of the things he told us was your real name and heritage. Historia froze. What? Hanch tried to reassure her. Relax. We mean you no harm. The reason Owen told us about your secret is, well, because he has a lot of secrets of his own that he also disclosed to us. Historia frowned. Secrets? Like what? Eren looked at her and then proceeded to tell her everything that he had told the others. After processing it for a few minutes in silence, Historia spoke. I see. In order for us to retake Wall Maria, we need to recapture the Founding Titan. And in order to use it, we need someone of royal blood to inherit one of the other Titan powers, which in this case would be me. Owen nodded. Precisely. Levi grimaced. But if you inherit one of the Titan powers, you'll only live for 13 more years. If you aren't comfortable with this, I'll do it. The others looked at her in surprise. Historia smiled grimly. I'll admit, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything you just told me, Eren. And if I'm honest, the idea of only living for 13 more years is a little frightening. But then, I'm sure it was the same way for you, Eren. And yet, you've been brave and done what needs to be done in order to protect the people of the walls. If it ensures our survival, I will accept the power of the Titans. Owen nodded in satisfaction. Hanch frowned. There's one problem there. While we can use the full power of the Founding Titan while the two of you are alive, and we can pass the Titan powers on once your time is up, Historia is the last living person aside from Rod Reis who is royal blood. Eren glanced to the side. Actually, that's not entirely true. The others looked at him sharply. Mike's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Eren cleared his throat. She's the last living person of royal blood within the walls. But outside the walls there are a few descendants of the royal family left. One of them should be relatively easy to find, thanks to the information we got from Rayner. Historia gasped. Wait, what did you do to Rayner? Levi frowned darkly. After confirming that he was a Titan shifter, we've confined him, and with Eren's help we were able to get a little information from him. As we suspected, he is the armored Titan, while Bertolt is the Colossal, and Annie has the power of the female Titan. However, it seems that there were originally 4 of them who were supposed to carry out the attack on Wall Maria. But the 4th member, Marcel, who had the Jaws Titan, was attacked and killed by an abnormal while they were traveling to the walls. Historia looked curious. What happened to the Jaws Titan? Owen shook his head. We are not sure. The Titan that ate Marcel would have regained their human form and would have been able to use the power of the Jaws Titan to sneak inside the walls. If they didn't, then odds are they were eaten by another Titan whose human form was able to use the power in such a way. Hanch scowled. So the Jaws Titan is probably somewhere within the walls, but the odds of us being able to find them are pretty low. Nanaba continued. While he wouldn't give us too many details, he also gave us some basic information about the remaining Titans. The Beast Titan is a larger Titan covered in fur and is currently in the possession of a man named Zeke. The cart titan is a quadruped titan that is in the possession of a woman named Peak. And finally, the Warhammer Titan is a rather mysterious titan in possession of the Tiber family, the same family that helped Mali destroy the Eldian Empire 100 years ago. Eren nodded. And the Beast Titan is one of the remaining members of the royal family. Hanj gasped. What? Owen frowned. How do you know this? Eren grimaced. Because the man who has the Beast Titan, Zeke, is my half-brother. At least, according to my father's memories, I have a half-brother named Zeke, and while it's possible the name is just a coincidence, I don't think that's too likely. Levi looked at Eren carefully. Why didn't you mention this before? Eren lowered his eyes. Because he was the one who betrayed my father and the other rebels. Mike frowned. If he's the one who turned them over, doesn't that mean he's on the side of the enemy? Eren sighed. Most likely. But he was only 7 when he turned them in. He most likely was brainwashed by the Malian propaganda around him, but if we can capture him, we might be able to undo it and get him to help us. It's a long shot, but it's a possibility. Nanaba spoke up. You said there were several descendants outside the walls. Eren nodded, looking solemn. Yes. The other will be more difficult to find, but would probably be more willing to cooperate with us. My father's first wife, Dina Fritz, was of royal blood. She, along with the rest of the Eldian restorationists, was turned into a Titan. Once Astoria and I access the full power of the founding Titan, we should be able to control the Titans and sort through them until we find her Titan. Levi blinked. But how would you know which Titan is hers? Eren closed his eyes. Because my memories of her Titan are very vivid. First, my father witnessed her turning into a Titan, which is how I know it's her. Second, her Titan is the one that killed my mother. Historia's eyes widened, and there was a moment of silence after this revelation. Eren smiled half-heartedly. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to recognize her. Historia looked at him sympathetically. Eren. Hanj looked thoughtful. Can the founding Titan return Titans to their human form? Eren shrugged. I don't know. But if it can be used to create 3 enormous walls and erase the memories of thousands of people, I'd say it doesn't seem that far-fetched. Owen shook his head. Well, we can worry about that later. Now that we've captured Reyna, our next step is to capture Bertold and Annie as well. However, because they're outside of our jurisdiction, we'll need to think carefully about how to do it. We'll meet to discuss this tomorrow. Owen's gaze softened. Historia, you have my respect. Historia nodded shyly. Thank you. Eren looked at her carefully. Oh, one more thing. Historia, while we hope to disclose the truth to the people at some point, for now everything we've talked about here must remain a secret. So do not discuss this with anyone, not even Wimir. Understand? Historia nodded reluctantly. Understood. A few minutes later, they all dispersed. As they walked back down to the ground level, Historia found herself still reeling over everything she had just learned. The meeting had been a few hours, but it felt like several weeks had passed between the time she had arrived and the time she had left. After walking in silence for some time, Historia glanced at Eren. Hey, Eren. Eren looked at her. Have you told Mikasa? Eren looked away. No. I know I'll have to tell her eventually. But I don't want to break her heart with the knowledge that I only have 8 years left to live any sooner than I need to. Historia nodded. Yeah. Historia frowned sadly. While we actually have hope for the future, there are still sacrifices that will need to be made. Eren has made his, and soon I will need to make mine. I just hope it will be enough. I wonder how Wimir will react. Chapter 10, Trust. Marco glanced at the nearby fountain with a frown. The water was smooth and calm, which didn't reflect his mood. He and Jane were the first to arrive, but before long they were joined by the other 5 members of their squad. He knew Jane, Annie, and Bertold, and had managed to learn the names of the other 3 as well. It had been about a week since he had joined the military police, and he, along with several other new graduates from the Southern and Eastern Divisions, had been assigned in Stohas. He'd known going in that the military police would be corrupt, but it had still shocked him at just how blatant they were. One of the graduates from the Eastern Division, Hitch, yawned as she leaned against the fountain. The military police sure live up to their reputation. But I didn't realize that they would end up dumping all the work on us rookies. This stinks. Marla, another one of the Eastern Division graduates, growled. Bastards. Lazy, self-serving bastards. Boris, the last of the Eastern Division graduates, scowled at his squad mate. Oh really? You chose to join the MPs, so it's not like you're any better. Marlo glared back at him. You're wrong. I'm nothing like them. I intend to clean up the MPs and restore them to the proper regiment they're supposed to be. Marco brightened up. Perhaps he and Jean wouldn't be alone after all. Boris raised an eyebrow. And how are you going to do that? Marlo straightened up. Easy. Work my way up to the top. And once I'm in charge, I'll make sure those who abuse their authority and misuse the people's tax money will pay for their actions. All the military police need is some discipline. Hitch laughed and clapped her hands. Well, you're really something, aren't you? And I thought you were a buzzkill before. Boris shook his head dismissively. Well, that's a rather lofty ideal. Marco spoke up. Maybe, but I think it's one worth pursuing. Hitch looked at him incredulously. Seriously? You too? Jean shrugged. I don't think it'll be as easy as you make it sound, but I'm willing to help as well. Boris looked at them seriously. Hey, you guys are from the Southern Division, right? The four of them nodded silently. Boris hesitated. So you saw the Colossal, right? Jean grimaced. Yeah. Seeing that thing definitely made me never want to lay eyes on another Titan again. But it also reminded me that the only thing keeping the Titans at bay are the walls and the people guarding the walls. If Wall Rose falls, then it would be up to us to defend the land we have left, and I don't see how we can do that if the military police remains as corrupt and complacent as it has been. Hitch clapped her hands. Well, nice little speech. You sound much more convincing than Marlo. Marlo sputtered. Hey. Jean shook his head. Don't get me wrong, I joined the MPs to get away from the Titans just like everyone else. But I'm not going to just settle back and live a comfortable life in the interior. Not when there are certain suicidal bastards risking their necks for us on the front lines. Boris frowned. Suicidal bastards. Annie spoke up. He's referring to one of our classmates, Eren Yeager. Boris glanced at her. Oh, so you do know how to speak. Hitch tilted her head. Eren Yeager, huh? Did he join the Scouts? Does he have a death wish or something? Jean scowled. Maybe. But he did rank at number 2 in our class, so he's not all talk. Marlo scratched his head. Come to think of it, and she for the only ones from the Southern Division that joined the military police. Marco nodded. Yeah. The rest joined the Scouts. Marco had to admit he had been surprised. While Eren was definitely passionate and charismatic, he'd been shocked at how many people had listened to him and joined the Survey Corps, even those who had the chance to join the military police. Marco didn't regret his decision. After all, there was a lot of good he could do for humanity in the interior. But he still couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he had followed them down the less traveled path. Hitch exclaimed. So do they all have death wishes? Boris shrugged. Well, it's not like it's all hopeless. There was that road Titan that sealed the breach, right? Did you guys see him as well? Jean frowned. Yeah. Hitch smiled. See? We've got the Scouts, the garrison, and a mysterious Titan protecting us. I don't see how the Titans could ever breach Wall Rose, let alone Wall Sinner. Annie spoke up. Perhaps. But as Jean said, we can't be complacent. And we can't necessarily assume that the Road Titan is an ally since we don't know what it is or what its motives are. She sighed. Still, if you guys are serious about cleaning up the MPs, I suppose I can help. Bertolt interjected. I'll help as well. Marlowe looked at them all in amazement. Thank you. Ura sighed. Seriously? This place just reeks of optimism. Hitch clapped him on the shoulder. Lighten up, will you? This could be interesting. A few days later, their resolve to reform the military police was tested for the first time. They were on patrol through the city when they saw two other MPs standing next to a boat in the canal, talking with a merchant. After watching their interaction for a moment, Marlowe's face darkened. Are those bastards illegally selling our gear? Jean watched as the boat pulled away. If I were Eren, right now I'd probably run up and yell at them for their behavior. I'm not Eren, of course, and don't want to be. But Jean began to walk forward, and a few seconds later Marco and Marlowe followed him. His eyes widened. Oh wow, these guys are the real deal. Boris folded his arms. I wonder how this is going to turn out. Annie and Bertolt said nothing, their expressions neutral as they watched their comrades approach the officers. The first officer let out a laugh. I think we've earned ourselves a drink. He paused as he noticed the three recruits step up in front of them. The second officer looked at them dismissively. What are you rookies looking at? Jean looked at him carefully. You do know it's against the law to sell our ODM gear, right? The first officer scoffed. Yeah. Sir? Jean frowned. We are going to have to report what you've done. The second officer laughed. Can you believe this? These rookies are threatening superior officers. He pulled out a few coins and began to hold them out to Jane. Heh. I can tell that you three have a bright future ahead of. Jean smacked the officer's hand away, causing the coins to fly away, most of them clattering onto the street and a few falling into the canal. The second officer looked stunned. What the hell? Jean scowled. We don't need or want your damn money. The first officer raised his gun up. Now you hold on just one. Before he could finish his sentence, Jean pushed the gun down and smacked him in the face with his elbow. He fell to the ground with a gasp of pain, and Jean confiscated his weapon. At the same time, Marco kicked the second officer's leg out from under him before he could bring out his weapon and held up his own gun. Marlowe looked slightly stunned before hastily raising his own gun and aiming at the first officer. The second officer looked at them in shock. Have you gone mad? Jean looked down at the two officers disdainfully. You know, I've always thought that the scouts were a bunch of fools. Daring to leave the walls and fight the Titans seems like a dangerous and futile endeavor to me. But after seeing the colossal Titan attack my hometown, I recognize the necessity of what they do. So I don't think it's too much to ask for us to do our jobs properly without squandering and misappropriating the limited resources we have inside the walls. The second officer glanced away uncomfortably. The first officer glared at Jane. You think you can get away with this? Jean returned the glare. Maybe. Maybe not. But while I may not be brave enough to join the scouts, I'm determined to not be seen as a coward by those that did. Under Jean's orders, Marco and Marlowe arrested and bound the two officers, and their squad escorted the two prisoners back to the MP station. Hitch giggled. Wow, that was kind of awesome. Boris looked mildly impressed. Huh. So they aren't just all talk. A little further back, Annie and Bertolt were looking slightly more somber. Annie frowned. Looks like Eren really did rub off on him. Bertolt shook his head. Not sure if that's a good thing. Several weeks passed and news of the Ricky squad arresting their superior officers had spread like wildfire. Some members of the military police weren't happy about this turn of events and would make thinly veiled threats whenever they interacted with the recruits. Others were indifferent, seeming to think that their behavior was just naive and that they'd give up before long. But as they continued to take the high road, a few members of the military police discreetly thanked them for what they were doing, and the citizens of Stohas, who didn't have a high opinion of the military police, began to cheer them on. While Marlowe appreciated the positive reactions they'd gotten, he had to admit that some of the negative ones had been hard to stomach. In fact, he wasn't sure he could have endured it by himself. But with Jean and Marco there to help him, he found the courage to keep going. He was amazed at how neither of them seemed at all intimidated by the more senior members of the military police. But then, after he had learned more about their experiences during training, it made more sense. Between the incident with the thieves and the attack on Trust, they already had some experience behind them. After those things, a little bit of hostility was something they were more than capable of handling. The others were less enthusiastic about cleaning up the military police, but they did assist them when asked and never tried to stop them or get in their way. Marlowe got the impression that Hitch and Boris both regarded the whole thing as a waste of time, but they still went along with them anyways, which Marlowe appreciated. As for Annie and Bertold, Marlowe wasn't sure what to make of them. They didn't talk much and mostly just focused on doing their jobs. Unlike Jean and Marco, he hadn't been able to coax any details about their past out of them. Overall, things seemed to be going fairly well. Which is why it came as a surprise when they received an unexpected invitation one morning. Niles, the commander of the military police, was visiting Stohas and had summoned them without warning. As they made their way to his office within the MP headquarters, each of the 7 members of the squad felt varying degrees of nerves. Marco frowned uncertainly. "What is this about?" Hitch looked around anxiously. "Are we in trouble?" Marlowe grimaced. "I hope not. But I'm sure we've ruffled some feathers already." After knocking on the door, they were invited in. Marlowe was pleasantly surprised to see that Commander Niles looked the part of a leader. Unlike some members of the military police, his uniform was neat and presentable, and his face was clean and sober. However, he did note that the commander's expression was quite serious, and his posture was stiff. Marlowe swallowed. What was this about? Niles invited them to sit down before he began. "So, I understand that you've been taking your duties seriously." "Very seriously. I just wanted to say a few things." Niles folded his hands in front of him. "First of all, I would like to commend you for the resolve you've shown. I am aware that there is a great deal of corruption within the military police, and it is my hope that someday we may be able to reform the division. And people like you will make that possible." Marlowe felt himself straighten up at the praise, and he could tell that the others were also pleasantly surprised. Niles frowned. "On a more serious note, be careful. While you have done the right thing, you've already stepped on a number of toes over the past few weeks. Frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if someone was sent after one or more of you at some point." Boris looked nervous. "Do you mean to beat us up? Or do you mean to kill us?" Niles grimaced. "Either or both. Hopefully that won't happen. But if you ever feel that any of you are in danger, I want you to come back here to headquarters as soon as you can. I can personally guarantee your safety if something drastic should occur." Niles stood up. "That's all. Remain vigilant and keep up the good work. You dismissed." The recruits all saluted. "Sir." As they made their way back through the building, Marlowe found his thoughts buzzing. "So, the commander wanted to meet with us just to congratulate us and to warn us to be careful. Well, that was unexpected. But still, it must mean that he likes what we are doing and regards us highly. Why else would he summon us like this?" Marlowe smiled. "Maybe we really do have a shot at fixing this regiment." Annie walked down the street, absently surveying the streets as she tried to find her destination. It was the day after their meeting with Niles, and she had the day off. She'd requested some leave for 2 reasons. The first was that she wanted some time to look up more information about the royal family without worrying about her other duties getting in the way. The other, though, was because she was meeting up with someone else who had also requested some leave around the same time. "Hey, Annie." Annie looked around and saw Armin walking toward her. She let out a small smile. Armin. It's good to see you. How's the lead? Armin chuckled. It's completely healed now. They made their way into a nearby restaurant that was on the edge of town. It wasn't anything super fancy, but it was a step up from the food typically found outside of Walsina. The two of them chatted for a while, with Annie recounting her experience as an MP so far and some of the misadventures that had occurred. Armin looked thoughtful. So, Jean and the others are serious about trying to reform the MPs? Annie nodded. It would appear so. I just hope they don't get into trouble. Armin looked slightly worried. Has there been any retaliation? Annie shook her head. No, nothing over anyway. She thought about mentioning Na's warning, but decided against it. She didn't want to worry Armin unnecessarily. Armin glanced down. Hopefully you guys will be okay. Annie cleared her throat. Anyways, how has it been, being a scout? Armin brightened up. Oh, pretty good. Right now we've been learning some new maneuvers and formations specific to the scouts, in particular the long-range scouting formation. Armin chatted for a while, and Annie felt herself feeling slightly jealous of Armin. He was so nice, so sincere. Unlike her, he didn't have any secret agendas or plans, no unspeakable skeletons in his closet. He just wanted to see the world and make it a better place. Despite what he'd seen and endured, there was an innocence to him that Annie found endearing, even while it stabbed at her own conscience every time she saw it. She knew that she would have to break it off with him sooner or later. But for now, she would savor this moment and any others she was allowed to have while they lasted. Eventually the conversation died down and they just enjoyed each other's company in silence. In the background, amidst the chatter of the restaurant's patrons, Annie briefly spotted an arrogant-looking man trying to flirt with a woman up at the bar, and she had to stifle a smile when she saw that it wasn't going well. After a while, Annie spoke up. So, how is Rainer doing? Armin scratched his cheek absently. He's doing okay. Although, I haven't seen him for the past few weeks. Annie blinked. Really? Armin nodded. Yeah, apparently he was transferred to another scouting base in the southwest of Walrose. Annie frowned. Rainer hadn't said anything about that to her. Perhaps he didn't think it was important, but still. That seems odd. Do you know why? Armin shook his head. No, I don't. Eren might know, but... Annie looked confused. Eren. Why would he know? Armin frowned. He's been having a lot of secret meetings with Commander Owen and the other senior members of the Scouts lately. I'm not sure why, though. He's still just a new recruit. I mean, he did rank in the top 10, but no one else in the top 10 has been invited to these meetings, not even the Casa. Annie stiffened. Do you know what these meetings are about? Armin shook his head. No. Eren's been very tight-lipped about it. He keeps saying he'll tell me soon, but he never specifies what soon means. Annie glanced away. What does that mean? Why would Eren be allowed in on secret meetings with the Scout high-ups? Is it because he was one of the survivors of Shiganshina? But then wouldn't Mikasa also have been invited? Well, he did get 6 of the top 10 graduates from the Southern Division to join the Scouts. Maybe they want his help with recruiting more members. But then, why would he not tell Armin what the meetings were about? She shook her head. I suppose it doesn't really matter. He said he'd tell Armin soon, so it can't be that big of a deal. Armin looked at Annie curiously. So, it sounds like you've been helping Jane and the others in their efforts to reform the MPs. Annie nodded. Yeah, a little. Armin smiled softly. Still don't think you're a good person. Annie shook her head. No. I'm not. Armin's smile vanished. Look, you can't let the past weigh you down. Annie glanced away. You don't understand. Armin cried. Well then help me understand. Tell me what's been bothering you all these years. Annie winced. I'm sorry. I can't, I'm not ready. Armin looked at her unhappily before relenting with a sigh. Okay. Even after being shut out again, Armin still wanted to help her. It was another quality of his that Annie both appreciated and loathed at the same time. Annie sighed internally. You're too kind for your own good. It would be better for you if you just forgot about me. Trying to change the subject, Annie spoke up. So, when is the next expedition beyond the walls supposed to be? Armin reluctantly allowed the change of subject. I'm not sure. They haven't talked about any missions beyond the walls at all since we joined. Annie frowned. What? Armin smiled uncertainly. Well, the whole attack on Trust set things back, so I'm sure it's going to take time for them to get things going again. Annie glanced away thoughtfully. She noticed someone approaching from her peripheral and looked up to see that the arrogant man from the bar had walked up to their table. He smiled in a way that he probably thought was charming, but which Annie thought just made him look stupid. The man leaned forward. Hey there. You're quite the cutie, aren't you? Can I buy you a drink? Armin stiffened and looked at the man suspiciously, while Annie just looked back at him coldly. No thank you, she said quietly. He grinned. Come on, what's the harm? I'm sure your boyfriend won't mind you coming up to the bar for a minute. Armin bristled, and Annie had a feeling that if it had been Eren in his place, the man would already be on the floor out cold. She had to withhold a smile at the thought. Of course Armin didn't do anything of the sort, because he was too nice for that. Annie shook her head dismissively. I have a feeling he would mind, but regardless, the answer is no. The man sneered. That's too bad. It's such a shame. He reached his hand back, and Annie tensed up. This guy apparently wouldn't take no for an answer, and so was going to try to force her to come with him. She expected him to swing at her or try to grab her, and shifted in her seat slightly in anticipation of the minor attack. But what happened next was the last thing she was expecting. The man pulled out a sword, and quick as a flash swung it toward her. She barely moved out of the way in time, stumbling back as her chair fell over and the sword embedded itself into the table. Her eyes widened. What the hell? Without thinking, she got into a fighting stance and smacked him hard on both sides of the head before he could pull the sword out. He slumped to the ground with a groan. Armin shouted. Look out! The next second Annie felt herself being shoved out of the way. As she landed on the ground, she could see that the second attacker was the woman the man had been flirting with at the bar, who was also brandishing a sword. She'd been aiming for Annie's legs, but now Armin was in the blade's path. The woman shifted the blade's trajectory at the last moment so that it left only a shallow scratch on Armin's leg rather than a deep cut, but it was enough to make him fall back. The woman yelled at him. Get out of the way. Annie snagged a nearby chair and flung it at the woman, who, not expecting this, was hit and flung back. Annie then grabbed another chair and tossed it at a nearby window, shattering it, and after picking up Armin dived out of it. After running for several blocks, they paused in a nearby alley, both of them breathing heavily. Annie looked at Armin's leg in concern, as it was bleeding slightly. You okay? Armin nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine. Annie pulled out a handkerchief and began tying it around the wound to stop the bleeding. Armin looked at her fearfully. Who were those guys? Annie grimaced. They must be hitmen hired by some corrupt members of the military police. Damn it. That means Bertolt and the others must be in danger as well. We need to find them. Armin nodded. Right. All there. Annie paused. What? Armin frowned thoughtfully. The female assassin, I think I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember. Annie froze. Wait a minute. Armin thinks he's seen her somewhere before. He hasn't seen Reyna for several weeks. And Eren has been having secret meetings with the scout high-ups. Does this mean? Upon hearing some nearby footsteps, Armin and Annie looked up sharply and were alarmed to see that it was the two would-be assassins, still brandishing swords. The female one shouted. After her. Annie screamed. Run. Without hesitation, the two of them began to flee. But Annie knew that running wouldn't enough, and so decided to throw them off the trail. After putting some distance between them and the assassins, Annie pulled off the cover of a nearby storm drain. She pushed Armin forward. "Sorry. Down you go." Armin nodded grimly. "Right." After Armin slid down, Annie soon followed and skillfully placed the cover back where it had been before dropping down into the filthy sore water below. Armin held his nose. "Ah, this is disgusting." Annie grimaced. No. The water went up to their ankles and the smell was awful. Trying not to think about what they were standing in, Armin glanced at Annie. "Have you done this sort of thing before?" Annie held her nose before nodding. "Yes. There was one time where I had to make a getaway in one of the inner city sewers. I'd rather not go into details there." Armin glanced away. "Understandable. So what now?" Annie began to walk forward. "We need to find the others." It was mid-morning and Jane, Marco, and Bertolt were patrolling the southern sector of the city, while Marlo, Hitch, and Boris were patrolling the northern sector. While Jane and Marco chatted, Bertolt found himself lost in thought. Annie said she was taking the day off to try to do more research on the royal family. And while that may be partially true, I have a feeling she's also meeting up with Armin. Bertolt scowled. Why did she choose him over me? We are both warriors, while he's just a devil. Bertolt's face fell. At least, that's what we were taught. But that's the thing, isn't it? Rayna, Annie, and I, despite what Rayna has said, deep down we all know we are the real devils here. Armin isn't a part of that. He's innocent, and I guess she finds something appealing about that. Or maybe she just feels sorry for Hen. And yet she knows it won't end well, doesn't she? One way or another she'll have to end it with him. And when that happens, maybe, just maybe, she'll be able to see me in a different light. Unless she chooses Rayna. But I don't know, Rayna hasn't ever looked like he's that into girls. Then again, he's been so focused on the mission he may not have given any thought to that sort of thing. I wonder. Bertolt snapped back to reality when he realized that Jean and Marco had stopped talking. After glancing behind them, he could see why. A few yards behind them, two men were walking, their gazes fixed upon the three recruits. Marco frowned. Are those guys? Jean nodded grimly. Yeah. Looks like they are following us. We may have to take Commander Niles up on his offer. Marco glanced around. There aren't very many people around, but surely they wouldn't attack us in broad daylight, would they? Without warning, the two men rushed at them, pulling out swords and raising them high in the air. Jean yelled. Shit. Guess that answers that question. Jean and Marco hastily pulled Bertolt back, who barely avoided having his arm sliced off. As Bertolt hit the ground, Marco hit the first assassin in the head with the butt of his rifle. Meanwhile, Jean raised his gun and tried to fire at the second assassin, only to find that it wasn't working. Jean looked at his gun frantically. It's jammed. His eyes widened. No. It's been sabotaged. Shit. The second assassin swung his sword at Jean, but Jean hastily blocked it with his rifle. On a whim he grasped the blade with his hand and yanked it toward the canal. Not expecting this, the second assassin lost his balance and fell into the water. Marco readied his gun, but before he could attempt to fire, the first assassin punched Marco in the eye, knocking him down. But before he could react, Bertolt swung his gun at the first assassin like a club and bashed him on the side of the head. The man promptly fell to the ground, unconscious. Jean winced at the cut the blade had left on his hand, while Marco was clutching at his eye. Jean said sharply, We need to go. After putting some distance between them and the would-be assassins, they settled at an alleyway in a quieter part of the city. Jean bandaged the cut on his hand, while Bertolt looked over Marco's face, which was sporting a lovely black eye. Bertolt looked at him in concern. You okay? Marco nodded, forcing a smile. Yeah, I'll be fine. It does sting a bit there. Jean let out a breath. We'll rest here for a few minutes and then head back to the NP headquarters. Bertolt grimaced. Damn it. I didn't think we would draw this much attention so soon, but looks like Annie and I will have to back off when it comes to reforming the NPs. Better for the others to think we are cowards than to risk another assassination attempt. He frowned. Although, why didn't they kill Jean and Marco? They easily could have, but it almost looked like they were holding back. Why would they do that? They heard some nearby footsteps, and suddenly two familiar faces came around the corner. Marco exclaimed. Annie. Armin. What are you guys doing here? Bertolt frowned. So, I was right, she was seen in. But why are they so dirty? Jean held his nose. Ah, you two smell like shit. Armin smiled apologetically. Sorry. We had to flee into the sewers. Marco looked at them sharply. Why? Annie stepped forward. We were attacked. Jean's eyes widened. Really? So were we. Dan. I hope Marlo and Hitch are okay. Marco looked at his friend uncertainly. What about Boris? Jean shrugged indifferently. Bertolt stood up. Well, we'd better head back to the MP headquarters. It'll be safer there. No. Annie interjected. Jean blinked. What do you mean, no? Annie hesitated. It's just that there's a chance that the assassins weren't hired by corrupt members of the military police. Armin looked at her uncertainly. What makes you say that? Annie grimaced. It's just that when they were pursuing us, they said after her. Her, not them. Jean frowned. Come to think of it, when they attacked us earlier, they nearly killed Bertolt with their swords, but then they tried to hit me with the flat edge. Marco nodded. That is strange. Bertolt paled. It can't be. Annie, do you think they are after us specifically? Annie nodded grimly. Yes, I think they are. Armin looked at her anxiously. But why would they be coming after you too? Annie did it. Apparently, years ago, Bertolt's family and my family had some sort of dispute with one of the nobles in the interior, a dispute that the noble held quite a grudge against. After Walmaria fell and our village was destroyed, we'd forgotten about this feud, as we didn't have anything to do with it. But if they found out where we came from and what families we were from, it's possible the noble sent the assassins to finish what he had been unable to years ago. Bertolt felt his heart sink down to his toes. She couldn't speak openly in front of the others, but he had gotten the message within her fabricated story. Someone had figured out who they really were and was hunting them down. Armin cried. But why on earth would someone hold that kind of grudge, and against people who didn't have anything to do with the original dispute? Annie shook her head. I don't know. All I do know is that if Bertolt and I go to HQ, we may still be in danger. You guys should be fine, though. Annie began to walk away. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Come on, Bertolt. Bertolt started to follow her before he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back to see that it was Jane. Jean looked at them seriously. Hold on. We can't just abandon you guys. Let us help you. Annie frowned. If you help us, you may get dragged into this mess as well. None of us knows what's going on, and you'd be safer if you just forgot about us. Armin stepped in front of her. But we can't do that. We're your friends, and we won't just leave. Let us help you. Annie and Armin argued for another minute or so, but in the end Annie reluctantly relented. She sighed. You really are too kind for your own good. Bertolt agreed. That kindness will get you killed someday, Armin. Jean folded his arms. Well, if we are going to protect you too, we should probably get out of the city. But how do we do that? Armin looked thoughtful. I have an idea. Owen slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it. It was evening, and they were at the military police headquarters. Owen, Hansch, and Levi were in the same room, also looking disheartened. They had thought the plan was almost perfect. After investigating Annie and Bertolt, they had discovered that the squad they were in was trying to fight against the rapid corruption of the military police. After learning this, they decided to take advantage of the situation. Owen had convinced his old friend Niles to give the squad of new recruits the idea that they were in danger and that if something happened they should flee to the military police headquarters, a defensible building that was relatively isolated from the nearby streets. The following day, they had sent Squad Levi after the two shifters, with Petra and Olivo attacking Annie, while ELD and Gunther attacked Bertolt. They would use blades instead of guns, as that would reduce the chances of any collateral and also make it less likely that the shifters would panic and transform. They had also used blades that were meant for killing humans, rather than the blades they normally used against Titans, as that could give them away. Levi knew that the best bluff is to not bluff, and so had instructed his squad to actually try to kill the shifters, so that they would have good reason to feel in danger. Owen and the others had concluded that between the training the two shifters had had before and after they invaded the walls, they should be able to hold off and evade the attackers. After that, with Niles' promise of sanctuary, they would hopefully flee to the military police headquarters. Once they were there, the building and surrounding area would be quarantined. Several squads of veteran scouts would be stationed near where the attacks would occur, just in case one or both of them transformed, and Eren would be on standby, just in case something went wrong. If all went according to plan, the two shifters would be inside the military police headquarters, the surrounding area would be surrounded, and a fake story about terrorists would be used by the scouts to evacuate nearby civilians. Meanwhile, the scouts would place cannons on the nearby buildings, seal off all streets and possible escape routes using steel cables, and have Eren on standby should the enemy shifters transform. As an extra precaution, they had several units stationed inside the sewers beneath the building in case they tried to escape through there. Once the building was surrounded and every precaution taken, some sleeping gas would be flung into the building, which would hopefully knock out the shifters and allow them to be taken into custody. It wasn't a perfect plan, and Owen knew that he was overstepping the boundaries of his authority, which would draw the attention of the central government. But they couldn't afford to wait too long, as it was only a matter of time before Annie and Bertolt began to be suspicious of Rayna's absence. They also couldn't risk telling Niles the whole truth yet, or the true plan, as they weren't sure how he would react. But while the first part of the plan had worked, the second part had not. It was past sunset, and neither of the shifters had shown up, and they were nowhere to be found within the city. In addition, Squad Levi had returned and reported that when last sighted, Annie and Bertolt were being assisted by Armin, Chain, and Marker, who had also vanished. Owen looked out the window grimly. It would seem that they figured out, or at least suspected, what was really going on. The good news is that neither of them transformed, so the city and its citizens are okay. But we've let them escape. And on top of that, they've been helped by other soldiers who have no idea of their true nature. Eren slammed his fist into the wall again. Damn it. I should have been there. I should have. Levi placed a hand on his shoulder. Calm down. It was a good plan, but no plan is perfect. Sometimes you have to gamble and live with the result. There's no use pondering what ifs. Eren looked like he was holding back tears. I know, but now my friends are in danger, and I put them there. Levi looked at Eren curiously. While Eren had been incredibly stoic throughout their meetings for the past few weeks, here he had finally broken down. Levi sympathized with him, but also found something reassuring about Eren's frantic worrying over his friends, as it showed that for all his knowledge and power, he was still human. Levi glanced away. He knew what it was like to lose friends and comrades, and hoped that Eren would not have to go through that same pain. Owen turned around. If they deduced our plan, then they've probably fled the city and are somewhere within Wall Rose. We cannot allow them to escape. Hanch, summon all the squad leaders. We have work to do. Chapter 11, It All Comes Out. It was morning, and the sun had not yet risen on the city of Stohas. But a large number of people were already awake and getting ready for the long day ahead. Gathered in one of the military-owned courtyards not too far from the outer gate of the city was the scouts. A mixture of new recruits and veterans were lined up, most of them confused about what was going on. Owen looked over them all seriously. Listen up. Yesterday, some of the newest members of the military police were almost killed by several unknown assassins. One of our own, Armin Arlert, also got caught up in it. Armin Arlert, Jean Kirstein, Marco Bott, Bertolt Hoover, and Annie Lenhardt have not been seen since the attacks. We believe that they have fled the city and are somewhere within Wall Rose. Our mission is simple. We must search through the lands between Stohas and Karens and try to find them before the assassins do. He glanced to his right, where several of his officers were standing. As for why we are doing this, that is on a strictly need-to-know basis. However, I will admit that there are unknown variables at play here. But no matter what happens, I want you to trust your squad leaders and obey their orders. That is all. We depart in an hour. Be ready. All the scouts saluted. Sir. With that, they all dispersed and began to prepare for the expedition, gathering supplies and organizing horses and squads. Connie grimaced. Dan. Why the hell would assassins be after them? Sasha responded seriously. I heard that they were trying to fight back against the rampant corruption in the military police. She absently ran her fingers through her horse's manner. Maybe they pissed off the wrong person. Minna frowned. But still, what could they have done that someone would want them dead? A few yards away, Mikasa was looking at Eren in concern. He hadn't touched his breakfast, and he looked like he was trying to not throw up. Mikasa gently touched his shoulder. Eren, are you okay? Eren bowed his head. No. I just hope Armin's okay. Mikasa lowered her gaze. Me too. Mikasa looked up as she heard a commotion near the edge of the courtyard. Hand raised her voice. Excuse me. You two aren't supposed to be here. Owen walked over. What's going on? Two members of the military police had entered the courtyard. One of them looked determined, while the other just looked bored. Marla looked at the scouts eagerly. Commander Owen. Please, allow us to join the search party. The ones missing are friends of ours and would like to help. Owen considered this. Are you sure? We don't know the full extent of what's going on, and it could be dangerous. Marla grimaced. I'm aware of that. But we are willing to face those dangers if it means protecting our comrades. He elbowed his partner. Right, Hitch? Hitch nodded unenthusiastically. Yeah. Owen nodded. Very well. But only for this mission. And you are to obey your squad leader's orders without question, understood? Marlowe saluted. Understood. After Marlowe and Hitch were allowed in, Owen began interrogating the newest recruits about where they were from and which areas of Wall Rose they were most familiar with. After taking this into account, Owen started sorting them into groups. Owen looked them over. All right. Eren and Krista, you are the leaders of Squad 7 and 8 respectively. Mikasa, Connie, Sasha, and Marlowe will make up Squad 7. Winya, Mylius, Mina, and Hitch will make up Squad 8. After being assigned into squads, the young soldiers began readying their horses and gear for the upcoming mission. Connie looked at the two newcomers curiously. So you guys are military police, huh? Marla nodded. Yeah. Hitch also looked mildly curious. Weren't some of you in the top 10 for the Southern Division? Connie nodded. Yeah. Hitch tilted her head. How come you guys didn't join the military police? Connie chuckled nervously. Believe me, I was definitely thinking about it, but in the end I changed my mind. Sasha smiled. A lot of us did, thanks to this guy. She gestured at Eren. Marla looked interested. Are you Eren Yeager? Eren's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly nodded. Yes. Marlo smiled. Annie and Jean spoke highly of you. Eren glanced away. Did they? Marlo's smile faded. You okay? You look like you just saw a ghost. Eren forced a smile. I'm fine. Without another word, Eren walked away. Marlo frowned. What's with him? Mina shrugged. I don't know. Normally he's pretty friendly, but there are times where he gets all quiet like that. She lowered her gaze. Though it's understandable. One of the people who got caught up in the assassination attempts was his best friend, Armin, so I'm sure he's worried sick. Marlowe nodded. Ah. Still, it's strange. Why are the scouts getting involved in this? Mikasa shook her head. No idea. Commander Owen said that it was on a need-to-know basis. But based on what he implied, it sounds like all of the squad leaders have a better idea of what's going on and have been entrusted with information he's not yet willing to share with the normal soldiers. Hitch frowned. But since Eren and Krista are squad leaders, doesn't that mean that they know what's going on? They glanced over and could see Owen speaking quietly with Eren and Krista, all three of them looking grim. Marlowe looked slightly suspicious. But why are they allowed in on this when everyone else is being kept in the dark? Mikasa watched Eren uncertainly. I don't know. For now we have no choice but to trust them and hope that we get the answers we want soon. Connie nodded. I hope those answers come soon. Wimmy shook her head. Be careful what you wish for. Something tells me that we may not like the answers. Sasha glanced at Wimmy. What do you mean? Wimmy sighed. Let's just say I've got a bad feeling. They're making it sound like this is a simple search and rescue mission, but given all the effort that's being put into preparation, I think it's safe to assume that there's something more going on. Marlowe frowned. Like what? Wimmy grimaced. I don't know. As Mikasa said, for now we need to trust our commanding officers. At the same time, though, be on guard. Things aren't what they seem. Connie smiled uncertainly. They are probably just using this as a chance to give us some practice before we have to actually go out into Titan territory. Wimmy looked like she was going to make a disdainful remark, but refrained from doing so, opting to get back to work instead. As Mikasa got her gear ready, she found her thoughts turning from Eren to their missing friend. Armin, please be safe. Annie rubbed her neck, feeling a little sore after an uncomfortable night of sleep. Thanks to Armin's quick thinking, they'd managed to sneak onto a supply cart that was leaving Stohas, and by good luck it also happened to be headed for Trust. After taking them most of the way there and putting a comfortable distance between them and Stohas, the 5 deserters had discreetly left the cart in the evening and tried to get some rest in a nearby patch of woods. After borrowing some clothes from a nearby village, they'd abandoned their uniforms as they would make them stand out too much and had changed into more casual clothing. It was the following morning, and now they had to decide what they were going to do next. Jean looked at Annie and Bertolt. So, where to now? Annie glanced down. For now, we need to lay low, as far away from the interior as we can get. Marco looked thoughtful. Then how about we head west? I've heard there's an abandoned castle a little ways past Regako village that's right near the wall. You can't get any farther from the interior than that. Unless you're planning to go into Titan territory. Bertolt laughed nervously. No. Of course not. Jean shook his head. That would be downright stupid. He looked around. All right, does that sound like a plan? Annie frowned. It'll be slow going just on foot. Armin spoke up. Yes. But that cart managed to save us a lot of time, and if we try to steal some horses, we'll probably just draw more attention to ourselves. Jean grimaced. Annie's right there. Having some horses would greatly increase how far we could travel in a day, which should outweigh the risks of being noticed. Armin looked uncomfortable. Yeah, but... Marco looked at Armin sympathetically. What? Do you not like the idea of stealing? Armin sighed. Well, no. But I understand that it's necessary. Annie stepped forward. Let's go. It was still early in the morning, and not many people were up yet, so it wasn't too difficult for them to acquire 3 horses, and before long they were on the move again. Annie and Bertolt were on one horse, Marco and Armin were on another, and Jean was on a third one alone, leading the way. Annie quickly filled Bertolt in on everything she knew and everything she suspected, as she wasn't sure when they would next get a chance to talk without risking the others overhearing them. With that done, the two of them fell into a grim silence, pondering whether they should try to rescue Raina or if they should just cut their losses and leave the walls while they still could. Annie glanced at their three companions, feeling slightly guilty for deceiving them and accepting their help. The day was long, traveling on lesser-known roads and avoiding major villages and settlements. But by the evening they had finally arrived at the castle Marco had described. It was an impressive sight, Annie had to admit, even though it was clearly in ruins. Jean eyed it. So, this is the place, huh? Definitely looks abandoned, but we'd better check it out first. After checking the area around the castle, they led the horses into a long-abandoned stable. Jean climbed off his horse. Marco, you watch the horses. The rest of us will investigate the interior. Marco nodded. Right. The four of them approached the base of the main tower and slowly pushed the door open. As with the outside, the interior was mildly impressive, but had clearly been abandoned long ago. Armin coughed. This place is dusty. Jean nodded. I say. But it'll do as a hideout. Jean pulled out a torch, and after verifying there was no one there on the ground floor, they began ascending the stairs. Annie glanced around. We can't stay here for too long, though. Maybe a night or two at the most. Bertolt nodded absently, then abruptly froze. A second later, the others also froze as they heard a series of steps echoing down from above them. Before long, a figure emerged from the doorway that was at the top of the stairs. It was a man who looked to be in his 20s, with a pair of glasses and a full beard. He looked at them in astonishment. Annie. Jean looked at the man suspiciously. Who are you? Annie's eyes were wide. Zeke? Armin looked at her in shock. You guys know each other? Annie glanced at him. Why, yes, we were from the same village. Armin frowned. You were? But I thought you said Dash. Annie cut him off. Would you excuse us for a moment? Annie ran up to Zeke, grabbed him by the ear, and pulled him up through the doorway he had come through and around the corner where they couldn't be seen by the others. Zeke looked at her in bewilderment. What is Dash? Annie whispered harshly. Listen to me carefully. Play along and play dumb. They don't know anything about the outside world. They think the rest of humanity has fallen to the Titans. We've infiltrated their military, but were forced to go on the run, and these guys are helping us. They don't know who we really are. We can talk in front of them, but not frankly. Do you understand? After processing everything she had said, Zeke nodded. Yes. The two of them stepped back through the doorway, where Bertolt was looking fearful, and Armin and Jean's expressions were a mixture of curious and cautious. Annie forced a smile. This is my Uncle Zeke. I thought he'd perished along with the rest of our village, but he actually managed to survive. Isn't that wonderful, Bertolt? Bertolt also forced a smile. Why, yeah. That's great. Annie gestured down the stairs. These are our fellow graduates. That's Jean Kirstein, and that's Armin Arlett. We have another friend outside named Marco Bot. Zeke slowly descended the stairs and extended his hand. It's nice to meet you. Armin accepted the hand, visibly more relaxed. Likewise. Jean still looked suspicious. Are you the only one here? Zeke chuckled. Yes. I've been surveying the nearby lands, and as far as I can tell, I'm the only one who's been staying inside this castle. Jean still appeared cautious, but decided to let it go for the moment and left to retrieve Marco. Zeke looked at Bertolt and Annie softly. It's good to see you two again. But where are Raina and Marcel? They were with you when you left, weren't they? Annie felt the familiar drop in her stomach whenever Marcel was mentioned, but tried not to show it. She found herself unable to meet Zeke's eyes, though. Yes. You see. Armin piped up. Raina's at a scouting base. As for Marcel. Annie glanced away. He didn't make it. He was attacked by an abnormal. Zeke frowned. Ah. I'm sorry to hear it. Bertolt looked at Annie sharply. Wait a minute. You told him about it. Annie shook her head. I didn't go into detail, but yes. I told him how my cell died. Bertolt scowled. He didn't need to know that. Annie glared at him. Well, it's not like it matters if he does now. They stared at each other for a few moments to the confusion of Zeke and Armain. Fortunately, the unpleasantness came to an end as Jean returned with Marco in tow. Marco smiled. Hello. You must be Zeke. Zeke returned the smile. Yes. Marco, right. Marco nodded. Yes, that's me. Zeke cleared his throat. Well, I wasn't expecting any guests, but luckily I have enough supplies for everyone. Annie, Bertolt, could you give me a hand with dinner? Most of the afternoon was gone, and Eren was becoming more and more anxious. The various scout squads had spread out far and wide to try to cover as much ground as possible and to locate the lost soldiers as quickly as possible. After hearing some reports of a supply cart that appeared to have several suspicious-looking people on it, they had begun shifting their search toward the southern sector. But the cart had been tracked down in Trust, and no trace of the suspicious persons had been found, nor had anyone seen when or where they might have abandoned the cart. With the trail going cold, Eren began to despair. No sign of them. Where could they be? After searching through the lands directly north of Trust, however, his squad managed to find another possible clue. Eren looked at the farmer urgently. What seems to be the problem? The farmer scowled angrily. Some thieves made off with 3 of my horses this morning. Mikasa spoke up. Which way did they go? The farmer pointed. They were heading west last I saw. But by the time I saw them they were already too far away for me to do anything. Eren looked at him carefully. How many thieves were there? The farmer frowned thoughtfully. I'm not sure. I think maybe 4 or 5. I'm not sure. Do you think you could get the horses back? Eren nodded. We'll see what we can do. He looked at the others sharply. This way. The others seemed surprised, but followed his orders. As they began to head west, Eren glanced back to see how everyone was doing. Mikasa appeared to be the only one who was remaining calm. Connie, Sasha, and Marlo all looked slightly confused and anxious, desperately wanting to know what was really going on. Eren faced forward again. You'll find out soon enough. I just hope we are not too late. Jean eyed Zeke warily from across the fire they'd made on the ground level. Zeke, Annie, and Bertolt had put together dinner for the 6 of them, Zeke apparently having enough canned food for all of them. But they'd been very careful with the cans, making sure to keep them well away from Armain, Marco, and Jane, as if there was something the trio didn't want them to know about the cans. In addition, when Jean asked Zeke what he was doing at the castle, he had given only vague answers before quickly changing the subject. All in all, Jean felt something was off, and he was sure there was something Zeke was hiding. He knew that Annie and Bertolt trusted Zeke, which reassured him somewhat. He trusted them, and whatever secret Zeke might have, he was confident that he could depend on them. But their interactions with Zeke, coupled with their demeanor after they had gone on the run, made Jean certain that Annie and Bertolt also had something to hide. What it was, he didn't know, and it bothered him not knowing. He tried to see if there was some sort of hidden message or meaning within the words Annie and Bertolt said to Zeke or vice versa, but so far he hadn't been able to find anything. Or at least, not anything definitive. Still, he supposed everyone had secrets, and perhaps he was worrying himself over nothing. Armin and Marco seemed to trust Zeke immediately after seeing that he was a friend of Annie and Bertolt, and he didn't want to cause any unnecessary conflict. But he would keep his eyes open. Toward the end of dinner, the conversation had shifted to them describing their training years to Zeke. Zeke looked intrigued. So you've spent the last 3 years in training, eh? Armin nodded. Yeah. It was tough, but we made it. Zeke set his plate to the ground. And what was the ranking? Jean spoke softly. I placed 6th. Marco piped up. I was 7th. I made 4th. Annie nodded. 5th. Bertold said. Zeke turned to Armin. And what about you? Armin smiled sheepishly. Oh, I didn't actually make it into the top 10. But my best friends did. Mikasa ranked at number 1, while Eren ranked at number 2. Zeke tilted his head. What about Rainer? Annie spoke. He was 3rd. Zeke nodded. Well, that's quite impressive. And you graduated about 2 months ago. Jean grimaced. Yeah. And the day after? Armin lowered his gaze. That's when it happened. Zeke looked puzzled. Annie interjected. The colossal titan attacked Trust, the southern outer district. Zeke nodded quickly. Oh, right. Jean eyed Zeke again. Something's off. Was he not sure what we were talking about? Or did he legitimately not know about the attack on Trust? It's been over a month, surely even the most remote region inside the walls should have heard something by now. Marco sighed. That thing was the stuff of nightmares. It kicked down the outer gate like it was nothing. But just when it seemed like Trust was doomed, that's when the Rogue Titan showed up. Zeke blinked. Rogue Titan? Armin smiled sadly. I wish I could have seen it. It's incredible, a Titan actually helping humanity instead of destroying it. Marco nodded. That boulder it carried must have weighed as much as it did, and yet it effortlessly carried it over and sealed the breach. Annie frowned. I think calling it the Rogue Titan sounds a little silly. A better name might be the Attack Titan. Zeke shifted slightly. Jean looked at her sharply. Attack Titan? Why? Annie shook her head. I don't know, I just think it sounds cooler. Jean glanced between her and Zeke. That, or was she trying to tell him something? It looked like it, but what could it be? Marco spoke up. Well, Commander Owen made a big deal about how they were trying to track down the Rogue Titan at the speech he gave during the graduation ceremony. Hey Armin, have they made any progress with that? Armin shook his head. No. At least, none that they shared with the rest of us. Annie glanced at him. Although didn't she say that they were having a lot of secret meetings and that Eren was attending them? Armin nodded slowly. Well, yeah. I only know that because I noticed Eren was sometimes mysteriously absent, and he fessed up to me about the meetings, though he hasn't told me what the meetings are about. Zeke rubbed his chin. Eren. That name sounds vaguely familiar. Armin looked at him. Eren. Eren Yeager. Have you heard of the Yeager family? Zeke frowned. Yes, I have. Tell me, what was the name of his father? Armin responded. Grisha Yeager. Zeke's eyes widened for a second before quickly fading again. Armin looked at him uncertainly. Did you know him? Zeke glanced away. No. I'd heard of him, though. Jean eyed him suspiciously. Okay, he's definitely hiding something. After some more small talk, Annie filled Zeke in on the details of what was going on, where they were on the run, and why they were there. Throughout, Jean got the distinct impression that there was indeed some hidden meaning behind her words for Zeke to find, but what that hidden meaning was he wasn't sure. Armin looked at Zeke anxiously. So, will you help us? Zeke nodded. Of course. After all, if they are after Annie and Bertolt, they could very well come after me too. Annie hesitated. So how is Aunt Peak doing? Zeke smiled. She's doing well, doing well. She's not too far away, she's somewhere over there. He gestured toward the wall. Jean raised an eyebrow. What, you saying she's in Titan territory? Zeke laughed. No, of course not. Sorry, it's getting dark, it's hard to tell directions. He looked at Annie and Bertolt. But anyways, I'm sure she'll be pleased to see you both again. We'll head out tomorrow. Annie nodded. Right. Bertold nodded silently. Jean glanced at her sharply. Head out where? Annie hesitated. It's nothing. We'll explain tomorrow. Jean frowned. Okay. After putting the fire out and dispersing for the night, trying to find relatively comfortable places to sleep in the castle, Jean couldn't help but feel that something bad was coming the following morning. The moon and stars shone over the lands of Woolrose and looked down upon a group of 5 soldiers. 3 of them had turned in for the night, trying to get some sleep before the early morning ahead of them. 2, however, were still awake. Mikasa looked at Eren in concern as he stared off into the distance. His expression was terribly solemn, a look she hadn't seen on his face since the first few weeks after his mother had died. After that he had buried his sadness under a veil of anger and hatred toward the Titans until it was replaced with the more composed, mature attitude he'd acquired during the 3 years they'd spent training. Around the others, both she and Eren were fairly serious, keeping their emotions in check. It was only when they were alone that they let their guard down and allowed their true feelings to reveal themselves unchecked. But lately Eren had begun keeping his walls up more and more, and though he tried to keep it from showing, Mikasa could tell that there was something he wasn't sharing. She approached him, sat down next to him, and gently touched his shoulder. Eren. Eren glanced at her sadly before returning his gaze to the stars. Mikasa gently rubbed his shoulder. I'm sure her means fine. He's smart and is not alone. And we managed to pick up their trail thanks to your intuition. We should find them before the assassins do. Eren bowed his head. I hope you're right. Mikasa looked at him sadly. Eren, what's going on? There's something you're not telling me and Armain. I don't know what it is exactly, and I'm sure you have your reasons for not confiding in us just yet. But you do trust us, don't you? Eren nodded. Yes. I trust you with my life. Sir. Eren sighed. You're right. There is something I haven't shared. That's about my father. Mikasa frowned. Dr. Yago. Eren grimaced. Before he died, he gave me a task. A mission that he needed me to carry out. She looked at him in concern. And what mission was that? Eren closed his eyes. To take back Wolmaria. Mikasa frowned. That's a lot to ask of someone. Eren shrugged. Maybe. But he gave me the tools I need to make that happen. Mikasa looked confused. What do you mean by that? It's hard to explain. Eren looked at her seriously. But when we find Armain, I promise you, I will tell you everything. Mikasa nodded. Okay. She gazed at him tenderly. But you don't have to do this all by yourself, you know. You can't expect to protect everyone alone. Eren lowered his gaze. No. But sometimes it feels like I should. I know how ridiculous that sounds, thinking I should be able to protect everyone, but I can't help it. I don't want anyone else to die. Mikasa placed both her hands on his shoulders with a smile. If we work together, hopefully no one else will. Eren returned the smile and the next second closed the distance between them so that their lips met. Mikasa felt a familiar warmth coiling within her as their kisses grew more and more heated, and before long she was laying on the ground on her back, with Eren pressing down on her. They had moved past the awkward stages of not really knowing what they were doing, and now enjoyed a new sense of intimacy and closeness that Mikasa felt she would never get enough of. Normally she took control, but for tonight Eren seemed to want to be in control, and she allowed it, just happy to be with him once more. Eventually their passion came to an end, and Mikasa just held him, both of them breathing slightly heavier than normal. Eren shifted so that he was gazing into her eyes again. Mikasa breathed. Eren. Eren gently cupped her cheek. Mikasa. I will cherish you until the day I die. He then nuzzled his cheek against hers. His words should have sounded sweet, but Mikasa got the sinking feeling that Eren thought that day was coming before long. She let out an involuntary tear, which slid down the side of her face and onto the ground beneath them. Armin looked at Annie sadly. Something was bothering her. He'd known that for years, but it had become even clearer after they'd run into Zeke. The others had settled in for the night, but Annie had walked away from the castle and was standing near the trees just outside the castle's boundaries, alone with her troubled thoughts. Armin approached her. "Hey." Annie didn't look at him. "Hi." Armin smiled softly. "So, seeing Zeke again must be nice, huh?" Annie didn't respond. Armin looked at her carefully. Does he know about my past?" Annie finished. "Yes, he does." Armin stayed silent, giving her a moment to gather her thoughts. Annie slowly turned around, though she still didn't make eye contact. "Look, who I've told you part of why the assassins are after us. But there's something else." Armin's eyes widened. "What? What is it?" Annie swallowed. 5 years ago, Rainer, Bertolt, and we did something we're not proud of." Armin frowned. "If you're talking about Marcel Dash." Annie shook her head sharply. "No. It's that something else." She closed her eyes. We thought we were doing the right thing at the time. But looking back, that obviously wasn't Anne." Armin looked at her sadly. "What happened?" Annie hesitated. "Tomorrow. I promise I'll tell you tomorrow." Armin looked slightly disappointed, but nodded. "Okay." Annie looked away. "I've tried to put it out of my mind during training. It was easy to get caught up in the flow of things and to forget the sins I bear." Armin was shocked to see that she was crying. She trembled slightly. "But now it's only a matter of time before it all comes out, and I'll have to face the ramifications of what we've done." "What I've done?" Armin gently laid his hand on her shoulder. "Annie, I can tell that you're a good person at heart. I see the way you interact with others, and while you hide it, you do care about them and try to help them as best you can. No matter how bad the thing you did was, if you're genuinely sorry, if you're willing to learn from your mistakes and move past them, then ultimately they don't really matter." Annie pulled him into a hug, tears still flowing. "You naive little idiot. If only it were that simple. Some things are too big to be solved with a simple apology." Armin embraced her. "Maybe. But as long as you try, as far as I'm concerned, you're a good person." Annie pulled back, still not meeting his eyes. "I wish I could believe that. I wish it were true. Maybe in another life it could be true. But I can't think of myself as a good person. These past 3 years I've pretended to be a good person. Tomorrow I won't be able to keep up the facade any longer." She finally made eye contact with him, and he felt his heart begin to beat faster. She looked at him sadly. "But you, Armin, you are a good person. The fact that you can see the good in me when I can't see it myself anymore." Armin whispered. "Annie." Annie gently caressed his cheek. "Just for tonight, for one last time, I'd like to pretend to be a good person." She leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. For a while they remained that way, simply enjoying the sensation and warmth of the other person's presence. After a moment or two, however, Annie stepped back and began to pull her clothes off. Armin's eyes widened. In all the time they'd spent together, Annie had never hinted that she was ever interested in anything beyond a kiss. And yet now... Armin swallowed nervously. "Annie, are you sure?" Annie looked slightly nervous herself, but nodded. "Yes." After a moment of hesitation, Armin began to emulate her, and before long the both of them were bare. Armin felt strange seeing Annie this way. It was embarrassing, yet also touching, that she trusted him enough to show him this side of her, and that she in turn wanted to see this side of him. After admiring each other's forms for a little while, they kissed again, starting off slowly, savoring each moment. Before long, though, the desire for each other grew, and they could not hold back any longer. Armin felt himself being gently pushed down onto his back, and Annie slowly lowered herself onto him until they had become one for the first time. It was even better than he had ever imagined, and for a second Armin simply felt euphoric. But then he noticed the slightly pained expression on Annie's face, and he looked at her in concern. "Does it hurt?" Annie whispered. "A little." Armin gently touched her side. "I can stop." Annie shook her head sharply. "No. Please keep going." After some hesitation, Armin nodded. They began to move together, with Annie taking the lead. They began slowly and gradually picked up speed until a soft moan escaped from each of them, first from Annie and then, a few moments later, from Armin. Their love-making done, Annie wrapped her arms around Armin's body and whispered into his ear. "I can't ask for forgiveness. But I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Armin frowned. "For what?" But Annie didn't answer, and Armin felt her tears touching his cheek once again. Remembering her promise to tell the truth the following morning, Armin decided to let it go and held her close. "It'll be okay, Annie. I love you, no matter what you've done." The following morning the castle's inhabitants woke up to a smell that 3 of them had never smelled before and that 2 of them had not smelled in over 5 years. Zeke called to them cheerily as they descended the stairs. "Morning." Jean grunted sleepily. "What's that smell?" Zeke blinked. "What, you've never seen coffee before?" Jean frowned. "What's coffee?" Annie interjected. "Ah, it's kind of like tea, only slightly rarer. It's normally only found in Walmaria." Jean tried a cup, only to immediately spit it back out. "Ah. It's bitter." Zeke chuckled. "It does take some getting used to. I'd offer you some sugar or cream, but I'm afraid I don't have any." Armin and Marco also tried the coffee and tried to be more polite about it than Jane. Zeke, Annie, and Bertolt all had some, savoring the effects of the caffeinated beverage. After they had finished breakfast, Zeke gathered his supplies and looked at them all seriously. "Right. We are moving out." A few minutes later, they began walking toward the forest around the castle and headed straight for the wall. Zeke was calm, Annie and Bertolt looked sullen, Jean looked suspicious, while Armin and Marco simply looked confused. Jean raised his voice. "Why are we heading toward the wall?" Zeke called back. "You'll find out soon." After they had made it most of the way to the wall, Zeke abruptly stopped and turned around. He spoke quietly to Annie and Bertolt. "I'll give you a minute to say goodbye to your friends." Bertolt responded sharply. "They are not our friends." Annie remained silent. Zeke gave a knowing smirk. "Of course." He continued walking through the trees and toward the wall, while Annie and Bertolt faced the others, who by now were looking very puzzled. Annie looked at them carefully. "Listen, you guys, we really appreciate everything you've done for us, but the time has come for us to part ways." Jean said nothing, but Marco and Armin expressed utter shock. Armin exclaimed. "What? What are you talking about?" "Annie, what's really going on?" Annie let out a shaky breath. "You see, Bertolt and I are..." But before she could get another word out, several horses emerged behind them, their approach having been masked by the trees. Eren leaped off his horse. "Armin, are you all right?" Armin's eyes widened. "Eren. Mikasa. How did you find us?" Mikasa carefully stepped off her horse. "We've been tracking you guys." Connie looked relieved. "Glad to see you're all still in one piece." Sasha smiled. "Yeah, looks like we found you guys before the assassins did." Marla looked at them fondly. "I'm relieved that you all are safe. Come on, the scouts should be able to protect you guys now. You don't have to run away anymore." Marco nodded. "That sounds great. Come on, let's go." Marco, Jane, and Armin started to walk toward En's group, but Annie and Bertolt didn't move. "No." Everyone froze. Jean looked at Annie incredulously. "What? Annie eyed him coldly. I'm sorry, but we can't go back. Connie looked confused. What are you talking about? Sasha exclaimed. Of course you can. Armin touched Annie's arm. Annie, come on. Look, I know you're scared. I'm pretty scared too after what happened. But you can trust the scouts. You don't have to run away. Annie shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you guys. Marlowe shouted. What the hell are you talking about? Bertolt, talk some sense into her. But Bertolt said nothing. Unlike Annie, whose expression had become cold and stoic, he looked fretful and worried. Armin looked at Annie anxiously. Annie. Eren said flatly. Armin, get away from her. Armin glanced at Eren in shock. Why should I? Why are you looking at her like that? Annie and Bertolt are our friends, we can't just leave them here. Eren stepped forward, his expression almost as blank as Annie's. You're right. We can't. The two of you are coming back with us, by force if necessary. Connie's eyes widened. Whoa, hold on, isn't that a little excessive? Marco looked at Eren in shock. What's gotten into you, Eren? Armin looked at Eren angrily. Why are you looking at them like they're criminals or something? Sure, maybe they've made some mistakes in the past, but I can tell that at heart they are good people. Eren looked at Armin coldly. And how do you know that? Because look, Annie has had no reason to lie to me. She may act cold and stoic most of the time, but there's more to her than that. You don't know anything about her. Eren shook his head. I'm afraid you're wrong, Armin. I know quite a lot about her. I know a number of things that I'm pretty sure you don't know. Eren's eyes narrowed. For example, I know that she's the one who broke your leg. A moment of stunned silence followed this pronouncement. Armin was the first to recover. What? That's ridiculous. Annie would never do anything like that. He glanced at her with a smile. Right, Annie. Annie didn't say anything and refused to make eye contact with Armin. As her silence continued, Armin's smile faded. Annie. Mikasa's face abruptly darkened. It was you. What? Marco exclaimed. But... Connie sputtered. Eren interjected. No, why would she do something like that? The way I see it, there are only two possibilities. Either she did it to hurt you, Armin, or she did it to protect you. Everyone looked at Eren in shock, unsure of what he meant. Eren continued. After all, the timing of that injury was very curious. Very curious indeed. It happened a few months before graduation. By the time graduation came around, Armin's leg was most of the way healed, but not quite back to normal. The day after graduation, the colossal titan attacked, and the tragedies of 5 years ago could have very likely repeated themselves. If it hadn't been for the Road Titan's interference, many of the newest graduates would likely have been forced to fight, and many would have died facing the Titan onslaught. But because Armin's leg was broken, he wouldn't have been required to be on the front lines. And since his leg was most of the way healed, he would have been able to defend himself to some extent if things went truly wrong. All in all, considering the circumstances, a broken leg was about the greatest gift someone could have given him. Isn't that right, Annie? Annie's fist was clenched, the nails digging so hard into her flesh that a small amount of blood was beginning to trickle down her hand. Eren looked at Annie. But then, how could he possibly have known about the Titan attack in advance? Unless... An uncomfortable silence followed as each person processed what Eren had just revealed and the implications. Armin was looking at Annie uncertainly and had started shaking slightly. Marco looked confused, while Jean was tense and looked ready to pull Armin and Marco back any second. Mikasa was staring at Annie and Bertolt cautiously, waiting to see what they would do. Connie and Sasha looked anxious and confused, while Marlowe's face was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Eren, Annie, and Bertolt eyed each other with new understanding. Annie was the first to speak. I see. So that's how it is. Bertolt braved. It was you that day. Eren nodded coldly. Yes. We were very busy that day, weren't we, Bertolt? Annie grimaced. How long have you known? Eren returned her gaze. More than a year. But I suspected you three from the very beginning. And here we are now. We kept our true intentions and natures behind carefully crafted masks during those 3 years, but the game is over and the time has come for the real battle to begin. Eren held his right hand up, where he had already left a deep cut. To the surprise of Annie and Bertolt, and to the shock of everyone else, a small mount of steam was rising from his palm. Eren held his hand before him. In many ways, you and I aren't so different. In some ways we're both soldiers determined to fulfill our mission to the bitter, and in other ways we are nothing but frightened children who just want to make it back home alive. He closed his hand into a fist and his face became furious. But there's one key difference between us. Annie. Bertolt. My home was taken from me, and I can never forgive those who trampled on it. You may have been naive children, but that doesn't matter to the people who lost their lives. Nor does it change what must be done now. I am going to take back Wolmaria, and I will destroy anyone who gets in my way, no matter who they are. He stepped forward and screamed. Everyone! Get back! Annie yelled. Bertolt! Then, yellow light engulfed Eren, Annie, and Bertolt. The last thing the others saw was Eren's face full of anger, Annie's face full of cold indifference, and Bertolt's face full of terror. Then, out of nowhere, a cloud of wind and steam erupted, throwing everyone off balance and obscuring the visibility of the nearby area as dirt and debris was thrown up into the air. Jean yanked Armin and Marco back, while the others took several paces away from the trees. A few seconds later, the cloud of steam cleared enough for them to see what had just happened. Eren, Annie, and Bertolt were gone. In their place stood the attack titan, the female titan, and behind her the colossal titan, towering above the trees, standing even higher than the wall itself. The attack titan let out a roar that made their ears throb, while the female and colossal titan remained still, waiting for their opponent to make the first move. Mikasa stared at the attack titan in astonishment, and her mind leapt back to the previous night. I know how ridiculous that sounds, thinking I should be able to protect everyone, but I can't help it. I don't want anyone else to die. While that was happening, Armin was staring at the female titan in utter disbelief. And unbidden, memories of the previous night came back to him. I can't ask for forgiveness. But I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Eren. Mikasa whispered. Annie. Armin whispered. The attack titan rushed forward just as another eruption of light occurred directly behind the colossal titan. Chapter 12, Clash. The sun was slightly above the horizon, the day having just begun for the inhabitants of Wall Rose. Through the countryside a group of scouts were surveying the lands, riding north on their horses. To their left the outline of Wall Rose was just barely visible in the distance. One of the scouts was alone at the head of the group, until one of the other scouts pulled ahead so that they were beside them. Wimia looked at Historia carefully. You okay? Historia grimaced. Yeah. I'm nervous about being a squad leader. Wimia smirked. Well, that's not the right attitude. You need to be confident and assertive. Historia glanced away. That's not what I'm worried about. Wimia frowned. Then what's the problem? I just don't want to get anyone killed. Wimia glanced behind them, where the other 3 members of their squad, Hitch, Mylius, and Mina, were riding a little ways back. Wimia faced forward again. This isn't just a simple rescue mission, is it? No. Wimia looked at Historia seriously. Something else is going on. I know you've been having secret meetings with Commander Owen and the other high-ups, and you won't tell me what that's about. Historia's face flushed slightly, but she remained silent. Wimia sighed. Of course, I can't fault you, as I still have some secrets of my own. But I also know, or at least suspect, a little of what's going on here. Historia looked at her sharply. Like what? Wimia hesitated. Don't tell anyone else, but I know Eren's a Titan. Historia's eyes widened. What? How could you possibly know that? I figured it out. And while Eren's never straight up admitted it, some of the things he said have strongly hinted that was the case. Plus, his absence while the Road Titan plugged up the breach was rather suspicious. Historia looked at her friend uncertainly. Wimir. Wimir continued. Of course, if Eren's a Titan, then he can't be the only one. The Colossal and Armored must also be like Eren, humans who have the power to turn into Titans. Wimir frowned grimly. And they might even be people we know. Historia was silent for a moment. Yes. But how did you figure all of that out? For the first time, Wimir looked slightly flustered. I'm not. Historia looked at the ground thoughtfully. You once told me that true friends shouldn't keep secrets. I told you about my past, and I've been waiting patiently for you to tell me about yours. Wimir looked away uncomfortably. Historia looked at Wimir seriously. I know I still have secrets. But let's make a promise. After this mission, no more secrets. From either of us. Promise. Wimir met her gaze and after a moment nodded. Yes. I promise. Further back, the other 3 scouts were talking as well. Hitch watched Wimir and Historia uncertainly. What do you think they are talking about up there? Myleus shook his head. Not sure. It's probably none of our business there. Mina grinned. Maybe they are planning to sneak off again like they did last night. Hitch looked at her in confusion. Huh? Mina raised an eyebrow. You mean you didn't notice their absence last night? Hitch frowned. I did, but I just figured they were going somewhere to be alone as friends. Myleus snickered. I think they are more than just friends. Hitch looked puzzled for a moment, then suddenly gasped. Wait, you mean what? Mina giggled at Hitch's expression. What, you've never heard of 2 girls being a thing? Hitch blushed. And no. I thought that was just something a guy and a girl did, not. Mina smiled. Well, I guess you learned something new today. Myleus shook his head. Stop teasing her, Mina. Mina sighed. Fine, fine. Hitch looked thoughtful. Huh. I wonder if Annie's into girls. Mina shook her head. I don't think she is. Then again, she normally keeps to herself, so I'm not sure. Hitch frowned. So even during training she was pretty reclusive. Mina nodded. Yeah. She and her mate seemed to hit it off, but aside from that she didn't really try to make friends. She seems nice enough though. I hope she's okay. Hitch looked ahead grimly. Yeah. I hope we are not too late. The thought of assassins going after her, of going after any of my friends, I can't imagine anything worse. Myleus let out a sharp gasp. Holy shit. He tugged on the reins and stopped his horse. Puzzled by his behavior, Hitch and Mina made their horses halt as well. Hitch looked back at him. What? What is? She trailed off as she saw what had caught his attention. The faint outline of Wall Rose was still visible in the distance. And standing right in front of it was a massive humanoid shape, its skin red and emanating a small cloud of steam off of its head and upper back. Mina's eyes widened. Is that? It is. Hitch, Mina, and Myleus looked around to see that Historia and Wimir had turned around and were now right in front of them. Historia looked at the wall grimly. The Colossal Titan. We need to move. The other squads need our help. Hitch and the others looked shocked and a little apprehensive, but they obeyed her orders. As they rode toward the Colossal Titan, Wimir found her thoughts buzzing. So, it's someone we know. But who? The flash of light behind the Colossal Titan distracted Annie and Eren, but Eren managed to stay focused, and before Annie could recover he gave her a hard punch that sent her sprawling to the ground. Eren retreated in order to see who the other Titan was, while Annie hastily got back to her feet. From around the colossal titan's left leg a massive, shaggy form appeared. Eren grimaced. Damn it. It's the Beast Titan. The Beast Titan spoke. So, you must be Onyeda, the holder of the long-lost attack titan. Mikasa looked up in shock, and she could see similar reactions from the others. I'm guessing it was a parting gift from your late father, am I right? Eren didn't respond, unable to speak in Titan form, and merely glared at his half-brother. Mikasa's eyes widened. So that's what Eren meant last night. Eren. She looked back at her fellow squad mates. Listen, you guys get those three to safety. I'll back Eren up. Sasha exclaimed. Are you crazy? You can't take them all on a line. Mikasa pulled out her blades. I'm not alone, the Eren is here. Connie stammered. But... Mikasa looked at them fiercely. There's no time. Just do it. Seeing the fire in her eyes, they obeyed. Connie, Sasha, and Marlo readied their ODM gear and pulled Jane, Marco, and Armin off the ground and into the air. They then began to make their way back to the abandoned castle. Meanwhile, Mikasa moved forward toward the enemy titans, using the nearby trees to mask her approach. The colossal titan hadn't moved, but the female and beast titan had changed positions so that they were surrounding the attack titan in a semicircle, still keeping their backs facing the wall. Eren watched his opponents carefully, knowing he was outnumbered and that he would have to be careful. The beast titan spoke again. Now, then, are you going to make this more difficult than this needs to be? Regardless of how skilled you are, there are three of us and only one of you. It also appears that your friends are running away. And even if they stayed, I doubt that they would be able to dash. Without warning, a blow shot by the beast titan's left knee, and the next second he let out a bellow of pain as his left leg collapsed, and he was forced to press his left hand to the ground in order to prevent himself from falling over completely. The blow zoomed up across the beast titan's chest and then sliced off the beast titan's right arm, causing him to let out another roar of pain. Eren's eyes widened as he realized what the blow was. Mikasa. Mikasa then pivoted in the air and swooped in front of the beast titan's face, cutting out his eyes as she did so. She then pivoted once more and zoomed in on the nape for the kill. But before she could cut out the nape, a massive cloud of steam erupted from the colossal titan, blowing her away and forcing her to retreat back into the trees. Eren raised his hands in front of his face to mitigate the worst effects of the stain. Annie, meanwhile, had hastily shifted around so that she was between Eren and the beast titan. After regaining her bearings, Mikasa flew over to a tree near the attack titan and perched on one of its branches. She looked at Eren's titan form uncertainly, then gasped in shock when she saw steam emanating from the nape. And poking out from the nape. Eren! Mikasa cried. She could tell that it was definitely Eren, but parts of his flesh were fused to the titan body, including several long strands just beneath his eyes. Eren called out to her. The colossal titan will be visible for miles, and so reinforcements should be here before long. But with all this steam, they won't be able to use their gear effectively, which means they'll have a hard time fighting the other titans. While Mikasa had a million questions, she knew that they would have to wait. So what do we do? Eren's gaze hardened. I'll force the colossal titan back. You distract the female titan. The damage you inflicted on the beast titan should put him out of commission for at least a few minutes. Mikasa looked at him in shock. How are you going to get the colossal titan to move? Eren began to disappear into the nape once more. I have a plan. Don't worry about me, just be careful. Mikasa nodded. Right. Further away from the wall, the 6 young soldiers had managed to make it to the castle, where they would hopefully be safe from the unexpected titan attack. Connie looked at the others anxiously. Are you guys okay? Marco frowned. Physically, yes. Emotionally, though, not so much. Jean looked at the colossal titan grimly. This is so fucked up. Marlo stared at the titans in the distance, his face still full of disbelief. I know. How could they just how could? Sasha gently touched her friend's shoulder. I mean, you okay? Armin didn't respond, his whole body trembling slightly. His eyes were wide, with tears leaking out from the sides, and he didn't seem to be fully aware of his surroundings. Marla looked at him in concern. "What's wrong with him?" Marco grimaced. He and Annie had a thing going. I don't know how serious it was, but well, this is probably hitting him hardest of all. Jean scowled. Damn it. What the hell were they playing at? Why did they do it? And why didn't Eren say anything sooner? His face darkened and he abruptly held out his hand. Connie, give me your gear. Connie was startled. What? Jean watched the battle in the distance carefully. Mikasa may be strong and Eren may be a titan, but they could still use help before the reinforcements arrive. And I want to try to get some answers. Connie reluctantly nodded. Okay. Back at the forest, Mikasa was darting around the trees near the female titan, being careful to stay away from the protective cloud of stain that was surrounding the female and beast titans. Annie eyed the flying Ackerman cautiously. Are you trying to lure me out? Sorry, but I'm not moving until Zeke has healed. Besides, Eren is still our priority, though you're proving yourself to be quite the nuisance as well. She squinted. I appreciate Bertholdt's help, but all this steam is making it hard to say. Meanwhile, Bertholdt's thoughts were more anxious as he stared down at them all. Damn it. My Titan is great for pure distraction, but when it comes to combat, especially direct combat, it's too slow. There's not much I can do to help. Any attack I tried, Eren would either see coming a mile away, or it would risk hitting Annie or Zeke as well. What should I? Suddenly Eren ran back into the fray, and to the shock of Annie and Bertholdt he leaped high into the air and grabbed Bertholdt's right leg. He then began climbing upwards, digging his fingers into the colossal titan's flesh. Annie and Mikasa stared at Eren in shock. What the hell? Eren, be careful. Bertholdt quickly recovered from his surprise, reached down and crushed Eren's titan body against his leg using his right palm. Eren let out a roar of pain, and Mikasa almost lost her composure and began flinging herself toward the colossal titan as fast as she could. But she managed to keep herself in check and stayed where she was. Eren said he had a plan. I need to trust him. Bertholdt wrapped his fingers around Eren's form and slowly lifted it up. As it neared his face, he opened his jaws, intending to bite off the upper half of Eren's titan and capture Eren inside his mouth. Bertholdt felt calmer. Well, looks like you aren't as tough as I thought, Eren. You may have fooled us all those years, but it seems you underestimated. He froze just before he put Eren's titan in his mouth, because he realized something was off. For one, Eren hadn't struggled or fought against his grip at all. In fact, the attacked titan's body was completely limp. And now that it was near his face, Bertholdt could see that there was a large, empty hole in the titan's neck from which steam was rising. Bertholdt's eyes widened. What? The next second, Eren emerged from under his titan's head, equipped with his ODM gear, and zoomed straight towards the colossal titan's face. Bertholdt didn't have any time to react before an explosion of light blinded him. Mikasa and Annie watched in amazement as Eren's titan appeared for a second time right in front of the colossal titan's face. The others back at the castle were also dumbfounded. Connie sputtered. What? Sasha gasped. How did he do that? Eren threw his arm forward and punched Bertholdt in the face hard enough to break his nose. The combined force of the explosion and Eren's punch caused the colossal titan to stumble back until it hit the wall, which prevented it from falling over. The protective layer of steam surrounding the female and beast titans disappeared, and Mikasa took advantage of the opening. She swooped in and tried to slice through Annie's knee. But Annie was ready for her and turned her skin into crystal. Mikasa's blade shattered upon impact, and Mikasa quickly retreated before Annie could counter. Annie glanced at Bertholdt. Damn him. That was a clever trick. Of course, he's had years to plan for this moment. She smirked a little. But still, his plan had one little flaw. Eren's attempt to push Bertholdt back had been more successful than even he had anticipated. He'd planned to grab onto Berthold's body in order to slow down his descent, but Berthold was now too far away for him to grasp, which meant there was nothing to stop him from plummeting to the ground at a terrifying speed. Both of his legs broke upon impact, and he collapsed to the ground, uttering a loud groan of pain. Annie ran over, intending to finish Eren while he was vulnerable. She knew that this would leave Zeke open to attack, but she calculated that Mikasa would be more concerned about Eren. And she was right. Mikasa immediately gave chase and prevented Annie from running straight toward Eren, leaving several cuts on her legs as she flew by. Mikasa glared at the female Titan. "You won't touch him." Mikasa glanced back at Eren, who was now sitting up, but still couldn't move because of his legs. Mikasa tightened her grip on her blades. "I have to buy him enough time to heal." Mikasa and Annie then began an elaborate dance, swooping in, dodging, each trying to kill the other female soldier. But Annie's experience eventually gave her the upper hand, and during one pass swung her hand right in front of Mikasa's path. Mikasa's eyes widened as she realized there was no way she would be able to dodge it in time. She whispered, "No." Then, miraculously, the fingers on the hand fell off, and the hand hit nothing but empty air. Blood sprang out of the stumps where the fingers used to be. Mikasa winced as some of the hot blood hit her, but gasped as she saw who had sliced off the female Titan's fingers. Jean. Jean looked slightly appreciative of Mikasa acknowledging that he had just saved her life, before his expression darkened once more and he glared up at Annie's Titan. He yelled, "Annie! What the hell are you doing?" "I thought that was obvious." Jean and Mikasa froze as they heard the voice echo from behind the female Titan. A moment later, the beast Titan stepped into view. His leg and eyes were completely healed, though his right arm wasn't yet, as everything beneath the elbow was still gone. "She's showing her true colors. So you must be Mikasa. I see the number one spot was well earned." The beast Titan pulled back his left arm, and Mikasa and Jean realized that he was holding something in his left hand. The next second, the beast Titan had flung a series of projectiles directly at them at high speeds. But before it could hit them, Eren suddenly leaped in front of them and took the blows, his Titan body being crushed and dented by the objects before he crashed to the ground again. Mikasa cried, "Eren!" Eren winced after crashing to the ground, but found himself feeling confused. "That's strange. What did he throw at me? Was it just crushed up earth? Whatever it was, it didn't do very much damage at all. Is he holding back for some reason?" Without warning, the colossal Titan roared. The beast Titan glanced up at him. "Reinforcements must be on their way. We need to end this quickly." The next second he bellowed in pain as something jabbed into his right eye with enough force to poke out through the back of his head. After stumbling back, he returned his gaze to Eren's Titan and realized that the attacked Titan must have flung a large branch at him like a spear. He grunted as he tried and failed to pull the branch out. He sighed. "Hold them off for a minute or two, Annie." He then retreated back toward the colossal Titan, while Mikasa and Jean worked together to protect Eren from Annie while he healed. Back at the castle, the others were beginning to worry. "What do we do?" Sasha cried. "I can hardly see anything through the trees," Connie remarked. "Except for the big guy, obviously." Marlowe swallowed nervously. "Well, perhaps we should dash." He was cut off as he heard the sound of hooves echoing through the air. He glanced down and saw a dozen or so members of the Survey Corps arrive at the castle. After taking a closer look, he recognized them as Squads Mike, Nanabar, and Krista. Before long the horses had come to a halt, and the squad leaders reeled themselves up the castle walls until they were standing in front of the other young soldiers. Mike stepped forward. "What's the situation?" Everyone looked slightly flustered, but Marlowe steeled himself and answered, trying to be as quick to the point as possible. "Sir, our squad had picked up the trail of the missing soldiers and we followed them to this castle. Shortly after we arrived, Eren, Annie, Berthold, and an unknown party transformed into Titans. Eren appears to be on our side, but the rest seem to be enemies. Currently Eren, Mikasa, and Jean are fighting the enemy Titans somewhere in that forest. Mike, Nanabar, and Krista appeared unsurprised. Mike frowned. I see. Is there anything else we should know? Marlowe briefly explained the physical appearance of each of the Titans, but after that didn't have anything else he could think of. Marlowe grimaced. Frankly, sir, I don't understand what's going on. Mike nodded. I see. The time will come when answers will be given, but now is obviously not that time. Mike looked at Marlowe and Sasha carefully. I see you two still have your gear. Are you injured? Sasha shook her head. No, we are fine. Very good. You two will join Squad Nanabar. He turned to Marker. The rest of you stay here and keep an eye out for any other squads that may arrive. Marker nodded. Yes, sir. Mike then turned around and raised his voice so that all the Survey Corps members who were still on the ground below the castle could hear them. Listen up. The Rogue Titan is our ally. The rest are enemies. Unlike normal Titans, they're intelligent, so take no unnecessary risks. Our first goal is to prevent them from escaping into Wall Maria. Our second goal is to capture them if possible, but kill them if necessary. Inside the nape is a human. If they are cut out from the nape and have their limbs removed, they will be rendered helpless. But as I said, take no unnecessary risks. If killing them is more feasible, then so be it. There was some shocked murmuring among the scouts gathered, though the veterans hid their surprise better than the newer recruits. Hitch glanced at her squad mates. What the hell is going on? Mina shook her head. Your guess is as good as mine. Mike continued. Squad Krista. You will approach the wall from the left. Your first priority is to protect the Rogue Titan, while your secondary task is to take down the female Titan. Squad Nanabar, head to the top of the wall and keep an eye on the Colossal Titan. Do not engage unless he emerges from the nape, or if one of the other Titans begins to climb the wall. My squad will approach the wall from the right and attempt to take down the Beast Titan. His expression hardened. The future of humanity rests on our actions here today. Dedicate your hearts. Fight with everything you've got. Squad Nanabar got back on their horses and rushed around the forest toward the wall. Meanwhile, Squad Mike and Squad Krista got their ODM gear ready and began flying through the forest toward the Titans. Back in the forest, Jean and the Casa had successfully kept Annie away from Eren, who was most of the way healed. But then, one of Jean's triggers malfunctioned and he crashed against a tree, not hard, but enough to temporarily daze him, leaving him vulnerable to Annie's deadly attacks. Mikasa shrieked. Jean! As Annie's fist hurtled toward him, Jean, in his terror, let out an angry yell. You bitch! If I was Ermine, would you still do it? Annie's fist stopped moving and she hesitated. That split second of hesitation was all it took. Mikasa swooped in and cut out Annie's eyes, while Jean took the opening to regain his bearings and zoomed out of harm's way. Annie let out a screech of pain and hastily backed away. Jean and Mikasa landed on two separate branches near Eren, whose legs were most of the way healed. Mikasa panted. I guess we're even. Jean nodded. Yeah. He glared at the attack titan. Eren, what the hell is going on? Mikasa shook her head. Look, I know you must have a lot of questions. I've got quite a few myself. But now's not the time. We need to dash. Mikasa glanced around when she heard the sound of hooves thundering nearby, and her eyes widened. Jean let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Reinforcements. Neneba's team reached the wall, half of the squad to the left of the Colossal Titan, half of the squad to the right. They quickly scaled up the wall until they were at the top, getting relatively near the Colossal Titan, but still giving him a wide berth. Meanwhile, Mike's squad was zooming straight toward the Beast Titan, who was at last completely healed, while Krista's squad was heading toward the blinded female Titan. Eren felt satisfied as he saw the Survey Corps flying amongst the trees. Yes. We can do this. He slowly got back up, his legs finally mended. The Beast Titan drew back its arm and hurled more crushed-up pieces of earth at Mike's incoming squad. The projectiles had all of them except for Mike, causing them all to stumble or fall to the ground. But curiously, while the scouts had major bruises and a few broken bones from the attack, none of them were killed. Mike zoomed in on the Beast Titan and attempted to lop off his right arm. But the Beast Titan was ready this time, and as Mike slashed, his massive arm became covered in a crystal-like substance, shattering Mike's blades. The Beast Titan tried to grab Mike with his left hand, but Mike was too fast and retreated to a nearby tree, where he sat for a moment, analyzing his opponent. The Beast Titan looked at him, appearing slightly intrigued. "So, you must be a member of the Survey Corporation. I must say, that gear you have is quite a clever idea. What's your name?" If Mike was surprised to hear a Titan talking, he didn't show it. "The name's Mike. And I'm guessing you're Zeke." Zeke's eyes widened in shock. Mike's face darkened. "Tell your masters back in Mali that I said fuck you." On top of the wall, Marlowe looked down at the battle below. He tried to reassure himself. "They'll be fine. Annie, the female Titan, is injured. And Eren's there to help. They've got this." Nanobar shouted. "Watch out." The next second, Marlowe saw why. The colossal Titan was raising its right arm out as if to swipe them off the wall. Marlowe swore. "Shit." The other members of Nanobar's squad hastily ran further down the wall, trying to get out of the colossal Titan's reach. But then, the hand suddenly stopped before it went over the wall. Marlowe frowned. "What? Why did it stop? What is?" He paused when he realized that the hand was grasping part of the wall, digging its fingers in. Marlowe felt bewildered. What? Why is he grabbing the wall? What could he possibly do? But all at once, a large chunk of the wall broke off in the colossal Titan's hand, and Marlowe realized too late what Berthold's intentions were. The colossal Titan tossed down the chunk of wall toward the area where the female and attack Titans were. As it descended, it broke apart into several smaller but still massive chunks of debris. Marlowe screamed at the top of his lungs. "Look out! Above you!" Everyone looked up, but it was too late for them to dodge. Annie and Eren raised their hands over their heads, trying to protect their napes. Annie hardened her hands, covering them completely with the crystal-like substance. Eren tried to do the same, but couldn't. Eren's eyes widened. "Shit. That's right, I can't harden yet. The next second, the pieces of the wall slammed to the ground. One piece lopped off Eren's left arm and a chunk of his left leg, smacking him down into the ground. Another hit Annie dead on, but was deflected by her hardened fists. Mikasa and Jean managed to avoid getting hit. But Krista's squad was less lucky. Mina and Mylius were instantly crushed by one piece of debris, their bloody and mangled corpses flattened against the unforgiving forest floor. Wimia had her right arm torn off by another falling piece of debris, which sent her falling to the ground. Krista was not hit directly, but one of the pieces snagged her wires, causing her to lose balance and tumble to the ground. The only one unaffected was Hitch, who glanced back at her squad mates in horror. Jean's eyes were wide. "Bertolt, you bastard!" Annie lunged forward, one of her eyes mended and the other not far behind, and took advantage of Hitch's distraction. As she swung her leg forward, Annie's expression hardened. "I'm a warrior. Last night was the last time I got to pretend otherwise. It doesn't matter how painful it is, it doesn't matter if it's wrong, I just need to do what's necessary." Hitch looked up at the female Titan in terror, knowing she wouldn't be able to get out of the way in time. And as she locked eyes with the Titan, she realized the truth. "Annie, why?" Annie's foot smashed Hitch aside effortlessly, killing her instantly and sending her body flying into a nearby tree. Mikasa and Jean were frozen in horror, while Eren let out an angry growl. Marlowe's eyes were wide in disbelief. That didn't just happen. That can't have. Hitch. Annie took several more paces forward and swung her right palm down, intending to flatten Krista before she could get back up. But before she could, Wimmy got to her feet, absently clutching the stump where her right arm used to be. Wimmy smiled softly. Well, Eren said this day would come sooner or later. Looks like that day has arrived. No more secrets, Historia. She ran forward, and an explosion of light engulfed her body, which caught the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Annie froze in shock, and Wimir, now a Titan, leaped forward and bit off Annie's right hand. Annie quickly hardened her left hand and swung it at Wimir, but Wimir caught the fist in her jaws and bit the left hand off as well, crushing the crystal with her powerful teeth. Annie let out a shriek of pain and hastily backed away. Mikasa and Jean were struck dumb, while Eren felt appreciative. About time, Wimir. Mike and Zeke looked at Wimir with surprise. Mike stammered. So that's the Jaws Titan. Zeke finished. I'm guessing from your facial expressions that this is news to you as well. Still, it seems staying here any longer would be unwise. Zeke raised his voice. Annie. We are pulling back. Wimir looked at Historia. You will right. Historia nodded shakily. Why yes. Wimir. Annie and Zeke climbed their way up Berthold's body, and Berthold's steam prevented anyone from getting too close with their ODM gear. As they reached the top, the colossal Titan flung his arms onto the wall, forcing the Survey Corps members on the wall to pull back. Once Zeke and Annie were on the wall, Berthold and Zeke emerged from their Titans and climbed onto Annie's shoulders. After making sure they were tight, she walked to the edge of the wall. Sasha, acting on impulse, rushed forward. Wait. Annie hesitated. Sasha yelled again. Annie. Berthold. Why? Berthold looked at her anxiously, part of his face peeled away from his time inside his Titan. After hesitating, he called back. Because we are soldiers. With that, Annie leaped off the wall. As she descended, she hardened the bottom of her feet and parts of her legs, so that when she landed on the ground the damage to her legs was minimal. The female Titan began jogging south, with Berthold and Zeke still on her shoulders. A handful of mindless Titans were roaming around, but she was much too fast for them, and before long she was out of sight. Chapter 13, Licking Wounds. Owen's group was one of the last to reach Utgard Castle, and by the time he arrived, the battle was over, and the colossal Titan's body had been reduced to an enormous skeleton slumped against the wall, steam still pouring out of it. Owen frowned. So they got away. Mike nodded grimly. Yes. We also incurred a few casualties. 4 dead and another 7 wounded. Levi's gaze was neutral. Still, considering the circumstances, it could have been a lot worse. Owen nodded. Yes. And we managed to uncover the Jaws Titan. Mike glanced at Owen. Do you think we can trust her? I'd like to speak to her. Where is she? Mike jerked his head toward the wall. I think she and some of the others are still back in the forest. Within the cluster of trees, Anne's Titan was lying on the ground. Mikasa and Jean were standing nearby, looking at it uncertainly, when a burst of steam emanated from the nape, and Eren stepped out. Mikasa rushed forward. Eren. Are you okay? He looked okay, except for some strange markings around his eyes, and he was hot to the touch. Eren gave a small smile. Yes. What about you? Are you hurt at all? Mikasa shook her head. No, I'm fine. Jean stepped forward, his expression cross. Eren, explain. What the hell is going on? Eren sighed wearily. Short answer, the notion that we are the last of humanity is a complete lie. There are other humans out there, many of whom fear the people of the walls. Their attack against us began 5 years ago. My father came from outside the walls in order to help, and before he died he passed on his Titan powers to me. Mikasa looked at him in concern. Eren. Jean's eyes widened. What? But that means... Eren shook his head. There's a lot more to it than that, obviously, but I think we should head back and rejoin the others. Eren began walking back toward the castle, with Mikasa close behind, and Jean following soon after once he'd snapped himself out of his daze. In another part of the forest, Wimir and Historia were walking back toward the castle as well. Wimia's right arm was back, and aside from the strange burn marks around her eyes, she also looked fine. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. Wimia glanced at Historia nervously. "So, I'm sure you have a lot of questions." Historia looked at her sadly. "Yes. But for now, I just have one. Are you okay?" Wimia forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine." Historia teared up and abruptly hugged her friend. Wimia looked at her in surprise. "What? What's wrong?" Historia pulled back. "You mean you don't know?" "Know what?" Historia swallowed. "How your powers work." Wimia glanced away. "Well, I know self-injury is the trigger to turning into a Titan. And I know that eating someone who had the power is how it gets passed on." Historia lowered her gaze. "But you don't know the cost." Wimia looked at her sharply. "Cost?" Historia nodded. "Eren explained to me that there's a side effect of the Titan powers. Anyone who inherits the power of the Titans will die 13 years after they gain the power." Wimia's eyes widened. 13 years. But that means... Historia nodded sadly. "Eren has about 8 years left. And since you got your power around the same time as him, that means you have about 8 years left as well." Wimia was silent for a moment. 8 years. Damn. I guess fate really is a fickle little whore. She gave me back my life only to take it away again. Still. Historia sniffed. I'm sorry." Wimia forced another smile. "Well, at least I get to spend my last years as a human." Historia looked up at her. "How long were you?" Wimia grimaced. "A mindless Titan. About 60 years." Historia's eyes widened. "Wimia." Their conversation was interrupted by several of the veteran scouts surrounding them, looking at Wimia with a mixture of suspicion and caution. A moment later, Owen came up to them, looking at Wimia curiously. "Wimia, was it? I'm grateful for your help, but I would like to know why you didn't tell us about your power." Wimia looked at him coolly. "I don't know. Why didn't you tell us that you were working with the Road Titan?" Owen smiled softly. "Fair enough. But we'll need to discuss some things later." Wimia shrugged. "Fine." Wimia and Historia then began walking back, with Owen and the other veterans keeping a close eye on them. Further away, several more scouts were retrieving the bodies of the deceased. Mina and Milei's corpses were so thoroughly crushed that there wasn't much left to retrieve, but they did their best. A few yards away, Kit's mangled body lay just in front of a tree, her face still reflecting the mixture of surprise and terror she'd felt during her final moments. Marla looked down at her with a haunted expression. "It's all my fault. I made her come with us. And now..." Sasha put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't be so hard on yourself. You weren't the one who killed her. It was..." Sasha trailed off as she realized what she was saying. Marla whispered. "Why? Why did they do it?" Sasha didn't have an answer for him. Back at the castle, the scouts were busy moving the wounded inside and organizing the supplies they brought with them. Connie and Marco watched the proceedings uncertainly, while Amin was still trapped inside his own head. She said she wasn't a good person. She kept saying that over and over. But I never really believed that. I always thought she must have done something bad, sure, but I always figured it would be something I could forgive. But this... More tears leaked out of his eyes. Why? Why did they do it? What could possibly be worth all of this distraction? And why did she accept my friendship and later reciprocate my feelings? Did she really mean what she said? Did she regret what she had done? Was she trying to make up for it? Did she just feel sorry for me? Or was it all a game to her? I don't know what would be worse. If it was all lies, that would make her just about the worst person in the world. But if she was telling the truth about how she felt, even just a little bit, then what am I even supposed to think now? Armin was dimly aware of some nearby footsteps, but didn't really pay attention. Connie spoke. "Hey. You guys are okay?" Mikasa nodded. "Yes. We are fine." Connie looked uncertain. "So, Eren. What exactly?" Armin stiffened. "Eren." Without really planning to, Armin quickly stood up and turned around. Sure enough, Eren was standing right there, looking at Armin with pity in his eyes. Armin felt anger rising up inside him, and the next second he had pinned Eren to a nearby wall, his hands clasped around the collar of Eren's jacket. Armin yelled. "Why? You said you knew for more than a year. So why? Why didn't you?" Eren looked away uncomfortably. "I could see that, on some level, she did care about you. I had hoped that perhaps a bond with you might make her rethink her loyalties. But it looks like I was wrong." Armin's grip tightened. "That still doesn't explain why you didn't say anything." Eren still didn't meet his eyes. "I knew I would have to tell you all the truth eventually. But I didn't want to burden you with it any sooner than necessary." "So what? You just let me go on thinking that Annie was just a normal if slightly troubled girl, all the while knowing what she really..." Armin's knees buckled, and the next second he had collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Eren reached down, his voice gentle. "Armin." Armin violently smacked Eren's hand away. "Don't fucking touch me." Eren recoiled, looking slightly hurt, but respected Armin's request. Armin glared at the others. "Mikasa? Did you know?" Mikasa shook her head. "No, I didn't." Armin looked surprised. "But what's going on over here?" The others turned around to see who had spoken. Connie gasped. "Captain Levi." Eren quickly spoke up. "It's nothing, sir." Jean's eyes widened in alarm. "Whoa, wait, what the hell are they doing here?" Standing right behind Levi were Petra, Oliver, Gunther, and Eld. Jean, Marco, and Armin hastily backed away, Jean and Marco looking slightly alarmed, while Armin looked frightened. Marco exclaimed, "The assassins? What's going on?" Levi held up a hand. "Relax, soldier. This is the Levi squad. I apologize if they frightened you while they were going after Lenhart and Hoover." Jean stiffened. "Wait, so you guys knew?" Eld smiled apologetically. "Yeah. Sorry about that." Petra looked at Armin in concern. "Is your leg okay?" Armin nodded shortly. "It's fine." Jean scowled. "Captain, with all due respect, what the hell is going on?" Levi looked at him evenly. "That's a more complicated question than you may think. I need to speak to Commander Owen." Levi then walked away without another word, his squad following close behind, leaving the young recruits feeling more confused than ever. A few minutes later, Owen was speaking with his subordinates. Owen looked at the wall grimly. "After what happened here, I think we owe our soldiers an explanation. But there's a few things we need to take care of first." He glanced back. "Mike, Nanabar, I want your squads to keep watch along the wall for the next few hours. I doubt that the enemy Titans are coming back, at least not today, but better safe than sorry." Nanabar nodded. "Understood. Hanj, have your squad go to the nearby villages and give some kind of cover story. We can't give too much information out yet, but the colossal Titan will have been visible for miles, so we need to offer some sort of explanation." Hanj nodded. "On it. Levi, make sure the injured are settled and out of danger, then meet me in the top of the tower. Bring Eren, Historia, and Wimir. We have some things we need to discuss." It was late in the afternoon, and Peak was feeling bored. She was sitting on top of Wolmaria in Titan form with two other warriors, though they did not have the power of the Titans. Most of their supplies were still on her back, but a few had been removed and were placed on the wall near their campsite. Zeke had gone on ahead to scout out the walls, and until he returned there wasn't much for them to do. They tried to pass the time as best they could. One of the warriors, George, was busy reading a book, while the other, Walter, was playing chess with Peak. The chessboard was the size of a picnic blanket, and the pieces were large enough for Peak to be able to pick up and move around with care and accuracy even in Titan form. Peak set down her remaining bishop. Checkmate. Walter groaned. God damn it. Peak smirked. Don't despair. You are getting better. Walter sighed. Maybe, but I still haven't beaten you. Want to try again? Walter shrugged half-heartedly. Sure. Midas dash. Hold it. Peak and Walter looked over to see that George had abandoned his book and was staring out into the interior of Wall Maria. Walter frowned. What is it? Walter and Peak glanced in the direction George was looking, and some distance away they could see a black, hairy figure walking toward them. Walter squinted. Is that Zeke? Huh. He's back sooner than expected. I wonder if that's a good sign or a bad sign. George shrugged. I suppose we'll find out. About half an hour later, Zeke had reached the base of the wall and began to climb up. As he got close, the warriors saw that he was not alone. On his right shoulder there were two people. One was an anxious-looking young man. The other was an exhausted-looking unconscious young woman in his arms. Walter looked perplexed. Who? Peak's eyes widened. Annie. Bertolt. As soon as Zeke reached the top, Bertolt leapt off of him and onto the wall. He looked at them anxiously. Do you guys have any water? George nodded. Yes, right over here. George walked over to one of the supply crates, while Bertolt quickly followed him, still carrying Annie. Peak looked up at Zeke. What happened? Zeke looked down at her gravely. A great deal. We should abort the recon mission. Walter exclaimed. What? Why? For one, Annie and Bertolt collected a great deal of intel about this island over the past 5 years, so it's no longer necessary. But also, I think interfering inside the walls right now would be too dangerous. Peak frowned. Where are Marcel and Rainer? Zeke sighed. Well, it was late in the evening and Jean was feeling slightly impatient. Apart from the Levi squad, which was keeping watch around the castle, most of the scouts had been gathered in front of the castle. All of them were puzzled and curious about the day's events, though the veterans were better at hiding it than the newer recruits. Jean glanced to the side and could see that Armin, Mikasa, Connie, Sasha, Marco, and Marlo also looked anxious, waiting for Owen to return and tell them what was going on. Before long his wish was granted, and Owen emerged from inside the castle in front of them. Hans stood to his right, while Eren stood to his left. Owen surveyed them for a moment before speaking. He raised his voice. I'm sure all of you are wondering what is going on. Why the Colossal Titan and the Road Titan appeared again today, where several new Titans also emerged. I had hoped to keep this quiet for a little while longer, but that is no longer an option, and it wouldn't be fair to you all after what happened today. His expression became grave. All of you here have pledged your hearts to defend humanity, volunteered to give life and limbs so that one day we may break free of this cage. I now must ask even more of you, because after tonight, everything you think you know will change forever. I must also ask you to keep this information a secret for the immediate future. Are you still willing? The scouts glanced at each other, but before long all of them agreed. Owen nodded. Very well. The first major truth. Our true enemy is not the Titans. Our true enemy is other humans. The idea that we are the last of humanity is a lie that has been perpetrated by the central government for the past century in order to keep us in line. The fact of the matter is, even if everyone inside the walls perished, there would still be millions of humans left in this world. A series of shocked murmuring erupted at this announcement. Jean grimaced. Definitely shocking news, but Ern already told us about that part. Owen continued. The second major truth. There are humans who have the power to turn into Titans. 3 of them were responsible for the attack on Wall Maria 5 years ago. They were Bertolt Hoover, the colossal titan, Raina Braun, the armored titan, and Annie Lenhardt, the female titan. The new recruits were stunned at this information. Connie gasped. What? Jean's eyes widened. He was one of them. No. Sasha cried. That's just not. But she trailed off as she realized what she was saying. She never would have thought that Annie or Bertolt were traitors either, and yet they were. Armin frowned. I remember that Raina, Annie, and Bertolt were from the same village, so it makes sense. Armin's eyes darkened. Annie. Owen continued. However, not all of those with the power of the Titans are our enemies. One of them, the Road Titan, also known as the Attack Titan, was in the possession of a man called Grishieda. He came from outside the walls almost 20 years ago in order to help the people of the walls. Before he died, he entrusted his Titan and his mission to his son, Eren, the young soldier you see before you right now. Owen gestured at Eren, who saluted upon hearing his name being mentioned. The scouts began murmuring once more, many of them peering curiously at the young shifter. Jean scowled. We already knew that too. But what else is there? Owen resumed once the murmuring had subsided. In addition to inheriting his father's Titan, Eren also inherited his father's memories. On the night of choosing, he told me what he knew about this world, and now I will share it with you. Owen gazed at Wall Rose seriously. Hundreds of years ago, there was a powerful nation known as the Eldian Empire. The source of their strength came from the power of the Titans. There were a total of 9 Titan powers that were passed down through the Eldian noble houses, and they used their Titan abilities in order to win wars, conquer territory, and exterminate groups of people they deemed inferior. The scouts remained silent, eager to learn about the history of the world which they had known nothing about. At the top of the Eldian Empire was the Fritz family, who controlled the power of the founding Titan. The founding Titan was by far the most powerful and the most dangerous of the 9. It gave the wielder the power to create and control Titans at will, and this ability kept the Fritz family in charge until about 100 years ago. A century ago, several things changed. The various Eldian noble houses, armed with their respective Titans, began fighting amongst themselves. Around the same time, a group of Malian rebels began to move. The Malians were one of many groups of people the Eldian Empire had oppressed, and so naturally had come to hate the Eldians. With the help of a sympathetic Eldian family, the Malians took advantage of the infighting of the Eldian nobles, and in a fairly short time the Eldian Empire collapsed. The Malians seized control of 7 of the Titan powers, while the Fritz family fled to an island just off the main continent, taking as many Eldians with them as they could. The scouts remained silent. Some looked puzzled, wondering where this was going, while the more alert were already putting the pieces together. Now, what I've just told you is common knowledge to the rest of the world. But this next part is not well known at all, yet it is the key to what is happening now. It wasn't just the Malians and their Eldian allies that had come to hate the Eldian Empire. Another person who hated the Eldian Empire was the man in control of it, King Fritz. Before he inherited the founding Titan, he lamented the cruel history of the Eldian Empire and all the lives that had been lost to the Titans. After gaining the founding Titan, he set in motion the sequence of events that led to the collapse of the Eldian Empire. With this done, he moved as many Eldians as he could to the neighboring island, Paradis. He then used his Titan powers to create millions of colossal Titans and used them to build 3 enormous walls, Maria, Rose, and Sina. A rush of murmurs occurred once more at this revelation. Mikasa gasped. What? Marco exclaimed. But that's... Jean looked back at Wall Rose. Does that mean... He then turned this island into a hermit kingdom, cut off from the rest of the world. In order to prevent anyone from attacking him, he left behind a warning. He claimed that if his peace was ever disturbed, he would unleash the Wall Titans and use them to trample the earth. Jean's eyes widened, and now several other scouts were peering back at Wall Rose nervously. Others remained facing forward, though they did look more apprehensive. Owen frowned darkly. But this was never his true intention. It was merely an empty threat to buy himself some time. He made a vow of pacifism, and his will has been carried down by every king of the walls since then. In order to ensure peace within the walls, he used the power of the founding Titan to steal the memories of the people, leading them to believe that they were the last of humanity in a world overrun by Titans. He knew that sooner or later the walls would be attacked, and he intended to allow everyone inside to die in order to atone for the sins of the Eldian Empire. And 5 years ago, we saw the consequences of his actions. Everyone was stunned at this news. Mikasa whispered, "How?" Armain was in shock. All of them, Eren's mother, my grandfather, all of them died because of something our ancestors did. Something we didn't even remember. What kind of person? Owen's face softened. But the situation is not hopeless. During his years of training, Eren was able to uncover the identities of the Titans who had attacked Wall Maria, and with his help we were able to capture one of them, namely Reyna Braun, the armored Titan. We had hoped to do the same with the colossal and female Titans, but unfortunately they escaped. A few more whispers erupted, but most of the scouts remained stunned into silence. Marco realized. So that's what was going on. Jean nodded. Now it makes sense. Owen continued. However, now that they are gone, our next task going forward is clear. We must overthrow the central government. I wish this was not so, but we cannot afford to let the royal family remain in power when their ruinous philosophy of pacifism would surely lead to our destruction. For the sake of our survival, we must end the status quo that has controlled the walls for the past 100 years. I ask that you put your trust in me and in Eren to see this through to the end. Owen spoke for a little while longer before ending his speech and walking away. When he was done, all of the gathered scouts remained quiet, processing everything they had just been told. Jean eyed Owen uncertainly. While the commander had revealed a lot, Jean got the feeling that there were still several pieces of information he was holding back. Han spoke softly. Well, that went fairly well. Mike frowned. Is there anyone we should be worried about? Owen shook his head. Of the veterans here, I think they can all be counted on. As for the newer recruits, Eren's vouched for them, and I think we can trust his judgment. The only ones I'm a little concerned about are those 3 young MPs. I think we should keep watch over them until after the coup. Before long, everyone dispersed for the evening, still processing everything they had been told. Eren approached his friends, who were still gathered near the castle. Eren looked at them carefully. So, does that answer your questions? Jean frowned. Some of them. But Armin stepped in front of Eren, a tinge of anger in his eyes. Eren, why didn't you tell us? Eren glanced away. There were a few reasons. For one, the knowledge would have put you in danger. For another, it's taken me a while to understand and come to terms with everything. And Armin probed. I didn't want to burden you guys with the truth any sooner than I had to. Armin scowled. What do you mean? Eren hesitated. There's something Owen didn't mention. Marco tilted his head. What? Eren sighed. The power of the Titans are theirs, a side effect. Whoever inherits a Titan power will die 13 years after they inherit it. That was why my father had to pass his Titan on to me. His 13 years were almost up. The others reacted with alarm and concern. Connie exclaimed. But that means... Eren nodded. Yeah. I only have about 8 years left. Mikasa's face paled. No. No, that can't be, it can't. Armin's eyes widened. That joke during training, when you kept saying you would be eaten by a Titan in 10 years, then 9, then 8 you were. Eren nodded. Yes. I was joking around, but unfortunately it's true. Mikasa walked up and pressed her forehead to Eren's chest, her hands resting on his shoulders. Eren could tell that she was holding back tears. She whispered. No. Why or why? Sasha looked at them sympathetically. Eren, I'm so sorry. Eren tried to think of something to say to comfort Mikasa, but before he could, everyone's attention was diverted by two familiar faces approaching. Jean eyed the newcomers warily. "And what's your story, Wimir?" Wimir looked uncharacteristically nervous. Historia interjected. While 3 people with Titan powers were behind the attack on Wall Maria, there were originally 4. But Wimir, as a mindless Titan, happened to kill the 4th one. Connie exclaimed. "Wait, what?" Sasha looked confused. "What do you mean?" Wimir grimaced. "The way to pass the Titan powers on is to turn someone into a Titan and have them eat the power holder. Every Titan was once human." Marco's eyes widened. "What? But how?" Eren explained. "Some were turned into Titans by King Fritz. But most of them are Eldian criminals that Marley turned into Titans and set loose on this island in order to serve as an example for the Eldians on the continent and to cage in the Eldians within the walls." Sasha looked stunned. "Holy shit." Connie shuddered. "That's messed up." Armin looked at Eren sharply. "But wait, doesn't that mean that your father?" Eren nodded slowly. "Yeah." Mikasa looked up at him sadly. "Eren." Eren smiled softly. "Hey, it's okay. I'm still here." Mikasa closed her eyes. "For now." "But..." Jean looked up sharply. "Wait, doesn't that mean that you only have 8 years left to Wimir?" Wimir shrugged, trying to appear indifferent. "Yes. But I'll take it." Historia nodded, forcing a smile. "Yes. It's not about how much time you have, it's what you do with the time." Marco glanced back at Marlo. "You okay? You've been awfully quiet." Marlo glanced back. "Sorry. Commander Owen's speech earlier gave me a lot to think about. And then there's Hitch." Eren frowned. "I'm sorry I couldn't save her." Marlo shook his head. "It's not your fault." "But Annie." Armin visibly flinched at her name. Marlo looked at Eren anxiously. Do you know what they did it?" Eren sighed. "I won't pretend to know the exact reasons. But the Eldians on the continent are fed propaganda from the time they are born. They are taught to think that their ancestors were evil and that they must atone for the sins of the past, and they are brought up believing that we, the islanders, are filthy devils. I'm guessing Reyna, Annie, and Bertolt believed these lies, which is why they became soldiers and why they were selected to inherit the Titan powers under Marley's control. And even if during their time here they realized that those beliefs were wrong, they still had no choice but to complete their mission, as it was their only way back home." The others were silent for a moment as they considered this. Jean looked thoughtful. "Owen said you inherited your father's memories. Is that how you know all of this?" Eren nodded. "Yes." Armin abruptly walked away, looking slightly lost and upset. Jean watched him go. "Yeah, he's going to need some time." Marco lowered his eyes. "I think we all are." Connie, Sasha, Marlo, and the Mikasa said nothing, though the former 3 gave small nods. Eren gently held Mikasa and looked at them all seriously. "I'm sorry I couldn't save Hitch, Mina, or my lives. But I will do everything I can to protect all of you during the time I have left." Wimir let out a small smile, while Historia's expression softened. No matter what happened going forward, they knew they could count on Eren. Chapter 14, Regrets. It was mid-morning in Stohas, and the streets were fairly busy, bustling with people going about their day. Boris leaned against a nearby wall, feeling slightly lonely. It wasn't a feeling that he was used to, but having all of your squad mates vanish without warning will do that to you. It had been a few days, and there was still no sign of Jane, Marka, Bertolt, Annie, Marlo, or Hitch. With the unexpected disappearance of 4 new recruits and another 2 helping another branch of the military on a rescue mission, the veteran MPs suddenly were forced to actually do their jobs for once. Boris didn't like them very much, but they were fairly polite to him, most likely grateful that he at least hadn't run off. As to what had happened to the other recruits, Boris hadn't been able to get any answers. Every question he asked his superiors was met with stony silence, and he wasn't sure if it was because they didn't want to tell him or that they didn't know either. Boris noticed a discarded newspaper lying a few yards away. Mildly curious, Boris walked over and picked it up. He started skimming the front page and froze as he realized what it was talking about. Yesterday morning, residents in the southwest region of Wall Rose were woken up by a strange and alarming sight. The colossal titan had reappeared just a little distance away from the abandoned Utgard castle. Boris's eyes widened. The colossal titan appeared again. The Survey Corps had been conducting a practice run for their next mission outside the walls when several of the newer squads were ambushed by the colossal titan. Fortunately, several veteran squads showed up shortly thereafter and were able to fight the colossal titan off. However, the titan once again disappeared, and there were a few casualties. Well, that's good news, I suppose, but it sounds pretty vague. This was the story given by the Survey Corps, but some believe they may be hiding something, as witnesses from nearby villages stated that they had seen several flashes of light occur around the colossal titan, and the Survey Corps didn't offer any insight or explanation for them. Boris frowned. So, there's something more going on. But what is it? The Survey Corps were looking for Jane, Marco and the others. I wonder, did they get caught up in it? It did mention that there were few casualties. Boris looked around and noticed several other people throughout the street holding the newspaper, many of them talking amongst themselves nervously about the news. Boris sighed. What the hell is going on? Rainer's eyes shot open, and he noticed at once that something was different. After being captured, Rainer had swiftly lost track of time. He figured it must have been a few weeks, but he had no way of verifying that, and the isolation, coupled with his complete powerlessness, were really starting to get to him. After their initial interrogation, Owen and the others had left him all alone, apart from a few guards who kept watch over him. The guards were relentless, and they had taken no chances. They never removed the iron bands that covered his 4 stumps, which prevented his limbs from regrowing, and any attempt by him to ask for even just one of his limbs back was always met with either mocking laughter or cold silence. As a result, Rainer wasn't able to anything. He had to be spoon-fed, which he found humiliating, but learned to just accept it, as his attempts to refuse food had led to several beatings. They occasionally dumped a bucket of cold water over him, which was the closest he got to bathing, and he couldn't even relieve himself with dignity anymore, as they refused to let him out of the cell, and had simply dug a small hole underneath him where he could relieve bodily waste. On the whole, Rainer was scared, tired, and miserable. Part of him was angry that he'd given the island devils any information during those few moments of weakness, but his attempts at righteous anger always faded when he remembered Eren's face. And he slowly had come to realize just how thoroughly he had been defeated. Eren had known, possibly for years, that he was the one who was responsible for his mother's death. And yet he had betrayed no sign of anger, no sign of hatred, no sign of seeking revenge. Instead, he'd simply bided his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Rainer knew it was over for him. All he could hope for was that the others, Annie and Bertolt, were okay. And so his thoughts had rotated between his friends, his enemies, and back to his friends again, round and round, never really going anywhere, the patterns of his thoughts soon as stale as the patterns on the walls that surrounded him on all sides. But today, something was different. He could tell at once that he was in a different location, as at first he couldn't see any walls, and the light was very, very dim. Rainer swallowed nervously. Where am I? His voice was hoarse from lack of use. A moment later, Owen stepped out of the shadows and stood in front of the defeated warrior. Owen looked down at Rainer, his expression sullen. This is the basement of one of our oldest strongholds. Even if you transformed, you wouldn't be able to escape. Although I doubt you can transform in your current condition. Rainer eyed him apprehensively. What do you want? It was then that he realized they were not alone. The chamber they were in was quite large, and along the back wall on the far side Rainer could see several people lined up, watching him. He didn't recognize all of them, but one face stood out among them all. Rainer whispered, Eren. Owen grimaced. It may please you to hear that your comrades, Annie and Bertolt, got away. We were unable to capture them, and they fled into the territory of Wall Maria. Rayna's eyes widened. They are safe. Owen nodded curtly. For now. His expression became grave. Rayna Braun, you are guilty of crimes against humanity and of crimes against the people of the walls. Your actions have led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands and the suffering of hundreds of thousands more. For this you will atone in the only way possible. Owen pulled a small case out of his pocket and opened it up, revealing it to contain a syringe. Rayna eyed it warily. What is that? Owen answered. This contains some of Eren's spinal fluid. When injected into an Eldian, it will turn them into a Titan. We have already selected the person who will inherit your Titan. Rayna heard several footsteps echoing throughout the chamber, and as he looked back to see who was walking forward, his jaw dropped. Krista. What dash? Why she was chosen is none of your concern. Owen interjected. It seems fitting that you tried to destroy the people of the walls. And yet now you will play a key role in their salvation. Rayna fell silent, his eyes wide, beads of sweat dripping down what was left of his body, trying to contain the terror he suddenly felt now that he knew their plans for him. During the weeks he'd been imprisoned, he had figured they were hoping to get more information out of him at some point, and he'd been mentally preparing himself to stay silent and not given to their manipulations again. Only now did he realize that the only reason they'd kept him alive this long was so they could pass on his power. Owen looked down at him. Do you have any last words? It took Rayna a minute to find his voice. No. Owen turned around. Very well. Owen began to walk toward the back of the room, while Krista walked forward to take his place. As they passed each other, Owen handed the syringe to Krista. Her face looked fearless, though her hands were shaking slightly. As she stepped in front of him, Rayna noticed that she had tears in her eyes. She looked at him sadly. I'm sorry, Rayna. And after only a brief moment of hesitation, she injected herself with the syringe. Rayna winced at the explosion of light, but tried to remain calm. There was nothing he could do, but at least his friends were safe. He had to think about that. Don't think about anything else, don't think about anything else. As the light faded, Rayna could see that Krista had turned into a 7-meter Titan. Its body was painfully thin, but its face was adorned by the same gallish grin that most Titans had. It slowly lumbered forward. Don't think, don't think, don't think. But as the Titan opened its mouth, Rayna's calm facade broke, and he began to scream. No. Please stop. Oh God. Stay away. No. Please. Save me. Annie. Bertolt. But his cries did no good, and the Titan's jaws came down and bit off his upper torso, swallowing his upper half first. He was dead. He knew it. And yet his brain hadn't run out of oxygen just yet, so for a few seconds he was still aware of himself inside the stomach of the Titan. His last thoughts were of regret. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And just before everything went dark, Rayna realized he had no idea who he was apologizing to. Historia woke up with a gasp. She looked down and saw the dissolving Titan body around her and realized that the transfer had been successful. She was now the armored Titan. But what disturbed her was that she had seen Rayna's final moments through his eyes as clearly as if they had been her own memories. Feeling what he had felt, both physically and emotionally, had hurt. And seeing herself as a Titan, she shuddered and realized she was crying. Eren stepped forward, his expression sympathetic. Are you okay? Historia rubbed her eyes. Farewell, be fine. She shook herself and stood up. Owen looked back and forth between Eren and Historia. Now. We have work to do. Wind whistled through the abandoned district of Shiganshina. The houses showed signs of wear and tear from years of neglect, but most of them were still standing. One, however, was not, for it had been completely demolished by the Titan lying on top of its remains. The female Titan lay there for several moments, motionless. The left side of its face had partly caved in, and its lower jaw was completely gone. A few minutes later, someone ran toward the immobile Titan as fast as they could, their expression anxious. "Annie!" Bertolt cried. The female Titan didn't respond. More worried now, Bertolt continued to run toward her. Before long he was standing near the nape, and he gently pulled Annie out. She was only semi-conscious, a few strands of flesh still attached to her Titan. Bertolt gently pulled them off. A thunderous footstep punctuated the air, and Bertolt turned around, Annie still in his arms. The beast Titan looked down on them. "I won. Which means rescuing Reyna will come later. Retrieving the coordinate is our priority, as it should be." Bertolt scowled angrily, but said nothing. Chapter 15, Misgivings. The sun was setting on the lands of Walrose, but a few people were still up and about. On the edges of the Reese estate, several cloaked figures hid among the trees, keeping a sharp eye on the main entrance. At the main entrance, a cart full of supplies had just arrived and was being unloaded by servants. They then carried them into the nearby chapel, straining from the weight of the load. Once inside, they carefully opened up the boxes. As the first lid was lifted off, the form of a young woman awkwardly huddled inside was revealed. Kenny Ackerman grinned down at her. "Hey there. How was the trip?" Trout scowled. "Uncomfortable. What do you think?" Kenny shrugged. "Sorry about that, but it's a necessary precaution." Kenny helped her up while the servants unpacked the remaining boxes, several of which also had people hidden inside. A few moments later, Kenny and the others descended down the stairs that led to the hidden underground chamber, with Trout following close behind him. Inside the chamber, several dozen members of the anti-personnel control squad were already gathered. Crates full of supplies and weapons were scattered about, with a large table of food next to the wall opposite the stairs. Nearby was another smaller table that had several bottles of wine, some of which dated all the way back to when the walls were first built. Or at least, that was what Rod had told him. Either way, it was delicious. Kenny surveyed the chamber as he did a quick head count. He nodded in satisfaction. "Right, I think everyone's here." "Excellent." He began to walk toward the back of the chamber. "I need to speak to Rod." "Enjoyed the refreshments." Kenny found Rod at the very back, standing in front of the altar used for the inheritance ceremony. Rod looked up as he heard Kenny's footsteps. "What's the situation?" Kenny absently scratched his head. The scouts still seem to be monitoring this location. They are sneaky, but I've seen them keeping a close eye on the estate, in particular watching who comes and goes. However, as per your instructions, we have not engaged them directly. "And when is the trial?" "Tomorrow." Rod nodded shortly. "Good. The scouts will probably make their move during or after the trial. Soon, this will all be over one way or another." Kenny grinned. "Still, it's interesting. The scouts claim to have captured one of the Titans responsible for the attack on War Maria and have turned them over to the central government, where they will be tried for crimes against humanity. If that's true, that'll be one hell of a trial." Rod frowned. "Perhaps. But I doubt that the scouts' intentions are so straightforward." Kenny sighed. "You sure you might not be being paranoid? It certainly seems like they may know the truth about you, but there's no evidence linking them to the Rogue Titan. How can you be so sure that they are working together?" Rod glanced away. "I'm not sure. But if there's even the slightest chance..." Kenny smirked. "That certainly would make things more interesting. The scouts are the smallest regiment, and normally they wouldn't dare to openly oppose the government. But if they had a Titan on their side, well, that would change things." Rod nodded grimly. "Indeed. Tomorrow's trial would be an excellent opportunity to stage a coup, as all of the major nobles will be gathered in one place. And if they know that I'm the true ruler of the walls, taking me out will be next on their agenda." Kenny grinned viciously. "But they won't be expecting my squad. The scouts may have the guts to fight the Titans, but they are prepared to fight other humans. And even if they are prepared for some resistance, they certainly won't be expecting us. They won't know what hit Anne." Rod grimaced. It's not the scouts I'm worried about. Kenny raised an eyebrow. What, you think the Road Titan will show up here? Surely he'll be in Sina if there's a coup going down. Probably. Rudd admitted. But it depends on how much they know. I'm confident your squad can handle the scouts. But if the Road shows up... Kenny shook his head. We'll be fine. If he does turn up, I'll think of something. A Titan caught me by surprise only once. I don't intend to let that happen again. He turned around. I'm headed back out. You coming? Rudd shook his head. No, not yet. Kenny began walking away. Suit yourself. When Kenny left, Rudd turned back toward the altar he had been staring at. Many memories of the place came back to him, though few of them were pleasant. Watching his brother becoming a Titan, then his daughter sacrificing themselves for the family and for the people. Only for that bastard Grisha to come and kill them all. Now the only ones left were himself and his illegitimate daughter, Historia. But they'd been unable to contact her or track her ever since she joined the Scouts, and so Rudd knew that, for the moment, he couldn't rely on anyone but himself. He sighed. I don't understand what my father was thinking, or why his ideology was passed on to Yui and Frida. But there must be some greater purpose at play. Our family was tasked with guarding the founding Titan. We must get it back at any cost. The following day, an unusually large number of people were gathered in a courthouse in Walsina. Near the front was the king along with several important nobles. To the sides of the room were members of the Scouts, the garrison, and the military police. In the back was a large number of civilians who would witness the trial. In the very center of the room was a large metal pole which held in place the handcuffs of the person being restrained, Wimir. Historia and Amin looked at her anxiously, while Owen's expression was blank. After some uncertain muttering from the civilians, who had not been told exactly what the trial was for, one of the nobles stepped forward. Owen, you may begin. Owen nodded and faced the civilians. Now, for those of you not aware, the Scouts made a recent discovery. We learned that there are humans who have the power to transform into Titans, and it was humans like these that were responsible for the attack on Wall Maria 5 years ago. Shocked murmurs met this announcement, and the courtroom erupted into furious whispers, mostly from the civilians, but a few from the soldiers in the room as well. After the whispers had subsided, Owen continued. You may recall the appearance of the colossal Titan a few weeks ago. One thing that was not made public at the time was that the Scouts tried, and ultimately failed, to capture the human with the power of the colossal Titan. More murmurs followed, though others remained silent, waiting eagerly for the commander to elaborate. The reason these facts were not disclosed until now was because the colossal Titan had infiltrated our military, and we had reason to believe he was not the only one. Consequently, we wanted to remain discreet until we had found all of the hidden Titans. Owen straightened up. Fortunately, I believe this is the case. While 3 of these humans escaped over Wall Rose into Titan territory, we did uncover their identities, which enabled us to capture the last of them. Owen gestured at Wimir, who looked back at him nervously. Angry muttering swept through the room as they realized what this meant, and began looking at Wimir with a mixture of disgust and fear. One of the nobles raised their voice. Silence. He looked at Owen carefully. Tell me, have you been able to get any useful information out of her? Owen shook his head. No, or at least nothing that we didn't already know. We would like to interrogate her further, but given her crimes against everyone in the walls, it's not up to us to decide her fate. Or at least, not on our own. The noble let out a relieved smile. Well said. You've done humanity a great service. Now, she should be executed for her atrocities. Today, several arguments erupted, with many of the civilians, some of whom were survivors from Wall Maria, yelling angry obscenities at Wimir. Wimir trembled slightly, but tried to keep her face blank. Historia looked anxious, but Armain had placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Owen interjected after things had quieted down. While I agree that she deserves to die for what she's done, killing her immediately would be unwise. There may still be useful information we could get from her. The first noble frowned. But as he said earlier, the other human titans have all fled and their identities were exposed. Owen nodded. Yes. But they may return. And besides, we still don't know how many of these titan shifters are out there, nor do we know what they are capable of. Killing a potential source of information would be a waste. Owen narrowed his eyes. Unless you would prefer that we remain ignorant about the titans. A second noble bristled. Just what are you insinuating? Several more arguments ensued, this time between the varying military factions. Unnoticed by most, Wimia had bitten her lower lip hard enough to draw blood and was watching the unfolding scene carefully. Without warning, the back doors were flung open, drawing everyone's attention. A member of the garrison ran forward, their expression anxious. Wall Rose has been breached. Everyone in the room was stunned into silence, alarm spreading through them. The colossal and armored titans appeared again at Karen's district and broke through the inner and outer gates. Countless refugees are fleeing from the east as we speak. Owen flung out his hand. Find Commander Pixis. Hanj, get the scouts ready. Our top priority is to hold off the titans as long as we can while the refugees evacuate behind Wall Sina. Hanj nodded. Yes, sir. Hanj, along with several members of the scouts and the garrison, began to run out of the room, but were halted as one of the nobles yelled. Stop. Seal off the gates. Don't let anyone into Wall Sina. The soldiers froze in shock, while the civilians looked at the noble in astonishment, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Hanj turned around. Excuse me. You're asking us to stand back and let half of humanity die. The civilians started murmuring uncertainly, beginning to wonder if the noble was serious. The noble cried. We have no choice. There aren't enough resources in Wall Sina to support the whole population. If we allow them in, the walls will fall into utter chaos and disarray. We can't let that happen. Hanj looked at him coldly. How can you be so sure of that? Will you not at least allow summon before sealing the gates? The noble shouted. No. Now obey. Or it's treason. The civilians and soldiers present were stunned into silence. Owen stepped forward, his arms clasped behind his back. In that case, we choose treason. The back doors burst open once more, with Niles, Pixis, and Zakili entering with several dozen soldiers from the garrison and military police. They filed in and pointed their guns at the nobles who were gathered at the front of the room. Zakile looked at the nobles with contempt. Pixis's expression was blank, while Niles appeared anxious. The first noble looked at them incredulously. What is this? Owen paced across the room, keeping his gaze on the nobles. After demonstrating your lack of care for humanity, we have no choice but to relieve you of your power. Though frankly there was plenty of evidence to suggest that you only care about yourselves. What are you? That report just now was a false alarm. The truth is, this whole trial was a farce designed to get you to show your true colors. One of the scouts walked to the center of the room and used a pair of keys to unlock the cuffs that were keeping Wimmy bound. She stood up, gingerly rubbing her wrists. The civilians watched this in shock before turning their attention back to the nobles. Owen glanced at Wimia. In reality, she is not an enemy of humanity. But you are, you who would place your power and status over the well-being of the people. One of the fatter nobles waved his fists. This is an outrage. What are you playing at? Owen looked at him coldly. The truth is, I've been planning how to overthrow the old regime for weeks. Your withholding of vital information is directly responsible for the deaths of those who perished 5 years ago. How dare you? What are you talking about? Owen gestured at the throne behind them. For one, you have hidden the true royal family behind that figurehead. The nobles' eyes widened, while the civilians and many of the soldiers were stunned by this news and began peering at the false king curiously, who for some reason had not reacted at all to the unfolding scene. Owen continued. For another, you've blatantly lied to everyone for the past century, making us believe that we are the last of humanity, when nothing could be further from the truth. One of the nobles sputtered, while the others watched Owen with a mixture of confusion and fear. Zackley stepped forward. Enough. Gentlemen, you are under arrest for treason. Take them away. As the nobles were taken away by the soldiers, the citizens began to murmur in confusion. Hansch tried to placate them. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and they will be answered in due time. Niles watched the proceedings gravely and looked at Owen nervously. That went better than I had feared. Still, this is all very sudden. To think this all began just a week ago. 1 week ago. Niles entered the conference room and saw that Owen, Pixis, and Zackley had already arrived. He frowned. He had known that there wouldn't be very many people at the meeting, but he didn't think there were only going to be 4 of them there. Niles took his seat, looking at Owen uncertainly. Zackley cleared his throat. So let's get down to business. Owen, you're the one who requested this meeting, but she never specified the purpose of this meeting. Owen nodded. Yes. I wanted to be as discreet as possible, given the sensitive nature of what we'll be discussing. Pixis stroked his mustache. And that would be the future of the people of the walls. Owen stated. Without warning, someone who had been hiding in one of the room's corners stepped forward. Owen gestured at him. I'd like you to meet one of the Survey Corps' newest recruits. This is Eren Yeager. You may also know him as the Rogue Titan. The other 3 commanders were startled by this revelation. Niles gasped. What? Eren brought out a knife and dragged it across his palm. A small cut appeared, but within seconds the flesh knitted itself back together as steam rose up into the air. Pixis's eyes widened. Steam. Just like a Titan. Niles concluded. Zackley looked at Owen seriously. Explain. Owen nodded. The full story is rather complicated, but to summarize, I believe the central government cannot be trusted because they have withheld several key bits of information from the rest of us. Firstly, there are humans who have the power to turn into Titans, and secondly, we are not the last of humanity. Far from it. Niles was stunned. What? Pixis looked thoughtful. So, looks like our hunch was right. Owen continued. 4 humans with the power of the Titans were the ones responsible for the attack on Wall Maria. You remember the most recent appearance of the Colossal Titan? Zackley nodded. Yes. I read the report, but I had the sneaking suspicion that there was some information you were holding back. Yes. In truth, we were trying to capture the holders of the Colossal Titan and the Female Titan. We ultimately failed, but we did manage to drive them off. Wait a minute. Niles interjected. What do you mean we are not the last of humanity? Owen grimaced. The central government has lied to us for the past century in order to keep the people in line. We are not the last of humanity, we are merely a hermit kingdom cut off from the rest of the world by both the Titans and the ocean. Pixis frowned. Ocean, that term sounds familiar, isn't that supposed to be a large body of water that covers most of the world? Owen nodded. Yes. Interesting. So, the Titans keep us within the walls and the ocean keeps the Titans enclosed in this part of the world. Niles stammered. But how did this happen? And why? Owen explained. The true Rail family possesses the founding Titan, which gives them the power to create and control Titans at will. 100 years ago, the king used this power in order to move as many of his people onto the island as he could. He then constructed the 3 great walls, each of which is comprised of hundreds of thousands of colossal Titans. Pixis froze. What? The king then left behind a warning that if he was ever disturbed, he would unleash these Titans and use them to flatten the earth. Pixis, Niles, and Zackley were stunned into silence by this information. Knowing that all this time, the walls that had kept them safe were in fact. Owen took advantage of their silence and continued. Naturally, the rest of the world perceives us as a threat because of this, and the king knew that it was only a matter of time before someone attacked the walls. He made a vow renouncing war, which was passed on to his descendants, and he intended to allow everyone inside the walls to die in order to atone for the sins of the past. And 5 years ago, we saw the consequences of his actions firsthand. Niles looked aghast. But why would he desire such a thing? Owen shook his head. As I said, the full story is rather complicated. For now, the important thing is that the current regime is helmed by self-destructive pacifists who will bring about our ruin if they are allowed to remain in charge. While we failed to capture the female and colossal titans, with Eren's help we were able to capture the armored and jaws titans and transfer their power from the enemy soldiers that had them into the hands of more trustworthy individuals. Zackley spoke up. So, if I'm understanding you clearly, the scouts have 3 titans on their side now. Owen nodded. That is correct. Zackley looked at Owen carefully. So I'm assuming you intend to overthrow the central government by any means necessary. The tension in the room rose slightly as Pixis and Niles understood what Zackley was implying. Owen nodded. That is also correct. However, we would like to shed as little blood as possible. To that end, the scouts have come up with a plan, one designed to get the corrupt nobles to show their true colors and make our subsequent takeover acceptable for the people. But I need your cooperation to pull it off. The others were silent for a moment as they processed everything Owen had told them. Pixis folded his arms. Well, this is all rather sudden. Can we at least inspect the walls to see if your claims about them being made up of titans are true? Owen nodded. Of course. Niles shook his head in disbelief. And if it's all true, well, what is this plan of yours? The trial had ended several hours ago, and despite the sudden change of power, things were still fairly calm, even if the civilians were a bit restless and many of the soldiers were also a little stunned by the day's events. Armin let out a relieved sigh. Well, that went fairly smoothly. At least, as smoothly as a rebellion can. Wimmy clapped him on the shoulder. It's thanks to your ideas that it worked. Staging a trial like this in order to get countless soldiers and civilians to witness the nobles' corruption firsthand was rather clever. Armin smiled nervously. Thanks. Historia fretted. I was kind of worried about you, Wimmy. Wimmy shook her head. Really, you get worked up too easily. Worst case scenario, I could have transformed and run away. And my Titan is small enough that I wouldn't even have done that much damage. Historia sighed. I'm just glad it didn't come to that. Armin glanced out a nearby window. Well, stage 1 is over. Wimmy noticed his expression. You worried about the others? Yeah. I mean, even if things had gone completely wrong here, we could still have won through sheer brute force with your titans. But Eren and the others, they're about to fight the founding titan, as well as the anti-personnel control squad, which we still don't know much about. I can't help but worry. Historia tried to reassure him. I'm sure they'll be fine. Armin smiled at her uncertainly. Yeah. He glanced back out at the window. It's probably happening right now. Mikasa handed Eren another pair of blades. Here, Eren, that should be enough. Eren nodded at her gratefully as he finished assembling his ODM gear. The scouts were preparing to attack the chamber beneath the Reese Chapel, and all around the edges of the Reese estate they were bustling with activity. Eren had told them about the anti-personnel control squad, and as such he was fairly confident that they would be able to defeat the enemy with ease, since the scouts would be going all out for this operation. The newer recruits such as Sasha and Connie would remain at the perimeter of the estate in order to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Meanwhile, several veteran squads would lead the attack. As Eren glanced around, he felt a slight jolt as he recognized the various faces of people who, at one time, had been dead. There was of course the Levi squad, with Petra, Oliwo, ELD, and Gunther getting ready nearby. He knew the images of their mangled corpses in the forest of giant trees would never stop haunting him, but seeing them alive and well again did much to put his mind at ease. Then there were others such as Mike, Jilgar, Lin, Henning, and Nanabar. He hadn't seen their deaths the first time around, but had gotten to know them a little bit, and hoped that they would not have to die again, seeing how they had been unknowingly granted a second lease on life. He recognized a few other scout members, such as Kiji, Nifa, and Thomas, but many of them he did not. He glanced back at Mikasa, as well as Dida and Luke, who were a part of his squad. They all looked up as Levi approached. Levi looked at them carefully. "Looks like you're all ready." "Good. All right, remember the plan. The veteran squads will engage the enemy squads head-on. Since their specialty is guns, we'll use the gunpowder, flares, and smoke bombs to obscure the visibility of the chamber, then move in for the kill." Levi looked at Mikasa, Dida, and Luke. "Your job is to keep Eren safe. Meanwhile, Eren will move on ahead and try to find Road Race. Now, things may get chaotic, but our goal is simple. Eren must find and kill Road Race. That's our primary objective." Levi glanced at Eren. "To that end, Eren, do not transform until you find him, no matter what happens. We'll need the element of surprise in order to ensure nothing goes wrong." "Understood." Eren nodded. "Yes." Levi turned around. "Right. Now, let's move out." A moment later, the scouts broke into the chapel and then broke down the door leading to the underground chamber. Trout and the other members of the anti-personnel control squad looked up as they heard the crash. "Here they come," she thought grimly. She peeked around the pillar she was perched on and got ready to swoop in with her guns to shoot down any person who emerged through the doorway. Instead, 3 barrels were tossed in and fell down the stairs. She looked at them in surprise. "What?" The barrels came to a halt at the bottom of the stairs, and Trout noticed a burning fuse attached to one of them. She barely had time to notice a rush of people pouring in through the doorway before the barrels exploded, sending a large cloud of black smoke up into the air. She coughed. "Gunpowder. Shit. We'll never hit anything with all of this smoke." She and her squad used their gear to maneuver up toward the ceiling where there wasn't as much smoke. As soon as they did, however, several signal flares were fired at them, once more obscuring their surroundings. As she heard several screams and gunshots that had clearly missed their targets, her eyes widened in alarm. "What? They were expecting us. How is this possible?" With all of the smoke, guns were of no use, and the scouts were able to cut down the enemy with ruthless efficiency. While most of the scouts were directly engaged with the enemy, Eren and his squad ignored them and headed toward the back of the cavern. Eren kept his eyes peeled. Everything seems to be going smoothly so far. The only real obstacle will be... Eren paused as he noticed a lone enemy coming up on their flank. What, is he going to attack us by himself? Is he stupid, or... His eyes widened. Mikasa. Kenny pulled out his gun and fired at Mikasa. He barely missed her, but his shot did hit one of the wires, detaching it from the cavern wall and causing her to crash against a pillar. She shrieked in pain, while Kenny swooped in for the kill. Luke and Dida looked down in shock, as it had all happened too fast for them to be able to interfere. Eren screamed. No. He bit his hand and transformed. Kenny turned sharply and just barely avoided being smashed against a nearby pillar by the gigantic fist that had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone in the chamber noticed the light from Eren's transformation. Levi grimaced. Eren, what are you doing? Kenny grinned. Aho. Looks like the road did come to play after all. He then fired and shot out one of Eren's eyes, causing him to roar in pain. In the back of the chamber, Rod saw the light from the transformation and heard the attack titans roar. Rod bowed his head. So, he's here. Then there's only one option. Sorry, Kenny. He took a deep breath and then screamed. All of the surviving members of the anti-personnel control squad froze before their bodies began to glow. The next second, a rush of light and heat escaped from their bodies as a series of enormous explosions erupted throughout the chamber. Kenny, Mikasa, and Levi were able to get out of the way in time, but most of the scouts were not. Many were caught up in the explosions, the heat and pressure killing them instantly, while others were crushed by falling debris as the pillars and ceiling began to collapse. The scouts outside felt the ground shaking and could see parts of the Reese estate disappearing into the ground. Connie and Sasha looked around in alarm, while several flocks of birds that had been roosting in nearby trees took to the air at the sudden disturbance. In the chamber, the area was suddenly filled with stain, obscuring the visibility even worse than the gunpowder. Kenny shouted, "What the hell?" Mikasa cried, "What's happening?" The steam began to clear, and then they came into view. Titans. Several dozen titans, each one almost 50 meters tall, their flesh tinged red. But something was wrong. Almost all of them were deformed in some way. Some had missing arms or legs. Others had almost no flesh on their torso, being literal skin and bones. One was missing its head. But all of them were moving and closing in on Eren. Eren looked at them in horror. No way, how did Road Reese do this? I knew some things would be different, but this, what did he do? Mikasa swooped down and sliced out the nape of the titan that was closest to Eren. Seeing her snapped Eren out of his shock, and he began to move. Despite their size and numbers, Eren was able to keep away from the titans because of how slow they were. He quickly began scooping up the bodies of the fallen scouts, not checking to see which was still alive or dead. After gathering as many as he could, he placed them behind him and straightened up. Last time that serum awakened my hardening abilities, but I should be able to use them even without that shortcut. I need to. After a moment of concentration, Eren was able to harden his body and also managed to create a tough dome that completely encased the scouts he had rescued, which would protect them from the titans and any falling debris. His work finished, he emerged from the nate. Mikasa looked at his hardened titan in shock. "How did you do that?" Eren pulled out his blades. "I'll explain later. Right now we need to help Captain Levi take care of these titans." Near the back, Rod looked down at the syringe in his hand, which was mostly empty but still had some liquid in it. He sighed. "It will all be over soon." And then... Rod looked up and was shocked to see Kenny zooming into the chamber. Rod's eyes widened. "Kenny." Kenny tackled Rod, sending him crashing to the ground and stabbed him in the leg. "Ay. Kenny snarled. "What the fuck did you do?" "My squad all turned into titans. I was nearly roasted alive." "Explain, you bastard." Rod gasped. I mixed my blood with the titan serum and put it in the refined wine." Kenny froze. "What?" Rod coughed. "From what I read, that doing so would allow a member of the royal family related to the titan from whom the titan serum came from to turn those who have ingested the serum into titans." Kenny frowned. "But I drank the wine and nothing happened." "Don't tell me." Rod glanced away. "I'm sorry. I don't know much about the Ackerman family line, but I do know that they can't be turned into titans or inherit the power of the titans." Kenny's face curled into a snarl again. "You bastard. You knew this whole time what I was after, and you knew I would never be able to get it. You were just leading me on. I'm so AAA. And what the hell were you even playing at, turning them all into titans?" Rod took a deep breath. "Well, I assume it did a lot of damage to the scouts, correct?" Kenny hesitated. "Yes." Rod spoke softly. "I only planned to do it if the Road Titan turned up. I'm all but certain the Road Titan is the same one that stole the Titan power from Frieda 5 years ago. If suddenly cornered by a horde of powerful Titans, I'm sure the Road would be eaten. Then, the person who ate him would turn back into human, only to be eaten by another Titan. And the process would repeat until there was only one person left." Rod held up the syringe. "And I then planned to use this to turn myself into a Titan and reclaim the power that belongs to our family." Kenny scowled. "So you were willing to let me die in order to see your plan through?" Rod nodded. "Yes. To be fair, you wouldn't have any problem killing me if it suited your goals." "Fair enough." Kenny slowly got off of Rod. Well, when I left, the scouts weren't quite dead yet. I'd better check and see how things are progressing. Rod shakily got to his feet. You'll help me. Kenny shrugged. Well, I've stuck with you this long. Might as well see if your little plan is going to work. But I don't know if... They froze as they heard the familiar sound of ODM gear swooping through the air. They turned around and saw Eren, Mikasa, and Levi sail into the room. Rod looked at them in alarm. What? That's impossible. What happened to the Titans? Don't tell me you killed them all. Kenny grinned. Yo, Levi. It's been a long time. Levi's eyes widened. Kenny. Eren frowned grimly. Sorry, Rod Race. But for the future of the people of the walls, you have to die. Light then engulfed Eren's body, and he transformed back into the attack titan, which landed on the chamber floor with a thunderous burn. Rod screamed in terror. AAA. He hastily fumbled for the syringe and tried to inject himself, but the next second he heard a gunshot, and the syringe was destroyed along with his arms by a single shotgun blast. Rod turned around, trembling. Kenny, what are you? Kenny holstered his gun. Sorry, Rod, but it's clear you've lost. Kenny then zipped away, using his ODM gear to escape. Levi considered giving chase, but ultimately decided against it. Kenny, what were you doing here? Eren then grabbed Rod and swallowed him whole. A moment later, Eren hardened his titan again, this time creating an intricate web of crystals to prevent the ceiling above them from collapsing. Levi looked at the crystals in astonishment. Since when could he do that? The battle was over. They had won. And yet Levi couldn't help but feel uneasy and unsatisfied. After retrieving all the scouts that Eren had placed under the crystal dome, they found that most of them were deceased. Of the several dozen veteran scouts that had been a part of the attack, the only survivors apart from himself, Eren, and the Casa were Petra, ELD, Mike, Jelgar, Nanabar, and Nifa. As they cleaned up after the battle, Levi couldn't help but watch Eren warily, unsure of what to make of him. Several days had passed, and despite some unrest, the people of the walls had largely accepted the overthrow of the old king, especially after it came to light that the true king had been hiding in the shadows. When it came to the issue of succession, they'd concluded that they'd had enough of monarchs, especially since Historia would be playing an active role in reclaiming Wall Maria. And so it had been decided that Zackley would be appointed the president, with Owen, Niles, and Pixis sharing the rest of the authority. Zackley was preparing for a speech he would give to the people where they would reveal the true state of affairs of the world, both inside and outside of the walls. Meanwhile, the scouts were having another meeting. The scouts at the meeting included Owen, Hanj, Mikasa, Historia, Wimir, Armin, as well as Mike and Nanabar, who was still injured but recovering. At the front of the room was Levi, who had called for the meeting. Hanj looked at Levi uncertainly. So, what's this about Levi? Nanabar frowned. And why isn't Eren here? Levi surveyed them all. He isn't here because what we are going to discuss I don't want him to know about. Owen looked surprised. And what's that? Levi grimaced. Frankly, I have some misgivings about Eren. Mikasa looked at Levi suspiciously. What do you mean? Levi sighed. He's been a great help, and I think he's been mostly honest with us thus far. But I have a feeling that there are certain facts he's still withholding. Mikasa protested. What? He would never do that. Levi looked at her carefully. How can you be so sure? He hid his mission and his powers from you for years. Mikasa looked like she wanted to object, but her voice died as she realized she didn't have a response to that. Mike rubbed his shoulder gingerly. What brought about these concerns? Levi brought out a folder. There are certain discrepancies between what he told us and what the facts are. For one, he claims that he knew about the anti-personnel control squad from the memories he inherited from his father. Memories which he inherited around the same time that Wall Maria fell. Levi set the folder onto the table and jabbed it with his finger. But looking at the records, the anti-personnel control squad wasn't formed until more than a year after Wall Maria fell. Hank looked at him sharply. What? Levi folded his arms. Furthermore, he blatantly disobeyed my orders and transformed prematurely in order to protect Mikasa from one of the enemy squad members, who turned out to be Kenny. Owen frowned thoughtfully. You briefly mentioned him in your report. Did you know him? Levi's expression darkened. Once. He taught me how to survive in the underground and then disappeared without warning. But from my time with him, I know how dangerous he is. He's just as skilled, if not more, than me. And it seems Eren recognized the threat that Kenny posed, which is why he transformed. But if he knew about Kenny, why did he fail to mention it to us? That is strange. Nanabar admitted. Levi continued. Plus, Rod never tried to transform into a Titan, even when his life was clearly in danger. It's possible he used up his power turning the anti-personnel control squad into Titans, but still, it seemed rather strange. Levi glanced at Mikasa. There's also the matter of his hardening abilities, which he displayed during the attack. Tell me, did he ever mention them to you? Mikasa shook her head slowly. No, he didn't. Levi nodded grimly. I thought not. He has mentioned Titan hardening in passing, but he neglected to tell us the full extent of his abilities. Why? The others didn't have an answer for him. Levi turned to Wimir. Also, I did a little digging. Wimir. Eren knew about your secret for at least a year before the attack on Trust, right? Wimir winced. Yes. And yet he didn't tell the rest of us. Why? Wimmy shrugged uncertainly. He said I had to make a choice, and he wanted me to make it freely. Levi looked at her carefully. I see. And it seems he was able to determine that you were indeed trustworthy. Still, why would he take such a gamble? How could he be so sure you weren't with Reyna and the others? Wimmy shook her head. I don't know. Owen frowned. Are you saying that you don't think we can trust Eren? Levi hesitated. Not necessarily. But he hasn't been completely straight with us. And he now possesses the founding Titan. I just can't help but wonder if he has some ulterior motives. Owen stepped forward. Perhaps he does. But I think Eren has our best interests at heart. If he didn't, why would he move the boulder at Trust? Why would he reveal his identity to us given how risky that could have been? And why would he have helped us all this time? Honestly, Levi, you may be overthinking things. Levi scowled, but Owen interjected before he could speak. However, you have raised some good points, and perhaps we should keep a closer eye on him. Still, I don't think we should be too worried. He may possess the founding Titan, but he can't use it without you, Historia. Historia nodded shortly. In any case, we need to be planning our next move, namely reclaiming Wall Maria, and we can't do it without Eren. After some more discussion, they all dispersed. Armin and Mikasa walked back in relative silence. Mikasa glanced at Armin. What do you think? Is Captain Lever right? Armin sighed. I don't know. On the one hand, Eren has done a lot for us, and as Owen pointed out, I do think he has our best interests at heart. After all, he did save your life from Kenny. Still, it's hard to ignore the things that Captain Levi pointed out. And there's other things about Eren that make me a little uneasy. Mikasa frowned. Like what? Armin hesitated. Well, after the Titans destroyed our home, he swore to kill all of the Titans, and it was his anger and his desire for revenge that drove him for the first 2 years after Wall Maria fell. Then, when we joined the cadets, he suddenly changed, becoming more mature and focused, and dropped his obsession with the Titans almost overnight. At the time I didn't think about it much, but looking back, his change was rather abrupt. I suppose inheriting his father's memories would alter his personality to some extent. But if that's the case, why did he not change until 2 years after he inherited the memories? Mikasa glanced away, troubled by Armin's words. She absolutely fiddled with her scarf. Eren, what are you planning?